discussion and our distinguished speakers. So please, Yasmin, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Luca. First of all, I'd just like to thank you all for being here. And also, I'm very pleased to be part of this coalition. I think with this outcome is actually a reflection of the best possibilities of like joining people from several parts of the world to draft, to write about their experiences of theirs from their standpoint to about these initiatives of their countries regarding content moderation, platform regulation, etc. So I think this collaborative work that's going to be soon in our page at the IGF website, and I'm very pleased with the final outcome of it, and I hope that you enjoyed the paper. And also, if you have any feedbacks once you read, ones that are interested in reading it, please send us emails. And also, if you are interested in joining the coalition, those who aren't part of it yet, please feel free also to get in touch with me and Luca. So without more further ado, we have several people and short time here. I would like to introduce first Samara Castro, who is joining us from Brazil on Zoom. She's the Director for the Promotion of Free Speech at the Special Secretariat for Social Communication from the Brazilian government. Samara, is here with us?
Do we have Samara online? If we don't, maybe we can go directly to the next speaker.
I think she...
Is she online?
Yes. Samara Castro is on Zoom. Yes.
Oh, can we ask her to speak? Is she hearing us?
Hi.
Oh, hello.
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 Hello. I'm sorry. My internet is very terrible today as my English. So I try to share a little of information about Brazil. Now it's night in Brazil, so it's very different to Japan, but I try to share some information. Well, I hope you are doing well. I want to give you a quick overview of what we'll be discussing in my upcoming talk about how social media is regulated in Brazil. Maybe if my internet don't work, please advise, because I can...
It's working perfectly.
Yes.
I can hear you very well.
The current state of social media regulation efforts in Brazil, we are...
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's try maybe to proceed with the next speaker, and while we fix Samara's connection.
Yes.
So let me introduce Tatevik Gregorian from UNESCO. And as we all know, UNESCO has been also leading an international effort on defining guidelines on platform regulation. So please, Tatevik, the floor is yours. We have a mic, otherwise you can use mine. Let me ask you to pass along. Oh, okay, there is one here.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for having me here. I know that you would probably expect me to go into the details of the guidelines for the governance of digital platforms, and it is true that we're finalizing the guidelines, but I would not like to go into the details of the guidelines for the moment. There have been very wide open consultations held globally for months, so I'm sure many of you are aware. Instead, I would like to talk about another framework which is kind of a step before the regulation or governance of the internet and online platforms. So I would like to talk then about the concept of internet universality, UNESCO's official position on the internet. Well, social media is based on the internet and social platforms. So basically, UNESCO's position is that internet should be universal globally. And should be based on 4 principles and 5 categories of indicators, which is what we call ROMEX. ROMEX stands for internet that is based on human rights, open to all, accessible to all, governed by multi-stakeholder participation and addresses cross-cutting issues such as gender equality, safety and security online, children's rights, sustainable development, and environment. So these are basically indicators, a set of 303 indicators with 109 core indicators, which allow the stakeholders and governments and other stakeholders to use these indicators to measure the development and the state of the digital environment based on these indicators, and have a holistic understanding of the digital platform at the national level and make informed policy recommendations. So in this, when we talk about regulating or governing platforms, we talk about, we see the need to address issues such as, for example, we talk about human rights, such as rights for freedom of expression or access to information, or the right to privacy, or open content, open data, and many other issues. And these are issues that are addressed in this framework. And this framework, the use of this framework really helps the countries to have this comprehensive understanding and inform their regulatory process or digital transformation strategies and laws. So I would here also like to highlight the fact that this process is participatory and has this multi-stakeholder approach, which is essential for governing the digital environment, digital platforms. It brings together civil society, governments, academia, and private sector, and initiates dialogue throughout the process, but hopefully also after the process, thus allowing the stakeholders which would otherwise not necessarily be involved in this process of creating all these guidelines, giving them an opportunity to have their voice in formulating these recommendations, and later on in implementing those recommendations. Around the world, 40 countries are currently implementing this framework, and many have had a serious impact, a positive impact. And actually, Brazil is the first country that implemented it, and very successfully, and some of the recommendations were then later on reflected in the national law. And same for example, countries in Africa. For example, after this, Senegal created Observatory of Internet Activity, for example, or put in place a law linking rights to the Internet, and many other examples across the world. And as I spoke about Africa, I was just discussing with our technical advisor, Simon, here, on the internet universality ROMEX indicators, that very often we hear from the countries that they take up the international regulations, but the local context and try to adapt, but the local context is not necessarily taken into consideration when it comes to just adopting the international European, for example, acts, but the framework, the Internet Universality ROMEX framework, gives an opportunity to take into the consideration the local context, having local contextual, for example, indicators and cross-cutting indicators, and really give the chance of seeing the local context, and also taking into consideration potentially cultural aspects of the state. And also another point which could be relevant for the topic of the discussion. So this framework also can provide a potential way of monitoring the impact and implementation of an impact of the regulatory frameworks that can be put in place, giving the opportunity of conducting the monitoring assessments before after the frameworks are put in place, having already given the holistic overview of the state of the play. So I'll stop here and happy to contribute further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tatevic. I'm going to check if Samara Castro is available again.
Okay, let's proceed then.
Yeah, I think I'm available now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Let's
so
go.
Samara Castro, the floor is yours.
I'm both happy and honored to be here. Today, I'm in to share a comprehensive view on the regulation of social media in Brazil. Firstly, it's pivotal to understand the current landscape of social media regulatory efforts in our nation. We occupy a very important places in the next few years. We are leading the G20, we are heading the UN Security Council, we are presiding over the BRICS, we are chairing the COP30. So despite the challenge like an attempted coup or increased school violence, Brazil has survived and has taken of these important rules. This is our chance to take significant steps forward and inspire other nations. So it's important to point out what the different brands of power are doing in this debate to manage online platforms. Of course, I'm speaking as a government, as an executive of this administration. So the legislative branch is discussing two different bills, the Bill 2630 and the Bill 2370. The Bill 2630 covers online platforms' duties, include transparency, responsibility, duty of care, risks, systemic risks. On the other hand, the Bill 2370, which grew out of the first, deal with the controversial topics like copyrights and supporting journalism. In the executive branch, we are focused on three areas. We focus on contribute to this proposed bill, create a policy to support diverse and sustainable journalism. This involves guidelines for advertising, ensuring that public funds don't support misleading or harm content or maybe disinformation. Since the government is the major advertiser in Brazil, we want to lead by example. We are to develop a plan to combat false information about health policies and vaccines. Our approach to handling disinformation starts with vaccine topics. This is unique. We aim to use this method to talk other issues too, like disinformation about science, disinformation about the institutions, and things like that. We orchestrate a comprehensive range of actions that the executive branch can systematically undertake to examine and counteract the anti-vax movement. We've established communication strategy, mobilize resource for incident response, and soft collaboration with tech platforms to leverage their capabilities, enhance the government's outreach to the public. Lastly, we structure public apps to provide accurate information. We also ensure these apps to maybe have a 0 rating guarantee that has our essential features and integrity by design. We plan many steps for the executive branch to look into and fight against the anti-vax movement. We've made plans to talk to people, brought together tools to handle problems, and work with tech companies. This is a very different and a very different plan. In reference to the judiciary branch, they are evolving complex cases related to the platform responsibilities. These cases have the potential to reshape the interpretation of the Internet Civil Framework. The goal is to reconsider how platforms are held accountable for the content they are host. Moreover, the Electoral Court has set up a task force to combat misinformation on these platforms. In conclusion, Brazil is deeply committed to fostering a safer and more transparent and accountability internet, while also asserting our digital sovereignty and ensuring information integrity. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for my English and my connection, and I stand ready to delve deeper into this subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samara, for the very deep overview in only 5 minutes of all the initiatives, the many initiatives that Brazil is trying to lead and is trying to implement. And I guess that everyone here might have noticed, especially those who participate to IGF, that actually somehow Brazil is back. People have noticed over the past year that there was a sort of withdrawal of Brazil from the international scene, and I think it's quite evident this year that there is a comeback of a lot of Brazilian initiatives and Brazilians around. One of these initiatives of Brazil has been recently also to join the partnership on information and democracy that Michael Bach, this is here with us, is leading and chairing. And I have the honor also to be one of the members of the steering committee of the observatory. So Michael Bach, please, the floor is yours to tell us a little bit more about what the partnership is trying to do.
Sure. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the introduction. It's great to be here. I'll spend a few minutes just to talk about what my organization does and why it's relevant to the development of new regulations to check big tech and hold them to account. I'll go back a couple of years to 2019 when a dozen or so democracies came together under the International Partnership for Democracy and Information. They came together to establish a set of principles that would guide some of their commitments to ensure that technology serves our democratic institutions and ensures credible information, which is a key cornerstone of democracies. Today, with Brazil joining as the 51st partnership member in August, it's a pretty robust group of democracies that ebb and flow over the years, as we've seen in some democracy index. But that partnership provided a mandate to create the Forum on Information and Democracy, which is a civil society-led initiative to implement some of the key priorities. And we do this in generally 2 large buckets. On the one hand, there is the development of policy recommendations and then submitting those to governments, to civil society, and companies as well to to utilize and integrate. We do this through a process that gathers experts within academia, research backgrounds, civil society, a range of disciplines and experiences through working groups on key issues. And we've done one issue a year over the last 4 years, from infodemics to algorithmic transparency to the future of journalism. And we're just kicking off a new round on the impact of artificial intelligence on democratic institutions. Through these networks of researchers and academics, we're able to one of the points made earlier about understanding local nuance, and importantly, the downstream impact of regulations that may work in the north and maybe have very different implications in the global south. And so it's very important for us, I think, to incorporate those voices, and this process is a good way of doing that. By way of example, one of the first processes that we undertook, led by Maria Ressa, on the infodemics, upwards of 60 of the recommendations made their way into the DSA. And I think it's a good example of a process that contributes to that. Now, another area that our organization works on is what Luca is involved in, the observatory. This is one of the key missing pieces as we address information integrity. The aim of the observatory, much like the ICCPR for climate change, is to establish a common understanding of the facts of what the latest scientific evidence indicates is the impact of these technologies on our democratic institutions and information, which is so incredibly important to that. So the observatory was developed over the course of a year, driven by Shoshana Zuboff and former chair of the OECD. And now we're realizing that plan with a steering committee of eminent experts from around the world, from all continents, to drive working group discussions on key areas in this first round this year. And that will then result next year with a report and hopefully some dynamic way to interact with the information. All this to say is it's I think, a really interesting process by which there's a connection between government and regulators and with civil society and academics and researchers from around the world that results in some concrete change. And because of this sort of coalition of democracies, we have an opportunity to work with them on providing technical assistance to understand the recommendations, how they might be operationalized, recognizing that some countries have much more resource and capability to do this than others. You know, where you might have a parliamentarian in one country that has a staff of 10 people, and in another, you're lucky if you have someone who can help with your scheduling. And so that's what makes it really interesting and really powerful. So thank you for the floor to be able to explain that.
Thank you so much, Michael. Now I'd like to call Professor Rolf Weber, who is on Zoom with us. He is a professor of the University of Zurich, and we'll talk about DMA, the Digital Markets Act. Professor Rolf Weber is here with us.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation to contribute to this discussion at a very specific time, namely 2 in the morning. I have decided to particularly talk about, let's say, more academic aspects of platform regulation, because I'm of the opinion that there is a need to dig more deeply into potential checks and balances mechanisms which could provide a better legal and normative framework for platform regulation. And therefore, I would like to address 2 pillars which have not been discussed deeply in the past, namely accountability and particularly observability. As everybody knows, accountability encompasses the obligation of one person or legal entity to give account of and explain and justify the undertaken actions or decisions to another person in an appropriate way. In the past, we often discussed transparency, but accountability also looks at the back side of the medal, at the responsibility side. Accountability concerns itself with power, and power implies responsibility. And this is an assessment which, in fact, has been considered by the EU Commission with the two recent acts which have been released, namely the DMA and the DSA. The DMA looks at market structure and tries to avoid that monopolistic approaches can be combated, at least to a certain extent. DSA more addresses contractual terms, behavioral aspects of contractual relations. And the DSA also looks at the question to what extent platform providers can be obliged to provide information in a timely manner, how standards can be introduced that hold governing bodies accountable, and to what extent sanctions can be implemented. So DMA and DSA, in a more academic perspective, are at least partly tackling the opening the black box problem of algorithmic decision making. I'm of course not arguing that DMA and DSA are really perfect regulations. However, I do think that they have done a first step into the right direction, even if a first very recent court decision has supported Amazon's position that some specific provisions would indeed not be applicable to Amazon. Just to complete this first part of my short intervention, I think that accountability should also be supported by the concept of auditability, being an institutionalized mechanism for the verification of platform information or platform data. So far, Europe has not really much advanced. A lot could be done in this field, and academic research is available how the auditability principles could be implemented. My second pillar of discussion would be the concept of observability as a pragmatic way of thinking about the means and strategies necessary to hold platforms accountable. While observability incorporates partly in a similar way as transparency, it also deviates, most importantly, by understanding accountability as a complex, dynamic social relation. Observability should become a mechanism that can overcome the lack of sensitivity for fundamental power imbalances, strategic occlusions, and false binaries between secrecy and openness. The challenges raised by platforms as regulatory structures need to be addressed more broadly, as I have mentioned, beginning with the question of how large-scale transnational environments that heavily rely on technology as a mode of governance can be assessed. Insofar, the DMA has introduced gatekeeper obligations, and practice will show to what extent these legal obligations can be made fruitful in daily life. At least basic rules exist now on how people need to be treated on online platforms, how connections between participants are made and structures, and which outcomes should be achievable. Let me just finish my short intervention by saying that the principle of observability could also reflect some kind of acknowledgement that the volatility of platforms requires continuous observation. And insofar, the concept of observability should be based on public interest as a normative horizon for assessing and regulating the societal challenges of platformization. In the context of the public sphere, public interest encompasses the protection of human rights, such as freedom of expression and freedom of information, fostering cultural and political diversity throughout the whole society. Only a broadly understood concept of public interest as a normative benchmark could reasonably regulate platform behavior and realize also targeted transparency. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rolf, for this brilliant exposition of these key elements of DMA and DSA, particularly, and also providing a little bit of overview of DMA. Now let's give the floor to Anita Gurumurthy, Executive Director of IT for Change, to switch from Europe through India and to start to understand a little bit what are the key problems that we really need to address with regulation. Please, Anita, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Luca and Yasmin. With your permission, I'll focus a little bit on India, maybe towards the end, but broadly posit, what the work that my colleagues and I do really, kind of reflects over the past few years. And I really, really like the idea of focusing on a new generation of platform regulation. And I think the focus very much should be from a certain individual human rights-centric approach to a larger structural societal democracy approach. And that would include, in my argumentation, the whole idea of economic democracy as well. And so the first part of what we should look at, I think, is a broad sweep. I think if the raison d'etre for, I don't know whether I pronounce it correctly, there are French people in the room, I don't know, is about a future of society in digitalization. I think we need to look at concerns that are also international and global. So the debate needs to be reframed not only for how rights are mediated by data, AI, and platform technologies, what it means for individuals, but also globally how interconnections between international economic law, social media regulation, and the way internet platforms work shapes certain things like international trade agreements that then prevent local autonomy of the public and public authorities to scrutinize algorithms. So in the global south, if you're part of the IPEF in Asia, for instance, you might not be able to exercise. It's not about data localization. I'm talking really about the ability of public authorities to, municipal authorities to say, okay, if this is where there was harm, then how do you open up and scrutinize where the harm really was? And this really not only undercuts consumers, but also workers, for instance, in terms of warehouse workers of Amazon who are forced to wear, these gadgets, during their work. Then there is the sovereignty agenda, which of course everybody understands because we're really talking about a geopolitical issue where global strategic competition has really, really become contingent today on information warfare. So this is quite a large issue, I think, of human societies not being, given the same rights. And therefore, I would, in fact, argue that this is not about internet fragmentation, but it is about the division of societies into those who have rights and those who don't have rights. Of course, no one is sacred here at all. All of us are data points. But I wanted to say that one of the research systematic researches that we undertook a couple of years ago on femtech and menstru apps really showed us how the GDPR is applied to women in Europe very differently, and how training data sets are actually coming from women in the global south who download European apps. So what we're actually seeing is a fragmentation that is completely untenable, because we don't even know where to go to contest these rights, because these are cross-border issues, you know, of servers located somewhere else and bodies located somewhere else. So I think with regard to social media, I would like to say that the way visibilities and invisibilities are very selectively mobilized. You know, it's not about making something ephemeral and making something very, very pronounced, but actually using this in terms of the way the state corporate nexus works, which we are all very familiar with. And the way in which this actually happens is really at the heart of the matter. And this, I think, is very, very antithetical to the way diversity narratives are mobilized by big tech, you know, and completely what you see is an unaccountable regime of misogyny there. So what I would like to say is that we should explore less explored theories like democracy and social choice theory. Like, for instance, how a collective can shape its own social preferences and collective preferences and rank certain priorities. For instance, yesterday I was at a session where somebody from a community media organization in Canada was bemoaning the fact that hundreds of local media are disappearing every day. So what does this actually mean in terms of structuring not just the regulation of platforms, but structuring society for digitalization in a certain way? And that really is about the idea of freedoms not only as individual choice, but idea of freedoms as the structures that determine individual choice. So quickly, I want to just jump on, and since the Digital Services Act has been mentioned, I want to point that one of the key weaknesses that we see is that while it talks about mitigation measures, while it really talks about the possibility that duty of care can be placed on platforms, one missing piece is that you can only take on an individual company. You, as an individual, you can take on an individual company. As a group, you can take on an individual company. But it's simply not possible for you to take on an industry. You cannot take on this kind of architecture of impunity that exists out there. And I think that's really a problem, because you can say that my human rights were affected because harms were perpetrated on me, but in each case, the cost to company is nothing. You know, you just settle and go away when you're paying fines. Google has been paying fines in the European Union for Kingdom Come, right? So this is actually a question of corporate culpability and liability. And insofar as we keep shadow boxing, I think we're not going to get anywhere. And all this talk about altruism of big tech is a completely futile exercise in the form of self-regulation and ad hoc ex post individualistic measures that really don't address integrity, informational integrity. So we do really need to look at things that in the AI Act, for instance, I think that's a very good, again, a European invention. I think what we need to really do is look at proactive public disclosures. I think proactive public disclosures of the technical parameters of how did you build the code, you know? And these are not necessarily breaking open trade secrets. What you're doing is essentially, you know, knowing the unknowable and also pricing open this myth of the unknowable. And I think that that's what we really need to do. And that is where I think the AI Act, you know, when it is in force and when it is operational, we'll see some improvements. Finally, I just want to talk about media pluralism. And I think that as a civil society organization, it's important to understand this kind of, rating and ranking that's done by this criteria. It's relevant to me, you know. So it's not just about the cultural rights around serendipity, but I think it's really about the information diet that is being provided to everybody, collapsed under this catchphrase called relevance is not going to work, because this is about the enormous power and profit motives of internet platforms, which provide us this paradox of choice. And pluralism might have us thinking about, the equivalence of public interest media as to why must I only watch things that I want to watch? I should be subjected, I think, to things that I'm uncomfortable watching, uncomfortable listening to. It's a very contentious content-related debate, no doubt, and I do understand these problems, but it's like we all grew up in India on a diet of, there being just one channel on television, and we had to watch things about the issues farmers faced. Although I was a creature of urban India, I had to understand those things, and that's because you live in a diverse society. I want to close with the Indian IT Act. Less said about it, the better. But I think we've been through several iterations, and the one that's most concerning is a 2023 amendment to the rules, which was notified by the ministry, which authorizes a fact-checking unit of the central government to identify content online in respect of any business that the central government might deem fake, false, or misleading, and the unilateral rights and powers of the state to actually take this content down by approaching internet service providers. Of course, civil society has protested. Some people have protested more vehemently, but many of us are all not able to protest. And I think I'll leave it there, because I think we are talking about the state of democracy. And I suppose we need to read between the lines.
Thank you so much, Anita, and thank you all from the first panel for this such enlightening conversation that we are having here. I think we are able to see the main challenges of regulating platforms nowadays. Also, I'd like to highlight that in our outcome this year, we have another framework proposal for policymakers, this time focusing on a much more international approach to it. And last year, as Rolf highlighted in his speech also, we had another framework regarding transparency and accountability for platforms. So if anyone is interested in these topics, also access our website, at our page at the IGF website. These documents are available there. So I'd like to open for Q&A, as we are super punctual today. We have 10 minutes for questions. If anyone here in the room would like to pose one. Okay.
We have already two, so just introduce yourself.
Yes.
And I think
Please,
we can take two or three, and then three. So we have 1, 2, and
let's
3.
try to keep in 2 minutes,
sure,
if possible.
This is Handan Uslu from Turkey's Internet Observatory and The Observant. So we are, firstly, thank you all for your talk. It was very inspiring. I would like to give a quick example of how internet, actually big tech accountability can be an issue in some certain countries where there's not enough of incentive to actually protect citizens sometimes. So in Turkey, we are conducting investigations on malpractices of big tech companies, and we find mass fraudulent activities using AI and micro-targeting, in which 2 million Turkish citizens are impacted. And we report on this, that there is, Facebook is earning money out of scammers, phishing attacks, and nothing really happens. Because there is no mechanism, there is no political climate, there is no incentive mechanisms to hold Facebook accountable in every single country. On the hierarchy of needs, people do not think that digital issues and digital problems are that important. So what happens right now with DMA and DCA is that safe internet is another global north privilege at this point. So we have a lot of findings where we prove algorithmic biases, we prove lack of content removal, we prove information operations, and all of those investigations. But on top of it, if you are in a functioning democracy or in a certain other context, there are certain mechanisms in place to support actually platform accountability. So my question would be, if your country is leading and is honest in terms of protecting citizens, how do you think you can leverage your power and your know-how to actually support other countries, just so this issue doesn't become, again, a privilege? And secondly, my question, actually, no, I think that's it for now. And I would like to also add the second thing is that all of these regulations are potential to become also guns of authoritarian governments. So disinformation was something that was meant to be a positive thing when it was solved, and now it became a method for authoritarian governments to suppress voices. So any governance that any Western country is going to make is going to have a turn, and it's going to somehow be a tool. It might be something about fraudulent stuff. It might be something about child protection. But so how do you think you are? My question is: are you actually watching how these rules and regulations are transforming and being adapted across different countries in different needs. Otherwise, it might be a problem as well. So sorry, that was a bit long. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we just take the other two questions and then we can have some comments? And I think the gentleman there was the second. Yes.
So Tatovic referred to me in her presentation. My name's Simon Ellis. I've been assessing the internet under the Romex system for about 20 countries so far. I think the basis of the UNESCO regulations, which I think is a correct one, is there is a balance here. We all want that the internet should not be involved in child abuse and misogyny, and therefore some control from government side is necessary. And especially with the very large open platforms of VLOPs and the EU legislation. On the other hand, we know that there should not be too much control, which then becomes a threat to democracy. The second stage then, I think, really is that for many developing countries, they have no idea how to regulate. And they have no idea how to deal with these big countries, as Michael Back clearly enunciated as well. So they are adopting these principles, including the European laws, without a sense of knowing what they're doing. And in at least one country, I'm not going to name, but they adopted it, and then just as the legislation was about to come in force, they realized what they'd adopted and they pulled back because they realized that that gave consumers rights which actually the government didn't really want to give them. And there are various countries in different stages of this and with different intentions behind it. So I think what the UNESCO regulations are trying to do is create, as it were, a basic starting point from which countries can negotiate with the platforms and some principles. And I think that helps the companies as well. Meta does not want to negotiate separately through 300 countries in the world about what things are doing, especially with small countries currently working, for example, in the Pacific, which have no idea and no resources to assess this kind of thing. So I think there's a balance to be struck here, and I don't know how that will work out. So in a sense, if you like, to turn it into a question, it's very interesting to see how this would work out. And also, I think at least that there's an offer here through UNESCO. As I've hinted, we can identify through the Romex assessment countries to what they need, where the gaps are in their legislation, where the human rights problems emerge, and then we can at least begin to perhaps point them towards resources which can help them to address those kinds of issues. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Andrew Campling. I run a consultancy that works in public policy, public affairs and internet standards, and I'm a trustee of the Internet Watch Foundation. Just briefly, I should say first, I accept that probably our perspective on these issues depends on the democratic situation of the countries that we live in. So if we're in a sort of democracy, we'll take maybe one view. If we're not in a democracy, we'll have other different challenges, which makes this quite hard. But just briefly, some quick points. I think the issues that we face are largely that privacy is being positioned by many as an absolute right rather than a conditional right. And effectively, we're faced with the challenge of pervasive privacy being used as an attack on accountability and on democracy. And I think we need to look at it in that way, that it's actually been used, it's been weaponized by the tech companies. So deliberate choices of technology are being made to allow for plausible deniability on accountability. So for example, by choosing to use end-to-end encryption to hide things like CSAM, and then arguing that because a platform's chosen to use end-to-end encryption, that when a government demands action on CSAM, that's an attack on encryption. When in reality, it's because of the choice the platform made in the first place, deliberately, to give it plausible deniability and to sidestep that accountability. Of course, the sector as a whole is also trying to show that there's a unified position on these topics, mainly through corporate capture of civil society and an enormous financial power on lobbying, to sort of overpower any opposing voices. And frankly, they're framing the discussion to favour the position of the global platforms. For example, using end-to-end encryption and privacy to focus the discussion on government surveillance and divert attention from surveillance capitalism, which I think is really actually quite clever, because I'd argue that the surveillance capitalism is the bigger attack on privacy than government surveillance, at least in democracies, accepting it may be different elsewhere. And using internet fragmentation as a topic to justify sort of homogeneous implementation on platforms, which is really largely about efficiency of running of the platforms.
Yes, could you wrap up and ask your question? Sorry.
The one request I'd make, though, is where, given I focus on internet standards, a lot of choices that have been made in internet standards make it really hard for regulations to work. And it's a real problem that sort of governments and civil society is largely absent from internet standards sort of fora, and it will be incredibly helpful to have more voices there to sort of make counter arguments to the sort of tech sector, to give the other point of view.
Okay. I have the impression that all the questions were more comments than questions. So I think we can go.
Yes,
we can proceed with the next phase of the session.
So I'd like to give the floor for Professor Monica Zoneruti from the University of Sydney and also the Law Institute of the Lithuanian Center for Social Sciences. Please, Monica. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Yasmin and Luca, for hosting and moderating this session and for having me here. Since I don't think we have so much time left, I'll just try to make a few points more generally on the new generation of platform regulations, and I think maybe build in some ways of particularly Rolf's comments on EU regulation, perhaps, and I also coming from EU myself, I think sort of it's good to somehow have a little bit of distance to our own regulatory initiatives that are always sort of praised around the world as being the most novel and most ambitious and so on. So sort of the point I would like to raise is that perhaps the new generation of AI and platform regulation is not something really different or new from what we had before. And this, I would argue, comes from very proceduralist focus on a lot of our platform regulations. And what I mean by that is that there's a certain belief that procedures and safeguards in themselves are sufficient to counter the platform power, to change the status quo, to provide safeguards against the abuse and the harms that we encounter. So the belief sort of is very strong, and it stems, I think, from the comparison, popular comparison, comparing the big platform companies to states, where we think that due process, rule of law, and transparency and accountability, these kind of vague rule of law values, would temper public power, and we think that they will do the same, especially transparency, for example, would be a very effective tool in dealing with platform power. And I think that then from there, we focus so much on small procedures and audits and checklists and various things like that, that we miss the bigger picture. And what I mean by this is that, for example, the DSA really articulates a lot of different procedures, in many ways institutionalizing a lot of private practices that were there already before, but providing sort of constitutionalizing the whole framework. But what I want to say is that by focusing on procedures so much, we miss the large picture. So, for example, we rarely, if at all, and in the session as well, I notice we don't really discuss, for example, the US dominance or environmental degradation, exploitation of resources, extraction of resources, exploitation of labor on a global scale, we don't really discuss that. So, for example, the new AI Act in EU talks about AI only as a finished consumer product. Doesn't really talk about environmental issues at all. Doesn't talk about the labor exploitation. There's decolonial element in there that really needs to be brought to the front, but definitely it's not there. So I think that by focusing so much on all the due process and due diligence and all these various proceduralist sort of frameworks, we really don't talk about how our tech companies contribute to the climate disaster and exploitation of contribute to climate change and exploitation of resources around the globe and so on. And I think that it's really problematic because focusing on procedures that much as we do in our legal frameworks often, it's dangerous because it gives the appearance of political neutrality. Because we focus on procedures, sort of we're doing the right thing. That's how lawyers think, I think. That's how we're trained to think often. So therefore, we're doing the right thing and you know, we're politically neutral. And that's really problematic. And I think some people already commented here how various countries are adopting the same approach and so on. But my argument is actually a bit stronger. I think that even though we like to frame, for example, US and EU as really being in opposition or opposite ends of the spectrum and so on in regulation, I think in the end it's very similar. Platform companies are actually doing the same thing, both in Europe and in US. And though, yet we claim that, you know, EU is leading, its normative power is enormous and so on. So what's the problem? There must be some problem that, in fact, we're somehow legitimizing the corporate power, the platform power that is there with all these small procedural rules that are there. And also language, the legitimizing effect of language, you know, of lawfulness, of constitutional values that we are using in the private sort of self-regulatory initiatives. And I have a colleague here who's on an oversight board as well, and that's a good example, and we're actually very good friends. So, you know, so there's a lot of that sort of legitimizing effect, not only neutrality, but also legitimizing effect. And I think a lot of the new generation of platform regulations does exactly that. It sort of legitimizes the existing order. So I don't want to say that we don't need new regulation for digital platforms. To the opposite, we do need them. However, I think that the current sort of model that we have, or the current, the latest wave of these regulations, they don't really challenge the existing status quo, which would be the perhaps somehow intervening with the business model or the legal foundations, how it is structured. We don't do that. So I would argue that they actually contribute to the institutionalization of the current order, ordered by the big tech companies, while promoting a narrative that, you know, we are creating a new predictable and trustworthy online environment. So to change that, we need something else, some more ambitious laws that would tackle the loopholes of the you know, a lot of different, what are they called? I'm sorry, safe harbor regimes and various other legal provisions like that, that we actually let the big tech platforms just do their own thing without ever even sharing what exactly that is. So that's it. That will be my short contribution, and I hope to discuss that with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Monica, and also to remind us that we need to be critical and that we speak a lot about the Brussels effect. Yesterday we had a very good panel on AI when at some point some participants raised the idea that there is a Brussels effect, but maybe we can consider it sometime a Brussels defect, because we tend to import regulation, but we don't know if it works. And sometimes we may think it is the best that we have, but is not necessarily the best that we can have. And so it's much more interesting to be critical. I see there is a hand raised, but we are finishing the set of presentation, and then you will be the first speaking. Vittorio Bertola has been working from the technical community and private sector perspective on these kind of issues for several years, and he has a unique international and European perspective on these issues. So please, Vittorio, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Even if I will deal with the boring procedural things. So, yeah, but I think, I mean, what you're saying is very important. The problem is that these, I mean, what we got with the DMA and the DSA is the maximum political reality we can get. So the demand by citizens for something more doesn't exist in terms of representation in the European Parliament at the European level. So first, something needs to happen in society before we get the European Parliament on the same line. But I mean, it's already quite important to get a proper implementation of the laws that we could finally get after 20 years of complete liberalism in internet regulation in the European Union. And especially I wanted to very quickly go through what has been happening with the Digital Markets Act, because again, it's very important to notice how this is already slowly being eroded by the platforms. So they find ways to depotentiate, to reduce the impact of the law by working at the implementation level. When the political attention is gone, and there's no, also the media attention is mostly gone, and there's no, I mean, few people that really care and are still watching what happens. So you might know that the DMA was approved last year. It basically entered into force in May, and the first step for the DMA was to actually identify the gatekeepers. So you need to get to a list of the companies that are big enough to be regulated under these special rules. So they have at least 7.5 billion in turnover in the European Union, and they have 45 million users. So there's a number of criteria. And so in early September, like 1 month ago, the Commission finally designated the gatekeepers, and there were already some negative surprises in that. So we got a list basically of 6 companies, which are, as expected, Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, ByteDance, so TikTok is in, Meta, and Microsoft. But there were some glaring omissions. So, for example, if you go through the list then of the messaging services that are involved, let me get the correct one. But it's just WhatsApp and Messenger. There's no iMessage, because even if Apple iMessage meets the quantitative thresholds that are set by the law, someone, possibly Apple, and convince the Commission that maybe it's not so important, so dominant, so big. I mean, it's just 1/3 of the European users, so it's not a dominant thing. And so the Commission decided to start another investigation and think for 6 months whether maybe iMessage could be included or not. And the same thing happens in like other things. So there's and some services were completely omitted, especially Gmail, which, I mean, I don't know how you can argue that Gmail is not a dominant email service. And email is one form of number-independent ICS, interpersonal communication service, or Bing. So the only search engine that falls under the new law is Google, because they decided that Bing is, even if in numbers it's big enough, it has a very small market share, but still it's big enough. And so it's so I mean the point is that you have to care about the implementation and check what's happening and make sure that actually the designation covers everything. And we are thinking, we as the open source community in Europe, thinking whether we should challenge these in law, but it's completely transparent at the moment. There's no documents, so you cannot read why these decisions were taken, and you cannot even read what the companies argued. And there are some worrying revelations coming out, and this is important in general. You might have, I mean, if you watch the American case by the Department of Justice against Google in the advertising industry, I mean, Google just revealed that basically they manipulate the bids for the advertising. So they don't always award the advertising to the highest bidder. They have something they call long-term value of the advertiser, which is completely transparent. And so they decide, I price this company more than this other. Even if the other offers more money, I will give the ads to this other one. So they basically manipulate the market, all the digital markets. And again, there's no transparency because they say, oh, but this is now done by an AI algorithm, and so we don't know what it does. And we are not able to tell you why it's taking the decisions it takes. So it's getting worse, actually. AI, Andrew first was mentioning encryption as a way not to be accountable, and AI is the new way of not being accountable, and they will use AI, everything, just so that they cannot be accountable. And finally, the only thing I wanted to say is that the implementation also goes through technical standardization at the ITF. For example, the interoperability for messaging is going through standardization at the ITF. And again, you see all the same dynamics in which the big tech companies have a lot of people to send and can influence the result. And if you're not part of this circle of insiders, you can just say something, but you will be possibly ignored. Or like it happened to me yesterday, you will be asked to make your presentation at midnight Japanese time after all the day. So that, and of course, you're doing other things. You cannot be there at midnight, because you just don't have the stamina, maybe. Or, while the big tech people can send full-time people just for this process and be there whenever it's necessary. And so you see all these exclusionary factors here repeating themselves. And we should start watching at the implementation of things and not just at the letter of the laws. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vittorio. Now I'd like to call Professor Alejandro Pisanti, who is on Zoom with us. Professor Alejandro Pisanti is from UNAM, Universidade from Mexico. Is he on Zoom with us?
Yep.
Alejandro, thank you so much.
Yes, here
the
I
floor
am.
is yours.
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Hi, thanks for inviting me to this session, Luca, Jasmine. It's been very interesting. As I've been following it partly in text because the magic of IGF scheduling put me into two simultaneous meetings plus one that was past midnight last night, so at 3 a.m. So I'll be very brief here, very concrete. I'm going to bring a complementary angle. This is not an opposition to what I've heard, but it's rather complementary. I fear that the approaches based on let's say the Brussels approach based on laws and more regulations can have a very limited effect on what we dislike, on what we find harmful that's happening on platforms. It goes very much to, let's say, to the anatomy where the problem is coming from, the physiology of things, the way things actually work. Some of what we see, like disinformation, cybercrime, for some value of the name cybercrime, and so forth, are amplified, made cross borders and so forth by platforms, but in the end, we are not touching the origin of these undesirable and frankly harmful things. So briefly, I think that we should, in parallel, look at things through the framework I've proposed for mapping things that we sort of know online and offline, which would be to look separately at the hyperscale or mass scale of the internet, or identity management, where we know that the internet doesn't really give you an identity, it doesn't come from the identity layer, and therefore you have anonymity and so forth. You have the cross-border effects, which in the case of platform regulation, as has been stated by the previous speakers, is a really strong stumbling block, because you have a very hard time forcing companies to do things where they don't have a legal presence under your authority. Barrier lowering, friction reduction, and all the memory effects. When I look at some of the laws being proposed in many different countries to try to modulate what happens over platforms, I see them, unworkable on any or all of these criteria, and I think this is a useful framework to go forward. And finally, I would like to put a very graphical example of what happens when you try really hard to control something that's so plastic, as Vittorio has mentioned, and there's lots of lobbying power, lots of technical power, lots of users trying to do both good and bad things. If you try to control these things more and more by tightening your fist, it's like if you have to carry a small amount of water in your hand and you try to control it by squeezing it tight, it will spill all over. It's completely out of your control, and now you have spent the energy you have. And that's probably one reason to call for caution, moderation, and also, let's say, technical awareness in proposing forms of platform regulation that can actually do the effects that you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alejandro, and also for a very rare moment of agreement between Alejandro and Vittorio that those who are in intergovernance circle know happen once in a decade, so very good. And yeah, so let's now give the floor to Shilpa Singh, that was previously at the Jindal Law School and now she's at the Melbourne University. Please, Shilpa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Luca and Yasmin and all the other panels. This has been a wonderful journey and I'm really enjoying being part of this forum. And first of all, I think for the past few days and even with today's panel, I've realized the point of democracy and how platforms have been infringing this democratic process that we've been seeing for thousands of years, and how it has been used as a tool, especially in authoritarian regime, to make things much worse for people that are anyways living in hell. I really want, and surprisingly, I have been also thinking that's also been the core part of my research, and which is why I want to start my presentation with what are the core values that we are here for and what we are trying to talk about and protect. I would like to say, some of the core values that I have identified as autonomy, justice, fairness, justification, and freedoms that are guaranteed to all of us, especially right to privacy and right to vote. And I also want to emphasize on Habermas's idea of deliberative democracy, which he relies on the will of people and their ability to freely deliberate on a policy that that state comes up with, and especially on the policy when it constrains our rights. However, what we are seeing with these platforms is that they are in control of all our freedoms. They are constraining, but there is no process of deliberation, there is no justification, and that is the problem. And for the past, I don't know, a decade or so, and especially in some of these international organizations, what we've been hearing is that, data is the new oil, and we people are data miners, and I completely refuse to this argument. And I actually see data as manifestation of our rights guaranteed to us, and especially freedom to right to privacy. And I'm also theorizing to the point that right to privacy itself is a precondition to democracy and to all the other rights that we have. I quote this as an instance, especially when you cast your vote, right? You cast your vote behind a screen, because that's where you make your choice. And if that is revealed to the government, then of course there's going to be some sense of influence to change your opinion to your vote, which is why I'd say that privacy is a precondition to all the rights, especially right to vote. But what is happening right now? All our data is being collected, and it's behind this black box algorithm, which they collect all the data, they process, and they process data not individually, but of all our data together to basically profile and target advertise, through which we are being sold different kinds of services, products and goods, whatever. And that's the kind of business model they said that, but you're getting the best if we do that. We are giving you personalized services. But that is the problem. I was able to I was tracing that, when did it become such a problem that, targeted advertising, when did it happen? It was during the 70s and 80s that, all these big corporates, when they were not able to get as many consumers as they want. So what they did is that, they just went around people and asked that, what do you do in your life? They just started to collect information. And then they realized, once they collect enough information about people, then they can realize, what do people want? And then they can categorize their preferences. So after a few years, there were behavioral economists who termed this theory as revealed preference theory. And that's basically what platforms they use. They collect our data black and white every day of everything what we do, every movement we make, of everyone that is around us. And all they do is profile us, they track our preferences, and that's how you get your targets. And that's how they are able to sell their products and services. Now, what's worse that's happening is that, it's also started to influence our opinions, our choices, the things that we'd never wanted in our life, we are buying. The worst is that it's also influencing the fabric of democracy. We are seeing content, we are seeing misinformation, malinformation, which are which are making people to vote in a way probably they wouldn't know, because they don't know what is the right information or what is the source of right information these days.
Sorry to interrupt, Shilpa. Could you wrap up?
Sure. And I mean, just to talk about this, I hope I don't have to talk about the evidences that have been that, Facebook has been doing influencing elections. But as a result, as an outcome, I want to suggest that, yes, and I'm from India, and again, we have like amazing IT rules and act. But then, what I really want to talk about is like, corporate culpability as a principle that has been forwarded by some of the professors at Australian University, especially Julie Powell's. And I would highly suggest that people should start reading about it, like, and Professor Ellis Bain and Jeannie Patterson, who's also my supervisor, and they're talking about like the intent, the corporate culpability is like, when we talk about corporate culpability and their intentions, we, like Monica just rightly said that, all these procedures, they're not going to work, which is why we need to go step beyond that. What this theory suggests is that, we need to assume that there is an intention, because that's what their model is, They work on this framework, on the model that, they are doing something bad, and they know that, if they continue doing that, they can get out of it, and they have been doing it. All they get is like millions and millions of fines, which they're able to pay off. But then the intentionality doesn't change. I guess I think this also makes job much easier for the regulators and the courts, that, because now we can assume intention, the criminal intention or the criminal misconduct, and then go ahead and make claims against these kind of platforms. So I guess, I know there are several jurisdictional issues that, because most of these firms are located in predominantly 2 jurisdictions on this planet. But then I think it's all about, what do our states, our governments want? Like, once we do figure it out that, what we want to do, what our visions are, and I think so it's that difficult to do, to use this kind of theories and go beyond what we actually have. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa. Yes, I think platform regulations, we really need to talk about platforms. They are the big techs. They have a bigger GDP than most countries that they operate. So we need to also to talk about competition law. But now I'd like to call Sophia Cheng from the Peking University. She's on Zoom with us.
Hi, yes, hi everyone. I just finished my master's at Peking University. So I'm also a researcher with Yas and Luca in the Center of Technology and Society. And the focus of my research is very into what China has been doing in terms of regulating digital technologies. So I'll try to be really, really brief, touching upon the regulations or the provisions that China issued on algorithm recommendation management. And these have been in effect since March last year. So we were supposed to have already seen some changes. And the 3 points that I want to make are about their provisions on what they call user rights protection or user empowerment, and also what the management obligations are supposed to be. So when you look at the provisions, they're very, very ambitious when they cover topics related to the protection of minors, the elderly, workers, consumers, saying that algorithms and all systems have to be designed considering their limitations and their needs. So fraud protection, especially considering the elderly population, workers, and for especially those who work for these apps, which, for example, delivery apps, and are subject to algorithm recommendations, and also consumers, so to avoid price discrimination and things that have already been covered somewhat in other legal provisions in the regulatory framework. So they also try to cover, for example, fake news, but this goes into one of the challenging points that I want to highlight, because when you try to regulate based on a type of technology, so it's a algorithm for recommendation, it's very specific. It's not an umbrella term for AI. It's not digital services. It's just the recommendation algorithms. And they go into the fake news because some algorithms, they push disinformation and fake news, but they try to address that by stating that the fake news matter is to be dealt with, where only people who have a service permit are supposed to provide internet news information. So when you start to analyze these matters from a perspective of what is the government type and things like that, it may become a challenging point when you think about protecting fundamental freedoms and human rights. And another point that I want to make is very similar to what Monica mentioned, because across the text of these provisions, you see oftentimes that the company behind the algorithm must present information according to mainstream value orientations and prevent controversies or disputes. So when you think about that, what exactly is a mainstream value? What exactly is preventing controversies or disputes when these platforms, they want the users to engage in them and to spend more time in them and give their attention? So you want the people to be clicking and watching and reading. Are you actually like pushing forward the status quo of political agenda or current society values, or are you just enabling tech companies to do what they're doing, but pushing so that a legal text has covered, and in the compliance department, they will tell you that, oh, we have these algorithms and these internal procedures to remove everything that may be controversial, but we don't necessarily know exactly what is controversial. So just to wrap up quickly here, my main concern when we're talking about platform regulation is trying to figure out, well, platforms are global, but governments and cultural values and notions of privacy and autonomy and freedom vary in many different degrees across jurisdictions. So for example, when I was in China, I did not feel empowered at all by the apps that I was using, because a lot of it for me was so confusing and visually polluted. But for my friends, they were very used to it, and they said, oh, you can turn this off here and there. So how can we think of a regulatory framework that covers protection of freedoms and fundamental rights, but also consider the nuances that come from different cultural expectations and governmental autonomy and sovereignty? Thank you for your time.
Brilliant.
Fantastic. So we have covered really an enormous set of opinions, critiques, suggestions. I know that there was a gentleman that had a question. So I think as we started with some 10 minutes of delay and there is no other session upcoming, we can have maybe 5 to 10 minutes to complete with a round of comments and questions. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Brucker. I'm the chairman of the World Summit Awards, and I have started in Europe the Data Intelligence Initiative, and we are dealing very much with the data regulation side from Data Act and all the others. One of the things which struck me in the presentation from Monica, but also now from Sophia and also from other speakers, is that I wonder if there is, and if one can agree on a hierarchy or prioritization of goals in terms of platform regulation. Because I think that what Monica was talking about was the environmental impact, the labor exploitation behind it, and there are many other things. But if you want to use, for instance, competition law, you are addressing something completely different. You are addressing market power. And you think then if you're addressing market power, you maybe also get a regulation in place which then will allow you to deal better with privacy issues and things like this. So I think that I would be interested if a process like our consultation here in the IGF could not have as a deliverable at least a sketch or scaffolding of legal regulatory goals, and then see what is the appropriate, mechanism. And what I liked very much about Sophia's last points is that the idea that there's a universality of regulations, might be also something which has a colonialist aspect to it, And I think therefore one has to be seeing, okay, what are the principles, and then what are the implementations and things like this. So I would be really interested if there's work done on this, or if people here in this room and others who are associated with it would be interested in engaging in something like this, because I would be. Thank you.
I see we have also a comment from Anita, and when she gets the mic, let me just say that it is an excellent suggestion to actually for the next year work to have a compilation on not only of what exists, but of what should be taken into consideration, because the example of, for instance, labor rights being completely disconsidered is something that we have been discussing a lot in terms of, for instance, content moderation. It's easy to say content moderation has to be human, but then you really are condemning people to be traumatized for life because they have to moderate what a lot of very special characters share on social media. So that is very much something that is totally disconsidered by regulatory debates, but is key. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I think it's a very important point, but I also feel that there is another dimension to thinking about common benchmarks. I think that pertains to the subsidiarity of most international legal regimes to the economic legal regime, which de facto means that we are not able to pay attention as domestic economies. And I think the last presenter was talking about the fact that, demonizing any nation doesn't get us very far, because there are cultural nuances to the way in which people think, and democracy is indeed, as hyper-local as we can take it to be, and how between the granular and scale we are able to have a conversation. The reason I say that is oftentimes the capacity of developing countries to even regulate for labor standards is contingent on the way in which they get caught in extremely adverse trade conditions, trade terms and conditions. So I think conditions of labor should be not regulated through platform regulation, but through the ILO. Or environmental law should be regulated through maybe the Biodiversity Convention and other protocols. So we should simply not do this forum shopping, because what is to be established here is that the supremacy of the global economy, which seems to serve certain nations within international regimes, that is to be challenged. So if we seek to regulate platforms by saying everyone has a uniform platform regulation with a common minimum standard, then we will simply, arm twist certain countries into adopting regulation that they then cannot domestically govern.
I just want to quickly point out that, I don't know about respect to protecting environmental regulations, but in Kenya, in the month of February, so there are, I think Facebook content moderators, they have like a big set of people who work as content moderators. And because of the horrible working conditions they were working, I think they have long hours, and the kind of content they have to go through day and night, it was horrifying. So, and they put up their issues before Facebook, which Facebook refused to listen to them. So now they are going ahead before their labor commissioner as a class action suit. I think it's one of its kind suit, and a lot of different countries now following up that, okay, something like this is able to happen. And on the competition part, I mean, just to give you a bit of idea that, the entire debate of data protection actually started with competition regime. And now what we have is that, we have created like different paths of like, how to deal this kind of a problem. And now we are ending up in a different kind of problem that, if it is data and privacy, you cannot go before competition authorities. However, like recently, German competition authorities, they have taken up privacy claim as, like how these big platforms are abusing people's privacy, and that has become, and that's how they're abusing their power to force people to give up their privacy. So I guess, some of these buckets are now going away, and all these divisions are being removed. So I think, like I said, it's about the vision and what the state really wants to do, but it's not like it's impossible, but how we interpret these laws, like, we really don't need to see laws like black and white, but we really need to go beyond the words of them as like, see what is the purpose and intention behind these laws, I guess.
We have a last very last comment, and then we will wrap up.
So I was working for vendor management at Google between 2017 and 19. We call them TVCs, temporary vendors and contractors. So my only point will be that, so actually making sure that the conditions of these workers are humane. It kind of goes through managing the trust and safety teams and making sure that their management involves certain standards, which is this very micro corporate level management detail, which is usually not, the governments don't have the tools or understanding to actually dictate how that team should work. And my second point would be when we're talking about how governments regulate technology companies, actually we should also come up with a framework and terminology to name and address when big tech cooperates with governments in the behind, from the back line. Sometimes authoritarian governments, sometimes there are demands which do not go through the official trust and safety or official mechanisms of big tech companies in terms of content moderation. So if we start talking about, if we maybe name that, that's not regulation, that's something else. That's an official thing that really harms the citizen at that point. I think that will be helpful. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to make like a really small remark on Anita's comments. Our framework for this year, in spite of having like an international law approach, we try to make it not from a universalist perspective. We are also drafting it from a relativist approach. Human rights need to be also criticized. We have to have a criticism perspective on human rights, because of course it can be ideologically dominated by the rich countries. Like we are from global south countries, and you know that this hegemony of the ideas can be really used as weaponized against our sovereignty, really. So yeah, just this is a small remark.
Okay, I think we have covered a very extensive range of issues, probably almost any kind of issue we could cover in 90 minutes. I would like to thank very much all the panelists for the excellent presentation and the participants for the excellent comments, because we have also had some very interesting remarks and ideas for more work. So I will suggest, if you are interested in reading this document, to go on the web page of the Coalition on Platform Responsibility and download it. It's for free for everyone. Share it and give feedback if you want. And we will meet you next year to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Coalition. Thank you. Bye-bye.
What you're saying, and it's extremely important to have something that is a baseline, but how do you do it, how do you make, what is subsidiary to what, I think that's very important, and I think there's some hope to do some kinds of economy regulations so human rights are really safe. I think the economy regulation is the weakest link. It's of course the Marcos Civil is a human rights intervention, but it's constantly challenged and threatened because of the big players. And also the Congress now being drafted bill, and the platform is now 24 hours per day. For the next session. Per week.
Next session. Good morning. We start the next session in a few minutes. It's going to be on surveillance. Thank you so much. تعين بس المودريتر لا ليش كراسي speakers. She's a speaker.
Yes.
She could sit down here.
But one moderator maybe sit here.
Just one and the speakers.
And the speakers, one more.
Yeah. Two speakers, one here, beside me.
Yes. All right.
Two speakers. The other speakers is coming now. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's very kind from you. Thank you.
من الفيرست speaker?
Me, Khalid Ibrahim. I'm the first speaker.
You are.
The first. Me, Khalid Ibrahim. This Khalid Ibrahim.
Oh, okay, first speaker, right?
And then Marwa.
First.
Marwa second.
Second.
And Asya third.
Asia third.
And then Sam.
Sam fourth.
Fourth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's Marwa. Okay.
Waiting for someone. Jyoti?
Okay.
Everybody here, right?
Everybody is here. So Marwa is here.
Okay.
Hello, Marwa. So, good morning. We are going to start the next session. Please take your seat. We will start in 2 minutes. Thank you so much. We have some. Somewhere. Okay. يلا خلينا نبدأ Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session, which is going to be focused on surveillance technology, different level of accountability. Let me first introduce the speakers. On my left, Marwa Fatafte, MENA Policy and Advocacy Manager at Access Now, and the coordinator of the MENA Coalition to Combat Surveillance, MCCS. Access Now is a non-profit organization founded in 2009 with a mission to defend and extend the digital civil rights of people around the world. On my right, Asya Abdul Karim, researcher at the Iraqi Network for Social Media, ANSIM. ANSIM is a network of bloggers and social media trackers on a number of issues that concern Iraq. ANSIM serves as a creditable source of accurate and verified news and updates of the digital rights in Iraq. And with us online, we have Samuel Jones. Samuel Jones is the president of Hardland Initiative, which is a non-profit, practice-based research organization that promotes the fundamental rights and freedom of people in conflict-affected and high-risk areas. So let me talk about the coalition. The MENA Coalition to Combat Surveillance, launched during the public session at RiotCons on the 7th of June 2021. The MCCS, the coalition, has come together to end the sale of digital surveillance tools to repressive governments in the MENA region, fight for a safe and open internet, defend human rights, and protect human rights defenders, journalists, and internet users from government's prying eyes. The murder of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi on the 2nd of October 2018 demonstrated both the dangerous consequences of targeted surveillance and the extent of secrecy and impunity in which authoritarian governments in the region can obtain and deploy sophisticated and oppressive spyware tools. Until now, there has been no real accountability in the killing of Khashoggi. the Saudi government still never held account for his killing and the killing of other activists. While the NSO group, as you know, managed to hack into the accounts of many internet activists using the Pegasus spyware. I have also to mention the case of my colleague Ahmed Mansour, a member of the board of the Gulf Center for Human Rights, who is the first victim of Pegasus spyware back in 2015. It is the same year in which he got the Martin Annals Award for Human Rights. Ahmed was arrested on the 20th of March, 2017, tortured and sentenced to 10 years in prison, only for his peaceful and legitimate human rights work. He is still in solitary confinement since his arrest. He, his family, friends, and we, his colleagues, have paid a heavy price for the use of surveillance technology against him. We are all still in pain. Now back to the NSO group. It says that it builds Pegasus spyware solely for governments to use in the counterterrorism and law enforcement work. But as I said, many of my colleagues, many human rights defenders, bloggers, journalists, and internet activists, they were victims of Pegasus spyware. Now, I want also to talk about the level of accountability. There is no any local mechanism to address massive human rights violations in the MENA region. And as such, by using the concept of international jurisdiction, the Gulf Center for Human Rights filed a complaint in France on the 28th of July 2021 against the Israeli software company NSO, which is responsible for harm caused to human rights defenders in the MENA region. The case is still ongoing. Now I will ask each distinguished speaker to present a brief summary of their work and the level of accountability they focus on. Let me start with my colleague Marwa. So Marwa kindly outlined the plan of actions for the MENA coalition to combat surveillance and the work you intend to do on accountability. Yes, Marwa.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Khalid, and the Gulf Center for Human Rights for putting this session together. As Khalid mentioned, Access Now and the Gulf Center for Human Rights launched at RightsCon 2021 the MENA Coalition to Combat Surveillance, and that came from the urgent need to combat the proliferating use of commercial spyware and digital surveillance tools in the MENA region. We, as Khalid had already highlighted, we have in different countries in the MENA region have been investigating and exposing the depths and the spreads of how spyware, digital surveillance tools like NSO groups, Pegasus spyware, among others, are used systematically to target, monitor, and surveil human rights defenders, journalists, lawyers, civil society from Bahrain to Morocco, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Jordan, Egypt, you name it. And therefore, we decided to bring local organizations together with global organizations to fight this phenomena. The issue of spyware and surveillance, as we all, for people who work on this issue, it is a transnational issue. For one, there are companies that are outside of the MENA region, or, in this case, Israel is one of the top exporters of these surveillance technologies. That in order to fight, in order to combat this industry, we need to strengthen solidarity, but also information exchange and advocacy tactics between civil society organizations. That's number one. Just looking at the transnational or cross-border nature of the surveillance industry. Another important fact here was, or factor was the fact that many activists and human rights defenders in the region are activists in exile, especially after the Arab Spring. And the spyware has enabled their countries to target them while they're abroad, to spy on them, to forcibly disappear them, to kill them. I mean, the case of this year, we have commemorated the 5th anniversary of Jamal Khashoggi's murder at the Saudi embassy in Istanbul. His fiance, his acquaintances, his son, his ex-wife, even their lawyers, all of those individuals have been targeted with Pegasus spyware. So again, we're talking, just to emphasize again on the point that we are dealing with a cross-border transnational issue that requires a collective commitment to fight the proliferation of spyware among civil society. Now, in terms of the plans, of course, we are dealing with a ghost-like industry. It's extremely opaque, elusive. Companies are hiding behind shell names. Their investors are also just as elusive. The transfer and the sale of these technologies are highly secretive. There is no way for us, for example, to know whether X country, X government, like has the government of Egypt contracted or had bought specific spyware. There is no way for us to know. The only way is to investigate through working with affected individuals. And Access Now, among other partners, we have built recently our forensic analysis team that we would be able to receive cases from human rights defenders, journalists, and activists to investigate and see whether their devices have been infected or targeted. The same goes with our partners like Amnesty International, Citizen Lab, among others. So the first objective here is to investigate and expose the companies and the human rights abuses that result from the use of the products that they've sold to the governments. The second thing, once we have exposed, we've published reports on where activists and victims have been targeted and what the result was in terms of human rights abuses. The second thing is looking at accountability venues, and that's of course the name of the panel, which has been hard because, for one, when a victim recognizes or are told, like once their device is checked, that you have been infected with Pegasus, they are traumatized. If you're a human rights defender, you're also afraid that you might be harming the communities you work with. And then the question becomes, who targeted me? And attribution is becoming harder and harder. For example, we can check if someone has been infected with Pegasus, but who was the government behind this infection is becoming difficult, and that is important for accountability, especially at an individual level. People want to know who is the entity or the government spying on them, and then they are also seeking litigation. They want access to remedy, and in on all of MENA countries, you can't just go to court and sue NSO Group or sue the government because of lack of rule of law and law enforcement. And therefore, the question always for us remains, how can victims seek remedy or have access to effective remedy when there is none in their home countries? And we have been exploring with the Gulf Center ways we can overcome this hurdle or challenge. For instance, the Gulf Center, and Khalid maybe can speak about this, have filed a lawsuit against NSO Group in France on behalf of a number of human rights defenders in the MENA region. We have also collaborated most recently, a few weeks ago, in a lawsuit filed against Emirati surveillance company Dark Matter, which has hacked the device of the prominent Saudi woman human rights defender Lujain al-Hadloul, together with 3 of its US executives who have helped set up the Dark Matter's surveillance operation. Now, of course, the company is trying to kill the lawsuit in the US on grounds that the victim and the company, and that the US court has no jurisdiction over these individuals. The victim is Saudi national, the company is Emirati, and the lawsuit is taking place in the US. And I'm a bit simplifying the matter, but this is the summary of it. And we think we wrote to the court an amicus brief emphasizing again that this victim does not have access to effective remedy, would not be able to sue either dark matter or the UAE government for spying on her, and therefore the court can actually exercise its jurisdiction to uphold human rights, and most importantly send a message to the surveillance industry that they can indeed be held accountable.
Thank you a lot, Marwa. And let me just ask you briefly about what about your efforts in relation to human rights due diligence advocacy efforts in relation to put an end to this cooperation between companies and democracies supporting oppressive governments in the MENA region?
That's an important point because, again, like going back to the issue of the surveillance industry itself, where it comes from, where is it exported from, and in some instances, like for example, the German company Finfisher. Yes, yeah. I forgot the name. Finfisher, and now thankfully they declared bankruptcy in Germany, but they had provided their surveillance technologies to the UAE, to Egypt, to Turkey. And so here again, we go to the issue of export controls and the role of so-called democratic countries in exporting or making this surveillance technology available to authoritarian regimes. Often, and even though there are some export controls in place, these technologies find their way in the hands of authoritarians that use them to target and attack human rights defenders and journalists. Our role has been to expose where export controls have been lacking, and also to add pressure on governments to regulate that industry within their jurisdictions through enforcing by-law accountability measures that, for example, companies that work on surveillance technologies have human rights due diligence in place in order to stop selling that tech to human rights abusing countries, among other issues.
Thank you a lot, Marwa. Let me move now to Asia. And Asia, could you just tell us about the work of UNSIM in empowering human rights activists in Iraq against the surveillance and digital attacks, and also what level of accountability we have in Iraq? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for this session. Actually, for those who is not know, UNSIM Network is a network for social media working on a group of digital rights defenders and digital experts. We have been working in Iraq since 2011 as a non-governmental and non-profit CSO to advocate for a free, diverse, and safe internet in Iraq. So we are a part of this MENA Alliance and MENA Coalition to combat surveillance. And before I begin to explain in detail, I want to tell those who don't know and emphasize to those who do that Iraq is a country that has experienced many wars and conflict over the years in various forms. As these conflicts have evolved, so have the capabilities of civil society activists and human rights defenders in dealing with these disputes in a new way. So we now have a concept of digital resistance, which has become increasingly prevalent in recent years due to its significant importance in changing the course of events. And regarding your question in Iraq, human rights defenders increasingly rely on digital technology to monitor and advocate for human rights, or to share their opinion, promote debate, and mobilize. Nonetheless, malicious actors such as pro-governmental groups, including militias, have also used these online platforms to threaten, intimidate, and harass activists. With the rise of massive use of social media in Iraq, digital privacy and digital security have never been more important. So UNSIM in Iraq play a vital role in empowering internet activists against surveillance and digital attacks. And we do this by providing trainings and resources on digital security and privacy, documenting and reporting on cases of surveillance and digital attacks, advocating for policies and laws that protect digital rights, supporting internet activists who are under attack, and monitor and document digital security threats to civil society in Iraq to provide training and resources to help civil society organizations to protect themselves. NSEM work has been instrumental in empowering internet activists to resist surveillance and digital attack. So, for example, NSEM has provided, as I said, many of trainings, and we documented numerous cases of surveillance and digital attacks against Iraq, against the activists in Iraq. Let me talk more about the hacking of activists for arrest using surveillance technology. So NSEM have documented that a lot of apps that have been compromised, which lead to serial arrests. As reported by a protester, I quote him, we would turn up to an area to hold a protest and find a masked militia waiting for us with knives and clubs. Activists in Iraq face various forms of digital threats ranging from hate speech to misinformation, hacking attempts, etc. In this regard, through our platform, The Checker, we aim to remain awake 24/7 to detect any attempts to spread misleading information that could lead to deadly consequences. Tragically, we witnessed the loss of two valuable individuals, the activist Riham Yaqub and the politician and journalist Hisham al-Hashimi, who were assassinated following a very massive online campaign by electronic arms affiliated with Iranian-backed militias back in 2019. So we lost these two brilliant due to the absence of effective deterrents of the time to stop the harmful disclosure. However, today we are striving to protect the lives of these defenders with all the tools and connections at our disposal by our platforms. Also, I want to mention that, just one second. The level of accountability in digital rights in Iraq are promoting is still in a very early stage. However, there are some promising signs like involving NSEM with a member of parliaments in various discussions regarding cyber crimes, law, data protection, and access to information. However, there are also some challenges that NSEM faced. The Iraqi government has a history of cracking down on decent and human rights activists are often targeted by the government and non-state actors like the Iranian-backed militias. Additionally, the Iraqi government is often slow to implement reforms, and it's unclear how long it will take for the government to pass and implement laws that protect digital rights. Despite these challenges, we are playing a vital role in empowering internet activists to resist surveillance and digital attack. These tactics are helping create more open, diverse, and democratic internet in Iraq.
Okay. Thank you, Asia. Now, just briefly, could you talk about your plan for future work and actions in relation to this important topic? Yes, Asia.
Yes, of course. So now we have a lot of plans, actually. We are maintaining a direct communication with the Iraqi political leadership, especially the Media and Communication Commission and the Ministry of Communication. We continually send reports of these violations and hold meetings with them to emphasize the importance of recognizing the digital human rights are none less significant than natural human rights. And we also engage with an international press release to put pressure on these authorities. This can be an effective method at time, given the influence of external political interference in Iraq and the consequences it can have.
Thank you a lot, Asia. Now it's time to move for our third distinguished speaker, our colleague Samuel Jones, who is joining us online. And the question for you, Sam, is how can investors help advance corporate accountability for civilians-related harms, including these associated with authoritarian governments? Yes, Sam.
Thank you. So first of all, sincere thanks to Khalid for the opportunity to participate in this timely and critical discussion. Second, I wanted to mention that I've been fortunate enough to live in both Palestine and Iraq, and once again find myself following Palestinian and Iraqi women who are both smarter and more articulate than I am. That said, I'll do my best to respond to the question. So just a quick note about Heartland that will help set the stage for my remarks. As you mentioned, Khalid, we're a practice-based research organization that assists investors in preventing and mitigating human rights risk across their investment portfolios, specifically those associated with business activities and relationships in conflict-affected and high-risk areas. While we work across industries, we have spent considerable time over the last several years prioritizing surveillance technology as a particularly at-risk sector in these particularly at-risk contexts. Some of the most pronounced recent human rights crises have underscored the severity and systemic risk posed by surveillance technology, whether that's the Russian state surveillance system SORM being used against Russian dissidents or to control Ukrainian internet traffic, the deployment of spyware by the military junta in Myanmar, the surveillance state created by the Chinese government in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region and Tibet, or the use of targeted and mass surveillance throughout the occupied Palestinian territories by the Israeli government. In other words, if you introduce these high-risk technologies into areas where the human rights regime is already failing to function as intended, where regulation and enforcement are either inadequate or used in rights-violating ways, or where systematic or episodic violence and abuse are a part of daily life, you can expect these products to exacerbate these issues unless companies have taken, as Marwa alluded to, the necessary steps to address human rights and conflict risks throughout their product life cycles and specific to their business models. And yet, in spite of the rather obvious heightened risk endemic to the use of such technologies, whether that's in Palestine or Iraq, the vast majority of companies producing surveillance technologies or those producing technologies that can be used for surveillance, like cloud-based computing, for example, do not conduct a correspondingly heightened version of human rights due diligence as called for by the UNGPs. And this is where investors come in. Investors are becoming increasingly aware that human rights risks to people due to high-risk products and services, high-risk value chain relationships, or in high-risk contexts can translate into financially material risks for companies and their shareholders. This could be due to regulatory enforcement, strategic litigation, operational disruptions, or brand damage. And there's perhaps no greater example of this in the tech space than the company that's been mentioned before, Israeli spyware maker NSO Group. Thanks to the investigative research of Citizen Lab, Amnesty Tech, Access Now, the reporting of Forbidden Stories, which detailed the global human rights harms emanating from the sale and use of Pegasus spyware, NSO Group became the target of strategic litigation by WhatsApp and Apple, regulatory blacklisting by the US Department of Commerce, government investigation in the EU, and international advocacy campaigns like the Pegasus Project. And collectively, these efforts resulted in massive financial and reputational costs for NSO Group, which was deemed valueless to its private equity investors during a London court case in April 2022, only 3 years after being purchased for $1 billion. Now, while NSO Group may represent perhaps one of the most egregious cases of surveillance-related human rights harms, there are numerous other examples where investors have the opportunity and the responsibility under the UNGPs to engage companies whose business models are at risk of contributing to surveillance-related harms in high-risk environments. Some examples include Google's decision to partner with Saudi Aramco and Saudi Telecom to build a cloud platform in the kingdom where surveillance-related risks are both severe and well-documented. Nokia's products and services being used to connect Russia's digital network with state-run surveillance system known as SORM to suppress dissent and surveil citizens. A range of surveillance-related systems, including biometric technology from French company Thales Group, supplied to the Egyptian government, which is creating a massive surveillance infrastructure in Cairo. Cellebrite, owned by a publicly traded Japanese company, Sun Corporation, selling digital forensics and intelligence tools to Myanmar's military junta, and Western Digital selling hard disk drives to Hikvision to be packaged with that company's surveillance offerings, which have been used as part of the Chinese government's surveillance and internment program in Xinjiang region. So as regulators and policymakers struggle to keep pace with the proliferation and use of these and other technologies globally, it's become even more critical for investors to directly engage companies and encourage rights-respecting behavior from the design to the end-use stages. In other words, in the absence of effective regulatory frameworks, investors represent a key potential driver for improved corporate policy, practice, and governance, corporate accountability for human rights harms, and most importantly, better protection for rights holders. So I'm going to just quickly try to concretize this point by reflecting on several potential roles investors can play vis-a-vis surveillance technologies. First, many of our investor partners have exclusionary screens for controversial weapons that are fundamentally incompatible with international humanitarian and human rights law. So think about nuclear, chemical, biological, cluster munitions, and landmines. We're currently working with some of those partners, along with Access Now, the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, and other experts, to develop similar criteria for spyware, meaning that it would necessarily be excluded from investment portfolios due to the emerging discourse suggesting that spyware is also fundamentally incompatible with international law. While many public equity investors may not directly be exposed to spyware, since the sector is largely funded by private equity, these massive investors in North America, Europe, and elsewhere could send a strong public signal that spyware is fundamentally a toxic asset class. Second, and especially in light of emerging regulations around surveillance technologies and mandatory human rights due diligence in Europe, there's a role for investors to play in directly engaging policymakers concerning the need to put into place laws governing the design, marketing, and use of targeted and mass surveillance among state and non-state actors. There's both actually a human rights imperative and a long-term financial interest for investors to advocate for the development and adoption of fit-for-purpose rules for these technologies that can contribute both to, and most importantly, a reduction or prevention of human rights harms, but that also corrode public trust in state institutions and destabilize the conditions that make for a prosperous economy. And third and finally, investors can continue to engage companies, those in and adjacent to the surveillance technology industry, on improved policy, practice, and governance measures that more effectively identify, assess, prevent, and mitigate surveillance-related harms. In order for these engagements to be truly effective, though, investors must be equipped with technically sophisticated research and analysis, like that provided from our colleagues from Palestine and from Iraq, so that companies aren't able to out-tech them during these dialogues with investors. And this is where civil society expertise becomes critical, providing investors with the resources they need to have conversations about contractually, operationally, and technologically preventing and mitigating these harms, even in authoritarian and other high-risk contexts. So I'll close my remarks there.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for joining us at such a late time for you. Thank you for mentioning Palestine and Iraq. Briefly, I have another question for you, Sam. What are the future plans for Heartland initiative around surveillance technologies in particular? Yes, Sam.
Sure. So I appreciate the question. As I mentioned, we work across industries, but in the next 12 months, we're planning some fairly specific activities around surveillance technology. So first, an effort to designate spyware as a toxic asset class among public and private equity investors. Inspired by the anti-personnel landmine movement, this will include the development of investment exclusionary criteria that I mentioned previously, but it'll also include a white paper on the severe human rights and financially material risk associated with this technology, investor and company collaborations designed for these stakeholders to work together on mutual threats posed by spyware and its exploits, a global majority gathering designed to more fully integrate grassroots civil society experts experts on targeted surveillance directly into investor-led company engagements and working with partners to map out the spyware ecosystem. And then second, I would mention building off an event that Heartland Access Now and the Resource Center held in London on the abuse of surveillance technologies in MENA. We'll be working with a coalition of North American and European investors to engage a handful of tech industry leaders in private collaborative discussions on concrete and meaningful ways to address surveillance-related risk through better market entry analysis, improved harm and value chain monitoring, and contractual and operational human rights guardrails. So the point of that is moving away from these 30,000-foot policy discussions with tech companies focused on the UNGPs and really focusing on the operational impacts of their technologies on people on the ground. That's and I'll close there.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for all this work that has the potential to enhance the protection of all of us. Now we open the floor for any question, comment, discussion, or any online question. Do you have any comment, any question? Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. Stephanie Mickelson, UNFPA. So I look at kind of the gendered aspect of all of this. This is still, I'm learning a lot, so thank you again. I was wondering, if that gendered element of like human rights defenders is something that we consider and analyze as we have these reports and as we move forward, because as we know, clearly, 2 of the 4 people here today are women. I would just like to hear a bit more about that if we can. Thank you.
I think Marwa will address that. Yes, Marwa. Yes, take this.
Thank you, Khalid, and thank you for raising this question. We have actually started looking at the gender dimension of targeted surveillance. As someone who has worked with surveillance victims in the MENA region, I know firsthand, and as a woman from that region, I know firsthand how scary it is to have your personal information, or let me rephrase, to have an adversary government that is hell-bent on destroying your character, especially if you are a woman human rights defender or a human rights lawyer or a journalist, a woman who works on public interest or human rights activism, and to have all that personal information weaponized in order to smear your reputation and to discredit you and delegitimize your work. And so just to take a step back, we have been working on how women are targeted generally online from doxing campaigns, and that is sharing images or information about women without their consent, including like their home addresses. We've seen cases where even the addresses of the women's children, like the addresses of their children's kindergartens or schools, medical records, sometimes even sexual activities, intimate conversations, screenshots of WhatsApp conversations and whatnot. Women sometimes when they are on the streets protesting, we've also seen cases with their devices confiscated. So we know firsthand as an organization that deals or provides support to those at-risk communities, how dangerous it can be if a government has its hands on that personal information and what it can do with it. And now adding to that layer, spyware. So if let's take Pegasus spyware as an example, and that's not the only spyware available on the market. There are many other commercial spyware tools, some we know of, some we don't. But once your device is infected, the government client pretty much has access to everything. Your can turn your microphone on your phone on, so it can spy on your conversations, your camera, telephone calls, messages, contacts, emails, even encrypted messages like on Signal or WhatsApp, where you think that you are communicating safely with individuals, but in reality, all of that is being exposed and seen by the government. Now, for women, the impact of targeted surveillance is particularly egregious because women are subject to gender-based violence online and offline. They are afraid. It kind of restricts not only it violates their privacy and also restricts their ability to express themselves or express their right to freedom of expression and opinion, but also it restricts their movement. Women I spoke to that have been spied on feel afraid to walk on the streets. They have to change tracks, for example, because they feel that someone is following them. They know that if they are physically targeted or assaulted or harassed, they won't receive any legal or social protection because, again, going back to gender-based violence, especially in a region like MENA, where women are being killed and harassed without any consequences or little support. And therefore, for us, it was very important to advocate or to emphasize that targeted surveillance is a form of gender-based violence and should be for women rights groups, for UN agencies, and to develop international norms around that. That targeted surveillance is not. We're not only talking about the right, a violation of the right to privacy, but also in the case of women, it's a form of gender-based violence.
Thank you, Marwa. Yes, Asiya, you have something to add?
Yeah, so I will talk from the side of Iraq. During the past year, we was working on digital-based violence research, and in this research, we met with more than 100 Iraqi women. We did interviews with them. Most of them, in the conclusion, we found that they have faced digital violence. Most of them are so afraid to face this truth. As Marwa said, they are very afraid to go to the police and to report that they are facing a blackmail or hate speech or any other online threat. So because of the traditions, especially in a closed community in Iraq, they are so afraid to be killed. And I mentioned one of the story of the YouTuber Tiba Ali. She was reported to the community police in Iraq that her father is threatening her to be killed because she ran away outside Iraq because of she was facing a domestic violence. So they make the dad to make a commitment to the police that he will not be targeting her. He will be a good father for her. And the next morning she was dead. So the women in Iraq are facing a lot of digital violence which reflect on the earth, and this is a very important challenge actually. So in Iraq also the pornographic image is not just what it's mentioned in the word. Pornographic may be that to spread an image of a girl that wear a hijab, but it spread an image without hijab. So that will be targeting her from the community. So we are trying for NSEM actually. We launched a hotline help desk actually. We receive a lot of blackmail cases. We're trying to help them because they, as Marwa mentioned, they are sorry. They are so afraid to be in a court or in a police station. So we are trying to help them, but it's a very challenge. Actually, it's a global challenge. We are trying, and we hope finally, soon, we will do our best to help all these women.
1 minute. I have little doubt that, no doubt at all, that digital attacks on women, human rights defenders should be regarded as gender-based violence. And really little have been conducted in research with regard to the psychological impact on women when they are going to be victims of spyware such as Pegasus. We have colleagues such as Ibtisam Saaq in Bahrain, Hala Ahed in Jordan. They were victims of Pegasus, and it has a huge negative impact on their family life, and still all that never properly researched. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Yes. I just wanted to add a comment to this discussion. I'm Fatima Fanis at the Internet Alliance. That it is a gender-based form of violence, also because, and that's the part of the iceberg that we do not see, like every woman in this region, but also more generally, who is slightly being an activist or more on the spectrum, is afraid of their being surveilled or their information being released because of that reason. So even before being surveilled, it does impact women's lives, like any gender's life, of course, but women to a greater extent in societies where they're more targeted, and it impacts, and they have to basically adapt their activism and their lives to the potential threat, which is another way of oppression. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to comment on that? Yeah. Yes, please.
I could not agree more. I could not agree more. Especially when, at least in the MENA region, the whole notion around morality and how women should behave, how should dress, how should conduct themselves in public, that's already policed even before these technologies were invented and now deployed on a increasing scale. We have, for example, cases where, Khalid mentioned Ibtisam Saaq, who is a Bahraini human rights defender, and we published a report together with frontline defenders showing how she was surveilled and targeted. And she told us that even in her home, like once your privacy is violated, especially right now with our devices becoming an integral part of our lives, it felt like an assault or an attack on her own kind of bodily integrity, and she doesn't feel safe in her own home. As a veiled woman, she's a practicing Muslim. She doesn't even feel like free to be herself at her own home. She has to wear the veil at all times, and that also we have had similar testimonies from Palestine. Maybe it's a separate issue with not targeted surveillance, but mass surveillance and facial recognition technologies pointing directly through the windows of people's houses or homes, and there women also express that they have to wear the veil at all times. So just to share how intimately that impacts women on levels beyond what we can imagine.
Thank you a lot, Marwa. Is there any comment, any question? If there is nothing, I go back to Sam. You have a question? Yeah. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Isamu from Japan.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, both of you, I think the surveillance has secondary effect on us, because after 2 years, the Pegasus article was published. We are so intimidated, even in Western world journalists. We are very afraid to contact with you or human rights activists or other journalists. So some journalists are feeling that we feel very hesitant to cover such activities or organizations. What are the secondary effects after 2 years the Pegasus was revealed? Are there any hesitation or the shrink of activities in your spheres or countries?
You want to answer? I think always we have to confront perpetrators of our privacy. the right to privacy is a human right, and we shouldn't wait. We shouldn't be afraid from doing all what we could, whether it's human rights litigation or taking proper actions to stop companies from attacking our rights, including the right to privacy. I agree with you. It is not easy now to communicate if you have sensitive information, but the tools are out there for you to make sure that your privacy is respected and not compromised by companies. And as a journalist, I really encourage you always to find the truth and always to shed a light on the activities, illegal activities of companies who are supporting oppressive governments in our region, MENA region, and other regions, as it is very important for us to show solidarity and to cooperate and to work together in order to end this business of surveillance against human rights defenders and other citizens. Yes.
Thank you, Khalid. I'd like to add 2 points. One, thank you very much for raising that point. This is precisely one of the key impacts of targeted surveillance. It's not only about the individual that is targeted or infected with a malware or a spyware, but also the communities that they live or interact with. So this second-hand trauma or the second-hand impact, journalists being afraid to speak to their contacts and resources confidentially, human rights organizations not being able to corroborate evidence of human rights abuses or speak to local sources on the ground, and that's especially true for, let's say, activists or civil society organizations working in exile. These are really all concerns, and that is at the end of the day the ultimate purpose of surveillance, to silence dissent and to silence independent media reporting. However, after the Pegasus project, it had the opposite effect in the sense that people became, at least in the region, people became more aware about this threat. And I have to say, as we run this digital security helpline, we have more and more people coming to us, including journalists, to have their devices checked and scanned. So ultimately, this awareness led to people thinking about their digital security and prioritizing that, where that wasn't necessarily the case, especially for journalists that are working under capacity or with limited resources. Now digital security has become front and center. So that's a good outcome. It's a blessing in the midst of this ongoing scandal. So I mean, I hope this leads to more exposing of these spyware companies, and also that journalists and others find ways to protect themselves and their resources.
If I could just add from the investment
yes,
front.
Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, from the investment front as well. I mean, there in terms of limited positive outcomes, following sort of the Pegasus project and the huge controversies and the financial implosion of NSO Group, definitely in conversations with both public and private equity investors, there was sort of a stain around anything that had to do with spyware. And so when we would talk to asset owners and asset managers, they would go to great lengths to talk about how they are consciously avoiding spyware. The problem, of course, with this is that spyware is not typically marketed as spyware. It's done under the rubric of law enforcement or counterterrorism. And so a big challenge for us, including over the next year, is really educating investors about how spyware shows up in its different forms in their portfolios.
Thank you, Sam, and I fully agree with Marwa that digital security should be our focus to not give any opportunity for hackers or companies to get into our accounts, and also to protect our colleagues, our companies, our information. Now we are in the final minutes, so I don't know, Asha, do you want to say something, the final say for 1 minute before we conclude? Yes.
Thank you all for all the questions, and thank you, Khalid, for this session. Actually, it was great to hear from you about all this threat and surveillance. It's actually a happy moment and a sad moment at the same time that we are sharing the same issues. I hope that all of who is attending this meeting to work together actually to face this huge threat against us as a human rights defenders and activists and journalists. Thank you all.
Thank you, Asya. Sam, your final say, are you optimistic that in 2 years, 3 years, we will end this cooperation between companies and democracies, investors, that we could hold into account? Yes, Sam.
That's the hope, but I think I just want to reiterate a critical point, and that is for investors that tend to be overwhelmed by different environmental, social, and governance issues. It's really human rights defender organizations, whether at the international level like Access Now, or at the grassroots level, that provide the critical information or can provide the critical information that investors use with companies on demonstrating that there are real human beings impacted by their investments and that it's their responsibility to take appropriate action. So really, we depend on those civil society organizations for our own work.
Thank you, Sam and Marwa, the coordinator of the MENA coalition to combat surveillance. Your final say, Marwa.
Final say. We have a huge job to do. I'm not sure if 2 or 3 years would be sufficient, but it's definitely a priority fight for us and many of our partners. And as Sam mentioned, it's also one of our key goals to map surveillance technologies and spyware being used in the MENA region, including the companies, their investors, their corporate structures, as well as the human rights abuses facilitated by the use of these technologies. That for us is important for a number of reasons: for accountability, for investor advocates, for journalists, lawyers, litigators. We want to make that, we want to expose that industry to the extent we can, and to help others in this ecosystem hold these companies accountable. So it is an ongoing fight. For those who would like to join our coalition, I mean, it's MENA focused, but it's open to global and local and regional organizations. Feel free to get in touch with us. And, we're planning to revamp the coalition, so there will be more advocacy campaigns next year, hopefully.
So with that, I have to thank our distinguished speakers, Samuel, Marwa, and Asya. Thank you, all of you who are in the room, and also a lot of thanks to people who followed us online. And with that, I wish you a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you.
الحمد لله. كنت حاط ايدي على قلبي. انا عارفه. انا بدون مروه شو اسوي؟ يلا. شكرا آسيا. والله آسيا يعني في اللحظات الأخيرة. والله آسيا وردة هذا أدز عريضة شكر، مش رسالة شكر، عريضة شكر الخمسة. زين. وإذا تردين هم أدز عريضة للأسرة في بغداد بالأردن، لأنه جيتي وحكيتي وما شاء الله بلبل. وسد تعالي خلي أخذ صورة وياك هنا. أقول له يا أبا هذا عينه فيديو طيب صلاحيات. والله بالله. أنت ساكتة. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Excuse me. I'm Salman Stanif, Japanese newspaper. Sao? Yes. Thank you. Do you want? Yes. But no, I'm almost retiring now.
Enough long names, but basically it's your own language. But we all constantly are trying to make sure that we're bringing surveillance technology as an issue to the forefront, right? Because a lot of people think of image-based abuse, you know, it's very visual. They think of like, okay, on Facebook you have this image and that's an issue, but nobody's really thinking about all of the data we collect as an organization, that's just something that, yeah, that we don't think about enough. So anyway, I'm trying hard to make sure that as we go more into this space, that this is an issue that's included in all of the definitions. And they looked at each other and one said, "Oh, actually, we've been using it for 12 years." They still haven't put it in. Sherry is here. Okay. Oh, you're the one that does it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Because Sherry is here. Have you run into her? She's the one that runs. Anyway. So yeah, and it's the judge that does not understand this. There is no education. It's just that we started. We have been calling for actually, I'm sorry. It's very important for us to be able to call and have this package that has the cultural yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We're taking it at a number of different angles. Because there's so much to do. We don't have a gender and so we're trying to integrate into the existing services. It has to be within our legal framework. So we're coming out for this year where we're going to be creating a framework, global framework of how governments can create legislation that actually addresses yeah, different legal systems, different everything. And then also if we get too specific, censorship gets focused on, let's say, like by the time we actually get that legislation passed, right? It's not going to be a thing anymore. You're going to have like a different type. So yeah, those are kind of the questions that we struggle with. Sounds good. Yeah, let's talk for sure. And where are you based? Where are you based? In Jordan. Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, let's definitely connect. Perfect. Okay, take care.
I don't know, but also these are
this is the insanity that's going on. And I'm watching
Jordan's in Canada. I mean, I come from Palestine, so for me but I mean, here's the thing, like, you have to do proper human rights due diligence before you take action to prevent and be able to discern and dissect what is legal, what is illegal, and just to listen to the protests. There's so much disinformation, there's so much emotions flaring up.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then it's a matter of perspective.
Yeah.
Whose human rights? Mine are more important than yours. Yours are more important than mine. No. But who's going to have the integrity, the courage?
For me,
To say,
I've lost
Да,
faith
это
in
понимаю,
like
что да.
they're
Окей. А это один микрофон.
Да-да-да.
Ай, я туда, наверное, сяду куда-нибудь. Куда? Вот, садись. Ну, так мы оба сядем в микрофон, я могу где-нибудь тут сесть.
Не-не-не, я говорю, садись.
I just wanted to say hi. I think we were at the discussion on Saturday. We were at the Campus Principals, right? You met my colleague Alex, Alexander. I think you guys had a good chat.
You have the last
And then,
presentation, right?
yeah, we worked together. So I just wanted to
Because when I saw the
that
PowerPoint
we-
presentation, I
I'm
said,
sure
okay, I
we'll
will
be
change
in
the date.
contact.
I was thinking different. I need to.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Я его не видел. А нам с ним тоже надо интервью записать. Так наклеили. Ты посмотри. Нормально. Нормально. Что такое?
Индийский пытаюсь.
А кто у нас репортер?
Андрюш?
Дрифик?
Не, репортер вот это вот на самом деле не знаю кто. Но...
Рахим Дальжхкарме. А он тут вообще?
Это она, мне кажется. Ну, нет, я не знаю, где она, я знаю, даже ни разу не видел, если честно.
Ну, особисто мне поебать.
Ага.
Блин, даже не знаешь, куда пойти, чтобы сфоткать. Наверное, с того ракурса буду вас фигачить. Да.
Постит фоточки.
М?
Вот сфоткал тебя.
О. Спамить сейчас будет. Сейчас, Лида, привет. Я там внес справки, файлик.
Ну, еще подождем 5 минут.
Да, конечно. Ну, в смысле, так у нас через 4 минуты только начало, или там минутку, две.
Я еще подумала, блин, у нас, наверное, минут 45, а у нас час.
Да, у нас час. Ну, Марко, как обычно, сидят там вообще, наверное,
на 2 часа.
Полчаса минимум. Ну, по полчаса на слайд будет. Если повезет.
Конечно, никто не пришел, все задолбали сюда.
Ну, вообще.
Собраться.
Более того, люди уходят. Это настолько успех. Он просто стал. What the fuck am I doing here?
Да, по сравнению с этим, по метаверсам было вообще успех.
Успешный успех.
Да, хотя бы люди вопросики какие-то.
Ладно, будем надеяться, что нас 5 миллионов смотрят онлайн. По Первому каналу еще это. По NHK и по там CNN.
When you need a slide on the screen, would you tell here, would you want to slide 3, so slide 1, please. So this person is already in the Zoom. So when he done with all, it's not. We're waiting.
Okay, no, my voice was like no problem. Minutes about, and then if she's not okay, we'll start.
Just leave her alone. Leave her alone. Так а зачем нам клики отдали, если она сказала, что надо просить ее слайды?
Нет, ты сказала, что включили презентацию.
А, включили именно. Окей.
Спросил бы на своем этом.
Вы вообще.
Жапонском. А эти люди, они где все?
Они зарегистрировались. Они исключительно послушать.
Можно.
А ты фоткал с ветеров?
Видишь, хорошо.
Ладно, сейчас удачи.
Сейчас, подожди, я скину. Да он пока у нас там это одна непредставленная дурочка. Я сейчас скину вообще. маленький блок.
Не он в этом конце, знаешь, как дебилы смотрят, не выглядит. We're about to start.
Поболтаем подольше.
Я так чувствую, вопросов в зале будет очень много.
Окей, thank you. Чё, Ром, может, ты еще что-нибудь скажешь?
Что я здесь делаю?
Ты что-то не ко мне. Сколько минут? Что, час?
Час.
Я написала в ньюс-чат.
Да уже пора начинать, да.
Я могу этот использовать?
Этот уже работает. Видишь, нас слышно прям все.
So we'll start. Okay, thank you very much for joining us online and on site. So, my name is Alina Ustinova. I'm representing the Center for Global IT Cooperation. We're the coordinators for Youth Russian IGF. Thank you. And so we also have a project which is called Youth Digital Ombudsperson. We actually presented it in 2021 in the IGF where it first started. So, and the idea of this networking session is to tell about projects that involve like enlightenment of youth and of many people around the world about IT, about tech, about what initiatives we have from around the globe. And maybe someone can find people who they can work with in the future. So basically this is it. I hope that someone maybe will ask us online audience some questions or maybe propose some kind of a project because it's all about networking. So we're going to start with my colleague here, Pavel Poznikov, will tell us about the project of the Coordination Center for TLD.ru.rf.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, as it was previously mentioned, I'm from the Coordination Center for Russian top-level domains, .ru and .rf. Nice to see you again. Well, let's start maybe with my presentation. Yeah, see it. Well, and I'll tell you about projects of the Coordination Center. We'll start with the first one. And so the center pays great attention to the projects aimed at increasing the level of knowledge and digital literacy among young people. The first one project is Summer School on Internet Governance, as you can see on this slide. The school already has its own history for the last 4 years. This time the school had almost 300 submissions to participate in, and about 40 of them finished the course. We had so wide range of ages, of countries, backgrounds. As usual, we have a strong women lobby there. And the project school traditionally lasts for 2 months. Next one, the Youth Council of the center. As you can see, the main goals is to give participants a space to implement their own ideas, projects, and also to give them a special experience on conducting events concerning internet governance idea. So, next one, the Digital Reality Club. We, with my colleagues, and I mean members of the Youth Council, alumnus of the Internet Governance School, so we organize sessions and discuss with experts during the club hottest topics of internet governance. The last one session, for example, we discussed this current event, the IGF in Kyoto. Traditionally, we have a special course on the eve of the Russian Internet Governance Forum. You can shoot it with your phone. All of you can see the QR code on the screen. The special course aimed at engaging the young people in the topic of internet governance. And the last one, but not the least, traditionally we have, after the forum, a special youth section to formulate a call, a message from the younger generation concerning the current IG issues. So I'm done. If you have any question, you can ask me. Yeah, thank you, Alina.
Thank you, Pavel. So I think that we will have a Q&A in the end of our session. So if you want to write something in the chat, please do. We will answer, or probably just we give the word to you. So we will stay in the same region, Eastern Europe, and now I want to give a word to Marco, who will speak about his involvement. Maybe. I'm sorry. So next slides, please.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. I am Marko Pavlovski. Oh, wait, I have a slide. Okay. I'm Marko Pavlovski, coming from Macedonia. I am currently, from this year, coordinator of the Internet Governance Forum, the national one for North Macedonia. And how I'm here as a representative of the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. What started as an idea and initiative many years ago, it's still now running, and it's one, how can I say, coalition or group of youth people who are involved in the internet governance world. So the whole body or the coalition is everyone who is under 35 years old can join the coalition. We have a mailing list, we have a working groups where we are representative. I mean, the steering committee each year is selected, which 1 year of term. Representing the 5 regions of UN regions, how it's propagated. Here on the slide are for this year steering committee, me from Eastern Europe, we have Joao from Western Europe, Latin America we have Nicolas, Asia Pacific Fio, and African we have Mauritia. So what actually we do? The whole idea is to group the youth who are interested in intergovernance topics to discuss, to merge together, as Alina mentioned, to network and maybe collaborate on some projects. But we have also some, how can I say, regular activities that we are doing each year. I put here a few on the slide. The first one is together with Inter Society, we are doing the Youth Ambassador Mentorship. We are opening a call for mentors, we select the mentors, and some of us are part of the guidebook and whole coordination with every mentor there. We are also registered in the IGF Dynamic Coalition that represents each year at the IGF. We have some sessions on the Dynamic Coalition forum. During the year, we organize webinars and workshops on different topics that are involved in the youth, and we tend to the speakers to be the youth people to share about their work, what they are doing, so we learn more about them. We have a bi-weekly newsletter of opportunities that we are sharing about the youth opportunities like fellowships, open jobs, stuff that youth can be signing or joining. In the last 3 years, we are organizing, when IGF is opening the calls for submission for the this forum, we are preparing and collecting the youth together to put the submission, because if you are new to IGF or maybe you seen on the website and new in this world, how can I say, of internet governance, there is a procedure that you need to follow if you want to propose a proposal or submission. So we are organizing the youths on the topics on the different segments and collecting together to help and write the proposals and apply them so they can be selected for the IGF. In this year, we had, I think, around 100 something proposals together with the Internet Society Youth Standing Group, and about 10% of them were selected. That's around 15 sessions, I think, here on the Internet Governance Forum at Japan. Writing posts usually about experiences. I had a blog post about my experience in the RightsCon in Costa Rica. a few about the dynamic coalition meetings and something like that. And as I mentioned, we have active mailing lists. I want just to mention here that there's a lot of more opportunities that are not just Youth Coalition Internet Governance and Internet Society Youth Standing Group, which I think the next will be the presentation. On the site of Youth Coalition Internet Governance, which I can share later, there is how to get involved, about the youth, how can they get involved, and there are plenty of opportunities listed by region, by organizations like Internet Society, ICANN, and many more. So yes, I will keep it short. If there are any questions, we can discuss more in the Q&A session. And yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next one to present a project will be going to Asia, India. So Shraddha, please, she will join us online. So please start. I will, please next slides, and just tell me what to click because, do you hear us?
Thanks. Yes, thanks, Alina. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you, but it's a little bit, maybe you can be a little louder.
Yes, I can be a little louder. Is this better now?
Okay, thank you. So, just
okay.
Thank you next slide where you want to take me.
Yes, I will. Thank you so much for sharing the slides. Hello, everybody. Very good morning in Japan, wherever you're joining, and everybody online, a very good morning to you too. So my session my presentation is going to center around two main topics. And the two main topics are the two organizations that I'm currently a part of. That is the International Telecommunication Union's Generation Connect group and the Youth Standing Group. The Youth Standing Group for which I'm a board member. So can you go to the next slide, please?
Next one?
Okay. Yes, please. Okay.
This one?
So,
okay.
Yes, please.
This one?
Yes, this one.
Okay.
So, thank you. So the International Telecommunication Union's Generation Connect group is a group of young members selected from all the regions across the globe. So I'm a part of the Asia Pacific section of the group, and we have currently a few representatives who are on site in Japan, who are representing the International Telecommunications Union in Japan for to ensure that youth members and youth voices are heard at the highest levels of policy making and decision making on the internet and in ICT. But the main presentation idea or the topic that I want to center around here today is the idea of Youth Standing Group and the role of Youth Standing Group of Internet Society, which formed as a part of the ISOC special interest groups and then later changed into Youth Standing Group, about what we do, how we do, and how we can enlighten youth to get involved in more internet governance activities. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yes, thank you so much. So the Youth Standing Group started out as Youth Observatory and became Youth SIG, and now it's currently the Youth Standing Group. It's made by the young people for young people. The idea is to ensure that all young people get a voice on the internet and their opinions and their voices are voiced out and they're heard at the highest level of policy making. So it started in 2015 and was integrated in ISOC in 2016 as a special interest group. And in 2022, we received a permanent status as a standing group, or this 2022 SG. And the current board of directors, you can see them on the screen for 2022 to 2024 terms are below. And if you will notice something carefully, you will notice that in the presentation Marco gave just before me, the Youth Coalition of Internet Governance and Youth Standing Group work very closely together, so much so that one of the board of directors of the Youth Standing Group and Youth Coalition of Internet Governance, Mauricia, who's from Africa, she's a member of both of the groups. So this is something that we understand from the idea of collaboration and the idea of involving youth members about how we can take this forward. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Yes. So the question that comes up is youth engagement across the globe. What does the future hold for young people? And next slide, please. Yes. So the Youth Standing Group, these are a few activities of the Youth Standing Group that I wanted to highlight about what we have done. And Marco highlighted about these in his presentation as well, about the Youth Standing Group role that has taken place, about internet governance submissions. So we created working groups to submit proposals to the IGF. So if anyone who's new to internet governance and who doesn't really know what's going on, and they need some help or understanding about how they can help and how they can participate. So this is something that we try to include and we try to ensure that can be incorporated and we can have the youth members participating. So it can be a little intimidating initially if you're a new member. So this is how we try to make sure that you feel welcome and you can get involved. Can we go to the next slide, please? One other factor that we participated in and that made huge, that received a lot of response was the Global Digital Compact. So the United Nations published the Global Digital Compact, and as youth members, we made a detailed submission about what the youth community wants and what can be modified in the Global Digital Compact. It's available on the UN website, so if anyone wants to check it out, it's mostly available. Next slide, please. Yes, this is something that is being launched tomorrow, I am to understand, in person in Japan, because we currently have the board members attending in Japan as well. And this is the Youth Atlas. It's a celebration of youth engagement in internet governance. So that will happen tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that. We're very excited for it. The online version will also be launched tomorrow itself. Next slide, please. Yes, so your future opportunities. Next slide, please. One thing that I want to point
we have a problem with your connection because we don't hear you actually. Can you hear us because you just went silent for a moment? One moment, I will try to connect with. Ah, she's gone? Okay. So while we'll try to establish the connection back to, so I will just talk about our youth project because I mentioned it like in the beginning. We in 2021 when it was like first, she's back? Yes. Okay, then I will tell this again. Shraddha, are you there?
Alina, can you hear me now?
Yes, you went out, as far as I understand you.
Yes.
Yes, so I can hear you well now. You can continue with the slide. Yes, this one.
Yes, 1 second. Yes. So one thing that I wanted to highlight was regarding the
There's no one. Yeah.
I can give brief intro about the slide.
You can. Let's put slides. Marco will tell us about it. Yes, thank you, Marco.
Yes, because we work closely, so I know what she maybe was intended to tell. The youth standing group, they have 2-year mandate, so she wanted to tell that the next year is the election of the new board or board, yes, for Internet Society Youth Standing Group. You need to be first member of that youth standing group to be proposed to be in the new board. So her idea was that if you want to make changes or if you want to do something for the youths in the Internet Governance Forum, next year, as on the slide is mentioned, beginning of the early 2024, there will be open call for elections and for proposals for board. So yeah, join the mailing list, join the youth standing group, and if you want, candidate yourself to the new 2-year term of board members for Youth Standing Group Internet Society.
Yes, thank you. And I guess was actually the
QR code, I guess, to join the Internet Society. Even if you don't have Internet Society chapter in your country, you can make your online account and you will become a member of Internet Society group and Youth Standing Group, of course.
Okay, thank you. So this was Q&A, but I guess she hasn't joined us. We'll try to maybe she can answer for online speakers in the chat if you send questions. So maybe she's still there because I think that the problem is that the audio cannot be loaded. I started telling about the project. So let's begin. In 2021, when it was like first Youth Russian IGF, we established a very, I think, interesting project, which is called Youth Digital Ombudsperson. He was elected to this first Youth IGF. And his idea was to create someone who can who can explain the tech laws to the youth audience. For example, and also to enlighten them how to have a secure connection to the web, or if they have problems with, for example, some kind of a digital issues, that they can go to someone and tell that they have a problem, what should they do, where should they go, like for example, if there are bullets in the web, so how to deal with this, how to deal with the psychological aspects of that problem, or with the law thing, because there are still laws that can protect you from such things. And he also, he's called Dmitry Gulaev. He actually participated in IGF 2021, which was held in Poland, but online. And he told about his project. Now he works mostly with the audience, with the high school and middle school audience, and try to explain, because it's a new generation who grew up when internet was available all the time. Maybe they grew up with a phone in their hand, and still they have problems with connecting online, with having secure connection. What I mean by secure connection is that, like, you go to the web and you know that you shouldn't you shouldn't scroll the internet for hours. You should probably have some time without phone in your hand. That there are some websites that can have malware, that can have and programs that can bring virus to your computer, etc. And he actually established his school, which is called School of Security School for Internet, and he tries to make some kind of course that school children can process and maybe tell their peers about the rules of behavior on the web, because it's still important to behave well. It's not like not to insult anyone on the web, because it's not a good behavior. And I guess that's actually what I tried to say about this project. He's still working, and since then he was alone, and now he has a whole team. So maybe someone want to do something like that in their country. So I guess because we left off the speakers, so maybe if we have like, some kind of questions, we can answer them. But if someone wants to jump in and say something, he's welcome, or she. Thank you. So do we have someone to tell something? I guess not. Okay. So I think that's because we're left of speakers, and because there have like 3 speakers didn't join, there's no one, right? Okay, yeah. So I guess we can probably wrap it up. So because we have yes. You want to say something? I might have a question. Yeah. Actually, take a mic.
Thanks. Well, while we are all here, I would just like to open a conversation and ask if you have any advice. Like, I'm from Canada, and I think we have an internet society back home, but I'm not sure it's very active because I've never heard of it. So I would like to have like maybe advice or a thing that worked particularly well in your own countries or areas to maybe inform our practices.
I would try to answer that one. Yeah, there is an inter-society chapter in Canada. I am not much aware how much is active. But first I would try contact them to see, first to know the people, because it's in your country, it's more easy to work. But also you can register on the, as I mentioned, Internet Society as a member there, especially if you are interested in some special groups like the youth, but there's more special groups that, I don't know, cybersecurity special group, gender balanced, I think have special groups, something like that, where you can cooperate. And I also, because we are still in the internet governance topic, I also wanted you to check, because I think there is also Internet Governance National Forum Canada, which is active. I can connect you with them because I know them. And to check those kind of things so you can know what is in your country and how you can do it online. I would say to anyone who is barely new to this internet governance, and I don't know, maybe they don't have at home those kind of initiatives for someone created, to take a look at the fellowships that are open. For example, Internet Society Youth Ambassador Fellowship is currently open. It opens this week, I think, last week, so it's active. It's very good. I'm not promoting that one, but I want to say that there are a lot of opportunities where it's very good experience, where you learn what is internet governance. They learn you how to advocate, maybe how to write a policy. So it will get you some kind of intro into this world, especially because there are some procedures that needs to be followed if you want to get more in that level, let's say. I'm telling this because I am a technical person, so for me this was like, okay, I don't know how policy works, I don't know how advocacy works, but it was very, very good. And as I mentioned, yeah, contact them, try to do something, because there is a lot of open space, especially for youth. I mean, it's not that open as we want to be, but in the year that follows, it's more and more engaging. They include the youth more as a topic or as a trend, I don't know, but we will see. But that's our chance where we can get more included and bring what we want to try. I don't know if I answered the question, but...
Yes, thank you, Mark. Did he answer you? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Because I said that Shraddha is also with us again, so we'll try to maybe connect with her. So Shraddha, a word to you.
Thank you so much, Alina. I'm sorry for the technical issues, but how is it an online call if there are no technical issues after all? Thank you so much, Marco, for continuing and completing the presentation. And this was something that I wanted to touch upon towards the end of my presentation about how you can get involved. And if you have no idea, and you don't know where to connect or who to connect to, so start out by reaching to the Youth Standing Group or the Youth Coalition for Internet Governance mailing list, and they're very open, the mailing lists and your interactions with people in the community. So what we can do in such instances is just the question that you asked here, we can put it on the group, and for sure you'll be able to get connected to someone who either works in the field or who has experience or who can connect you to the right person in the Canada chapter or on any international event that is happening in the Canada region with youth members' involvement. Furthermore, one thing that we've realized has worked particularly well that I wanted to share about the youth members or the youth standing group's involvement, and the Generation Connect ITU group also used this, was before we start out any project or an idea, we send out a survey asking what exactly is it that the community wants and what exactly is it that the youth need and youth want to prioritize. So we set out a list of priorities, we add an option towards the end that they can add more whatever they wish if there's any addition. But what we realized is that sometimes the list of priorities that we have in mind versus what the entire community has in mind can be different. So one example that I can give you is the International Telecommunication Union set up this call for the Generation Connect youth members, and Canada is particularly active in that particular arena. And one thing that came up was, while we prioritize cybersecurity, while we think that issues of ransomware and all of these issues are extremely important, on par with that, gender equity and intersectionality on the internet was also prioritized by the youth community members, which is why when we had the youth summit in Rwanda and the subsequent plenipotentiary in Romania, both of these issues were brought out and they were particularly highlighted by the community members, by the youth community as a top priority. So this is something that we've realized has worked well for us. So if you can get connected to the chapter, you can get involved with the youth members, and you can get initiated into the process of working in internet governance and participating and contributing your ideas. I think this is something that would be really nice to look forward to.
And so maybe also I will ask questions to every speaker, like if a person, for example, is not into internet governance at all, how can he actually start? And are there any kind of, maybe you can give some advice for a person that wants to, but doesn't know where to start? Like he doesn't have any kind of knowledge of the topic. Maybe everyone can do that. So who wants to start?
I might start later, you can maybe add me more. So as mentioned now, I would say if they are new to this, they don't know, or I don't know, they still don't know what is happening, maybe they don't like it in the end, I would say maybe joining the mailing lists and the working groups to find out, to see how it's going. Also, as we mentioned, we have a Telegram chat group chat, where we have a channels and share those kind of opportunities, happenings, events. And most of the events, they are available and free. Unfortunately, they are somewhere in the world, but most of like IGF, it's available to join online. Just to join them, to see what are discussion, how is the process going, because IGF is, for example, a platform for discussion, so it's not that we're gonna agree here something and that will be implemented, where it's different from, I don't know, ITU events, where they are more, how can I say, intergovernmental. But there are many events, I will mention here also ICANN, which is also more technical, I would say, technical on the policy level, but it's still to see. I would say if you don't know, try those events. You will find maybe something. You will meet nice people even online, and you will find maybe in the end what you are, in which direction you want to go. When you find the which direction, it's more easy than to, I don't know, get involved and engage and contribute what you can do. And as I mentioned, try to apply for the opportunities like fellowships and those kind of things, because in there you really learn all those kind of things and how to navigate on these events, how to prepare something if you want to show, or I don't know, maybe cooperate with others and join them, something like that. I would say those kind of things.
Shatko, do you want to add something maybe to Marco's speech?
Thank you so much, Alina. Thank you. Yes. So Marco was talking about the Internet Society's youth ambassadors, the IGF youth ambassadors. I have just posted the link on the chat here on the Zoom room. So you can check it out. And if you're not on the chat, if you're not in the Zoom and you're attending the call in person, just type Internet Society IGF Youth Ambassadors 2024 and you will see the link. The applications are closing in exactly 9 days from today on the 20th of October. So you have plenty of time The questions are going to mostly ask you about your passion for internet governance and what exactly drew you to internet governance. So it doesn't have to be a topic that is 100% internet governance related or you think is governance related, because most of these topics are intersectional. So environmental sustainability, eco-internet report, for example, of .asia that was brought in. So all of these are intersectionalities of you being interested in a different topic and connecting it to internet and making sure that they are furthered by internet. So another example is the SDG digital agenda that was brought in by the International Telecommunications Union. The report was released last week, I believe. And that report highlights how ICTs and internet governance can actually further all the SDG goals, and how internet can actually take your advocacy and your passion for a particular goal of the SDG forward. So that is something that you can highlight and you can explore and maybe bring in your fresh perspective. And adding on to what Marco was saying about regional groups, so in addition to having national chapters, what we also have is something called as schools of internet governance. So the virtual school of internet governance is the easiest one if you do not know where to start and you're confused and you just want to figure out if this is an area of interest that you might like. Start out with the virtual school of internet governance, and if something catches your fancy, so we have for the Asia Pacific region, there is the Asia Pacific School of Internet Governance, there is the Asia Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum. So all of these avenues are something where you can build on and start contributing about your experiences, about what you have understood and what you have experienced and how you can further it and better it. So these are a few avenues and opportunities that you can highlight. And above and beyond, the youth standing groups always here to welcome you and to get you involved. So anytime you want, just reach out to us, any of us, all the board members, Veronica, Zhao, all of them are attending the conference in person. So you can find them around in the room somewhere. Ask Marco where they are, call Marco, ask him how to get involved, how to get added to the mailing list, and he will help you out. And if not, you can always find me somewhere on LinkedIn or Instagram, anywhere on the internet, and you can always reach out to me and then we'll help you forward in this journey. So thank you so much, Alina. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Marco, want to answer?
Yeah, I want to add something that I didn't mention. We talk about internet governance, but internet governance is just one topic. I would say that it's an umbrella of topics. And I believe that anyone, even if you are not tech, if you're not, I don't know, law student or something like that, you will find something that you want to do on this topic or correlate to someone, to some of the topics. So it's a broad term, internet governance, but somehow it might need to be in the name. Yeah, I wanted to say that.
Yes, thank you very much. So is there anyone who wants to ask? Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Thorsten Krause from the Digital Opportunities Foundation based in Germany. I work in the field of child rights and digital environment. And in Germany we have several kind of councils or possibilities where young people can engage and participate, and they report different experience about their impact. So I would like to ask you, what's your impression about your impact to your adult organization, yeah, to the ITU, to IGF, to ICANN, or what else? And yeah, what's your impression? Do you have an impact? What challenges you faces? And yeah, maybe you can share some insights about that. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I can start. For some of the programs, we have like how can I say, some reports we are doing. For example, for the ambassadorship that I mentioned from Internet Society, that we are also together with Youth Standing Group and the Coalition of Internet Governance doing the mentorship. Many of them, when they finish, they are more active or going in some of the positions. So I would say it's on a way successful because you have like a mentor, you collaborate with them, and they have in the end. I mean, from year to year, they are making the program more serious, and the selected participants need to do a project to promote those kind of things. As I mentioned, Youth Coalition Intergovernance was one of idea as a project in the past, so now it's like a coalition in some way, which is approved by IGF. For the youth IGFs, it depends on because anyone can request or can do for their country. But it has I would say, impact in raising the voice of the youth. It's still, I would say, I mean, we are, the youth are very much involved. You can see that here also in the Internet Governance Forum, we have, I would say, not say plenty session, but there are a lot of sessions with youth were organized by them, they are part of the speaking or arrangement. But I think that it's still hard to push to the seniors, those kind of things, or I don't know, just to involve the youth. Okay, we have the youth, but what are they doing? Let's give them some kind of engagement, of course, what they can do and how can they do it, but get more involved them, not just to be present, because sometimes in the past I felt that we are at the conference because youth need to be at the conference, not doing or giving back something. Yes, and for the other things, I can say that, I don't know, the mailing list and those kind of things, in the past we have, as I mentioned, group chats. It's growing in the members and also in the sharing, because there we have like a section of events, and when every region is doing something, they are shared, like, guys, we are doing this, if you want to join, or we are doing this. Especially when we are organizing here for the IGF, it was very good collaboration, because I need someone from that region who is working in this, and immediately someone will find someone, and it's in this collaboration. But for those kind of things that we have, how can I say, a real situation, we can see the impact is. For some of the things that we don't have the reports or we are not doing, I cannot say some concrete answer if there is impact or no. But yeah, that will be my answer.
Yes, thank you, Marcus. So Shraddha, maybe you will say some kind of insights you have.
Thank you. So one of the ways that we measure impact at the youth standing group is to understand the amount of participation and how much it has increased over a period of time, and whether that has been meaningful participation. So meaningful participation in our context, we define it as contributions where, for example, when Marco told us that it's not a token representation, that youth is not at the table just because they want someone to be represented, because they want our voices to be heard and they want to include them in the presentation. So something that we have observed in the past is events such as Girls in ICT Days, events such as actions of the Asia Pacific region, such as the Net Mission Academy that was launched to get more youth members involved in internet governance, to explain from scratch about what internet governance means. The number of applications, the amount of interest that has been growing in these fields has been tremendous. The youth standing group, the number of members who were part of the youth standing group started out from 1,200 in 2022, who are active members of the community, who are active members of the SIG, and has reached above 2,500 last we checked, which was a few weeks ago. And this incremental increase that we've seen over a period of time is something that we use to measure our impact and to measure the contribution. Furthermore, what we're observing is the nuance of conversation has slowly started to diverge from just bringing youth to the table and making our voices heard to actual contribution to policies and governance issues of the government. So one, for example, is the youth reports and the youth policies. So Asia Pacific region is building a lot of its personal data protection laws, non-personal data protection laws in recent times. And initially what used to happen was that the statute would be brought in and it would be implemented, and the do's and don'ts and the issues related to the loopholes that are related in those legislations were only figured out later. So now what they're doing is that they're opening for public consultation, and because of such community members, we get together, we have people from different stakeholders who participate, bring in their opinion, and then we send a detailed report to such governments, to any legislations that is brought in about what we think has to be modified in that statute, and those public opinions are taken into account. So this is the sort of contribution that we're looking at the moment. And for meaningful contribution, what we've seen in terms of the International Telecommunications Union as well is that youth has been included not as a party to the conversation who can just pass by, but for the first time ever, for example, young members were allowed to be a part of the Plenipotentiary Conference, which is a conference exclusively between the ministers and the heads of governments of states across the regions that happens once in 4 years. But a start of the conversation, again, it's a long way to go, because initially this time youth were just observing members and they were not allowed to participate in some of the in most of the meetings. We were allowed to be in the town hall, but most of the meetings you either had to have a special invite or the government or the representatives from your government had to include you. And this is something that we're trying to make sure that that sort of representation and that participation furthers and becomes more meaningful. And that is something that we're trying to do. So yeah, thank you, Aline.
Thank you very much. I think you actually said a lot about youth involvement and how it impacts. But actually, I wanted to add that, for example, I, as one of the organizers of NRIs, in Youth NRIs, when you do this and people come to you, especially young people, you may be like in your country, in your region, the first thing they know about internet governance is usually from the youth IGF forums. And so when they come, they see the interesting topic, for example, like for time, and then maybe from that moment they will stay in the movement. So basically you took a person from your region and then like a few years later you meet him like here on global IGF. So basically it's one of the good things we do. We bring people from different backgrounds to IGF, which can, and they can share their opinion on the topic. Maybe some opinions that now we don't have them right now, but in the future we will. So I guess that's all. Answers the question. Yes. So do we have any questions anymore? No. So I guess we can just end it right there. Thank you very much for your participation. I guess it was like a wonderful talk, and we found out like a really, really big amount of information. Yes, if you wanna share some kind of opinions afterwards, of course, we're always welcome. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, bye.
So, Marco, we will go Richard for now.
Yes. Marco, thank you for your participation.
Hello, Marco. You're here today. Yes. There was like one guy from Serbia and Albania. We had a company. Yes. In Rwanda? Yeah, in Rwanda. Alina was also.
Yes, I remember. I'm good.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I have one more session. Tomorrow is another day, so just a second.
Yeah, sure. За деньги вас выкупил на сессии с Мариной. И все, исчез. Он выиграл грант. Он пришел на наш заметить сам вышел.
Да, уже General the Committee of the Rights of the Child of the United Nations years ago how children's rights depend on digital platforms, and it's about actual participation of okay, so you work here? I work at a research project. I know that ITU did something, and we were in contact, but we were more on women's cybersecurity and things like that.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much. No, thank you.
Yeah, because yeah, no.
Yes.
I guess it's outside here because we
I haven't actually been to regional IGF. I went to some, but I haven't.
Okay. Yeah, because it takes effort to go there. Like this year is in Australia, so it will be for. You're based in Russia? Or?
Yes, I'm from there. So
You mean the east side or the west side?
No, west side.
Oh.
I'm from European side, yeah.
That's very far.
It's very far, so.
Okay.
But still cool.
So most of the time you're engaging in the Euro part, like.
No, actually.
Like, I thought you were in the Eurodeck.
No, actually, this is actually a very nice question because all the time it wasn't like established where we actually are. So basically, I know that we participated in Asian part because I know that one of the Asian Pacific IGF was in Vladivostok.
Yes.
It was
There's one slide a long time ago.
2019, I guess.
Yeah.
So before pandemic, I remember that. So yes, and so yeah, mostly like in Asia. But when there's standing groups, it's like I don't know where to go.
You mean your standing group of the ISOC?
No, we don't have a chapter.
Okay.
But I still participate. But I want to join like an Asian Pacific IGF because it's easier for me to get on site right now to Asian one. Yes, but
really?
Yeah, it's because of visas.
Okay.
If you want to go to Asian visa, I need to get one. It's really hard with them, so easier to go to Asia. So that's why.
Okay. Yeah, because I can see like because this is my first time IGF and I can observe like the very every region's IGF and the people are a little bit like people are tend to like stick it with their people from their own region. Yeah. So I think it's really nice to break the ice.
Yeah. No, we missed a few speakers, unfortunately, due to time zone, but I hope that everyone who wants to say something they did.
Yes.
So, thank you for joining.
Nice.
Thank you for joining.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
understand from Gitanjali
What
what this meeting is.
This is the GIS thing?
Yes.
Okay.
But you see, I'm co-chair of the GIS, and I don't know what that. I don't know what I should be doing. I don't know what it means. I don't.
As I understand, I was in these meetings for maybe 2-3 times, trying to place actually where representing where we fit, how we can contribute. And so I told Gitanjali even before, because I was new to VCS, to IGF and all that. So I'll be very pragmatic. If I have something that I see really bothering me, or something I see I need to shape, I will intervene. Otherwise, my life is...
Yes.
No, well, okay, we have to talk about FAO.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, let's sit down and you tell me what.
Let's sit here.
What's supposed to happen?
Quite a few are joining virtually, so.
Okay.
Yeah. So, basically,
Yes, this is mine. All right. Yes. So, may I have your name? It's Gitanjali Shah. Lee Shah. Okay. Yeah. And I don't have any presentation, nothing. But we will have people in Zoom, remote participants.
Right.
Hi. Thanks for your help.
Yeah. Can I have the participant in Zoom? Have the name.
So, there is no confirmed participants.
Right.
Whoever wants to talk can talk.
Okay. If somebody in the Zoom, can we give the permission
Yes.
of
Yes.
All right.
Because they are all UN agencies.
All right.
They're UN agencies. Okay. Thank you so much.
Right. So you don't have any
No,
slide, actual
we
slide?
don't have. It's a meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Zoom meeting.
Yes. maybe through Switzerland, because they're hosting the school, we can just give it to them. They say this is a 26 month, please submit it to the summit. And ultimately to the UNGA, No, everybody will speak. Everybody will speak.
Okay. All right. You are the only the moderator in this side.
Everybody will speak.
All right.
Everybody will speak.
Speak.
Yes. See you back.
I'm coming to you because I will come to Bangkok in November.
Yes, yes, yes. No.
So I will meet you.
Yes, yes, yes. I see that your room is being sorted. But let me know from if you need some inside info, I can provide it. This year? Oh, right. Yes, yes. Yeah. Definitely, sure. But let me know if you need any.
Zoom. Yes, please.
Thanks for coming.
But can we also see?
They turn off the video and
No, can. Oh.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody who's here in Kyoto, and welcome to those who are joining online. This is an open meeting on the UN Group on Information Society. So, and we'll get into the agenda in just a second. But basically, this meeting is to really look at the UN side of things on how we're supporting the overall process related to the World Summit for Information Society, and to get some ideas from you on a number of different things, including what you would like to see happen at the next WSIS forum that will happen in the spring, in May, right?
Exactly.
In May 2024. My name is Robert Opp. I'm the Chief Digital Officer for the United Nations Development Program. It's my honor to chair the UNGUS group this year together with our colleagues from ITU. And I have Gitanjali here beside me, and she'll speak in just a second. But I would actually think it might be good if we can do just a very quick round of introductions. We know we've got UN agencies represented here, but we've also got some other stakeholders, which is great. So it'd be good to know just where you're coming from in terms of organization. So, I mean, Denise, we could start with you, and maybe we can pass the mic around a bit.
Thank you, Robert. My name is Deniz Susar from UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA, which is a member of United Nations Group on the Information Society.
Maybe we can catch these guys. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Uvrara. I'm from the UK government, specifically Department of Science, Innovation and Technology.
Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Eva Glutashenko from same department in UK government. Thank you.
My name is Li Pingzhang. I work actually at UNCTAD.
Hi, everyone. I'm Pratik Sibal, Program Specialist dealing with digital policies and digital transformation at UNESCO.
Good afternoon. My name is Siope Vardaki Ofa. I'm from the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, Bangkok, Thailand. Happy to be here.
Good afternoon. My name is Dejan Jakovljević. I'm the Director of Digitalization and Informatics at Food and Agriculture Organization.
Hello, this is Shizuka Murika. I live in the US and teach at the University of Virginia, and also I teach at the Kyoto College of Graduate Schools for Informatics. And I teach leadership and I promote SDG project in my courses. That's why I'm here.
Manuel da Costa Cabral. I'm from Portugal, from the Portuguese regulator of electronic communications. Thank you.
Can we get, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anke Schlieker. I work at GIZ, the German Development Cooperation Agency.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sebastian Rewerski. I'm working as an advisor in digital governance also at GIZ.
Good afternoon, I'm Ellie. I'm from the US and I'm part of the Institute for Public Policy and Diplomacy Research.
Hello, I'm Paul Gaskell. I'm also from the UK Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. You've got 4 of us in the room here today, which I think demonstrates how important we think this issue is.
Hello everyone, I'm Taichiro Fujino. I'm a fellow of the JPNIC, which is a management body of the IP address in Japan, and we will work at a UNICEF Digital Center of Excellence next week. Nice to meet you. Introduction, please.
I'm Simon Ellis.
That's Paul. Yeah. You have it. It works.
Hello everyone, Paul Blaker, also from the UK government.
Thank you, Paul. I'm Gitanjali. I'm from the International Telecommunication Union.
Yes, and colleagues online, do we?
Yes.
Two online? we can't see you right now. I can't see you online, so I can't see your names either on the screen. But would you mind unmuting and introducing yourselves, please? Okay. Yeah, stand by. Josephine.
Good morning. My name is Josephine Jambi. I'm from the Kenya Embassy in Brussels, joining online. Thank you.
Great. And I think we have another participant online. No, there's no other participants online? Sorry, stand by with... Okay. All right. And we've had a couple people join us. We're just introducing ourselves, if you don't mind.
Sorry, Nasefa from UNECA.
Adam Ajala from UNECA.
Hello, sir. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Maktar Sek from UNECA.
And there's not very many of us at the table. I would invite all of the UK and everyone else to join us at the table. Please feel free. There's no... Yeah, please. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. And again, this is an open session of the UN Group on Information Society, and so we would invite all of our participants to chime in on some of the issues that we wanted to discuss today. And really, just this has a lot to do with how we look forward to the WSIS Forum in 2024, and also toward the WSIS Plus 20 review. And to gather ideas from UN agencies, the 32 UN agencies that form part of the UNGIS, as well as our other stakeholders. And there's been a few sessions at the Internet Governance Forum on WSIS and the WSIS process, where we stand. I think just as a way of introduction on the context here, and some of you have heard me already talk about this a little bit, but we are at an incredibly important pivotal point for the digital technologies and the potential impact on the SDGs. We celebrated the SDG Summit about 3 weeks ago. There's a wide recognition that obviously we are off track for most of the SDGs. In fact, we're only on track for 15% of the targets. At the same time, as we look toward accelerators and how we are actually going to speed up our progress against the SDGs, technology repeatedly comes up as an important theme. And during the SDG Summit, we, together with ITU, released a report called the SDG Digital Acceleration Agenda that identified that 70% of SDG targets could be positively impacted by the use of technology. And so when we look at the picture of where we are with the SDGs, where we are with the power of technologies, which is ever increasing, we need to really understand how we're going to leverage the processes that we have, like the Internet Governance Forum, like WSIS, and really understand what's going to be the next phase to take us forward. And so related to that, and for those of you who haven't attended all of those sessions, there have been a couple of open sessions. There was the CSTD open consultation yesterday. Today, earlier, we had a consultation on WSIS Plus 20. And, you know, there's a few things that are coming up. One is that the job is not finished. I think that's pretty obvious. I think there's a sense that there was a lot of optimism 20 years ago when WSIS was created, and then reviewed 10 years ago. and that the issues, some of the enduring issues are still with us, like closing the digital divide, and truly creating the information and knowledge society that there was that aspiration to create. And I think that when we look at what's happening in digital right now, in addition to the SDG summit and the midway point of the SDGs, the Secretary General has called for a summit of the future next year. And the Summit of the Future, a big piece of that will be involving the Global Digital Compact, which is a process that will be continuing throughout all of 2024. And these will be the determination of really the next phase of how humanity is going to leverage digital technology for all of our benefit. And so for the SDGs in 2030, but also beyond. And so I think it's important that we as a UN group on information society with our stakeholders really understand how we're going to put this effort together, how we're going to drive this forward together as a multi-stakeholder endeavor, and really understand as well how we as the community around WSIS can inform the Global Digital Compact process of next year, as well as the Summit of the Future more generally. And whatever happens at the Global Digital Compact, be prepared to take forward the directions that are set there and continue as the platform of implementation when it comes to really driving forward the original goals of creating the information and knowledge society. So what we wanted to do today is really gather some of your thoughts on the kinds of things that we should be focused on. For those of you who are in the UN system, we'd like to get your thoughts on what you're doing now and how this contributes to the bigger, the broader agenda here. And for those of you who are not in the UN system, we'd love to get your thoughts on what you think we as the UN system can do more. There have been a few comments in the consultations in the last couple of days about the need for UN system to work together, and I think that is very true, and we have definitely made great strides in doing that, and I think we need to continue to do that. But we would love to know more about what you think the UN system can do to really support the intergovernmental system, the member states, really to achieve these goals that we've set for ourselves. So with that, Gitanjali, I'm going to turn to you for your observations as well, and then we'll turn to the group. And I just also, sorry, before I do that, just want to acknowledge with gratitude our co-organizers. I've already mentioned our co-chair ITU, but we have also UNESCO, we have UNCTAD, thanks for joining, and we have the regional representation this year from from ESCAP, and it's great to have UNECA here as well. So very welcome. Gitanjali, over to you.
Thank you very much, Rob. It's great to co-chair UNGIS this year with UNDP, and of course with the able guidance of our vice chairs. Couple of years back, we actually initiated the process to include regional commissions. So we have rotational chairmanship of regional commissions. It was ECA last year and ESCAP this year, so that they always give us the advice in terms of the regional implementation process. So colleagues, just to remind you about the mandate of UNGIS. UNGIS is a product of the Chief Executive Board. We have more than 32 UN agencies who are part. I think it has increased because the CEB has increased its membership. So it has increased because I think originally UN regional commissions were not a part of CEB, but now they are, and there are quite a few other UN agencies. Basically what UNGIS is supposed to do, it was endorsed by the CEB to serve as an interagency mechanism to consolidate substantive issues facing digital or the information and knowledge societies. So it has a very important mandate to ensure that we work closely. We have a great digital cooperation within the UN system to highlight the importance of digital. And we have been doing this. I just want to share some of the practical instances where we have been collaborating to make joint statements and to do side events together. We did one recently at the High Level Political Forum to highlight the importance of digital. We participated at the 5th United Nations Conference on LDCs as UNGIS, highlighting how digital is important to advance the SDGs. We did it in collaboration with Qatar. So all of these, we also do it in collaboration with a member state. The previous one was, the HLPF one was done in collaboration with Peru. The African Internet Governance Forum, which we did closely with Maktar and the UN ECA colleagues. And there are a lot more which you can find online. We also submit joint statements together as 32 UN agencies, highlighting the importance of our work with our respective mandates. FAO focusing on e-agriculture, WHO focusing on e-health, and so on and so forth. So for the people who are not very familiar with UNGIS, it's a great opportunity to learn that it's an interagency mechanism which has been highlighting the importance of digital in other UN processes. I'd like to hand over the floor to Prateek, Vice Chair. Please, Prateek.
Thank you. Thank you, Gitanjali. Thanks, Rob, for the able leadership of UNDP and ITU of UNGIS, and for organizing this session here as an open session to also further socialize what UNGIS does, because this is one of the feedback that we've been getting over the past 2 days through the open consultations on the WSIS Plus 20 review as to how the UN agencies cooperate and coordinate their work. And UNGIS is one of those avenues. And as Gitanjali highlighted, there is cooperation in joint events, but also joint statements, which we believe can be further reinforced. And in fact, we've not mentioned this during the conversations, but the UN SDG fund is launching a digital window. Yes. To catalyze digital transformation and digital development at the country level. And that digital window process also has a technical support group where the UN agencies are involved, which is then the Secretariat being supported by UNDP and ITU, UNESCO is there, UNEP is there, UNCTAD is there, and I think there are several other, UN CDF is there. And this process is actually going on, and as we speak, webinars are being organized to inform UNRCs. So there was this point made, I think, yesterday, that there is no coordination at the country level, then it's only at the HQ level. But while that may be valid, there is effort to strengthen coordination and build joint country programs. Just wanted to flag that. I don't want to take too much time. I think there will be opportunity later to also talk about what UNESCO sees UNGIS's role going forward, and also some of the contributions that UNESCO would be making as part of the WSIS Plus 20 review process. But I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Well, I will speak on behalf of UNCTAD, but also our co-facilitators of the WSIS Action Line on Business, and the International Trade Center, ITC, and the Universal Postal Union, UPU. The three organizations actually are facilitating the WSIS Action Line on e-business. So the moderator has asked us to brief you what is being done by the organizations. I just want to highlight one thing, which is, in fact, is in response to the evolution of the environment. And the environment is that now we are in digital era. Well, digital, the word is being more used than information when we started with this. So the work of these organizations also has actually shifted towards helping developing countries to benefit from the digital economy. It started with the e-commerce, since in WSIS Action Line it says e-business. So the work started on e-commerce, but now more kind of focus is on the digital economy, which is definitely larger than the e-commerce. And so in UNCTAD itself, in 2016, we launched the E-Trade for All initiative. And this initiative included 35 partner organizations. And I want to echo the comments from our moderator and our Gitanjali and our UNESCO colleague, which is indeed in the UN system, we are actually joining forces to do something together and to avoid duplication of efforts. And so finding synergies is definitely something that we're achieving. And then in 2021, UNCTAD had a conference, and the conference gave UNCTAD a new mandate to strengthen its work in the digital economy. And for that purpose, the UNCTAD former e-commerce week is now called UNCTAD e-week. And so the forthcoming e-week is going to be held from 4 to 8 December in Geneva. We hope that you will be able to participate in this event. Basically, this event will discuss how to shape the future of digital economy. And lastly, I want to share with you that UNCTAD, together with other organizations like IMF, WTO, has developed a guideline for collecting data in digital trade. Since data is now also very, very important, and under these guidelines, capacity building is being provided to National Statistical Bureau to gather data on digital trade. Thank you.
Siope, did you want to just, as a vice chair this year, do you want to just mention a couple things? Oh, here, sorry.
Yes, just say a few words thanking the organizers, and we're very pleased to be here. We look forward to continue supporting UNGIS process going forward. And yeah, I'll stop here, but I'll share more updates later on when we do the rounds. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. All right, colleagues, the floor is open. I think there's no, we can either do it toward the tab or we can take volunteers. And don't feel compelled to speak, but we'd love to hear both from our UN partners as well as other stakeholders, member states and other civil society, et cetera, on what you think, what you're working on now that can help contribute, particularly from the UN side, and what you think we, as the UN system and working under this auspices of the UN Group on Information Society, can do to work toward both WSIS next year as well as the WSIS Plus 20 review process. We have a volunteer right here from FAO.
Thanks a lot. Maybe just to break the ice. So I'm from the FAO, and as you mentioned, Rob, the SDGs, we are, let's say, 7 harvests away. Yeah, that's not enough, exactly. And we are very late. So we feel at FAO we have a very strong sense of urgency to move and transform the agri-food systems. And the way to do it is we see that one of the key elements there is the digitalization and transformation that digitalization enables. So we are at the right place here and with colleagues from other UN agencies and in the other processes and forums in being able to do so. So what do? We try to assist our members, the member countries, in and not only them, but actually also extending our services to the rural communities and farmers, in not only digitalizing but actually enabling transformation, and in that way trying to accelerate achievements of the SDGs. And this is very important. Why I mention it here, because FAO, we are very strong when it comes to agriculture and food and related topics. However, we need help, for example, to reach the last mile. We cannot do the, what did we hear? 1/3 of the population does not have access. What we are seeing is that maybe 2 years ago, not having access was maybe not convenient, not really good. but today is essential. So we see actually rural populations falling behind, actually being out of the game, if I can say that way, by not having access. They cannot take part into the larger economy or even selling their products and some basic things they used to do before. So what can we do as part of this forum? I mean, of course, we coordinate with other UN agencies, but I think this forum can be very useful to give some guidance or maybe some recommendations to VISIS on what the expectations would be. Also, in a view of supporting the Summit of the Future and the GDC, I think this is important. We see it as very complementary and supportive actions, both of them. The way we also see it is it's important to keep in mind why we do this and then see what are the strengths of each process and where this process can actually assist and quickly. So this is our view, and I think it's very important just to go back to the beginning where we have only 7 seasons left. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Maktar, do you want to? Great.
Thank you and good afternoon again. I think it is a very important step.
Maktar, I don't think it's, yeah.
Thank you and good afternoon again. I think it is a very step on the work of Angus. Before, let me highlight some key activity related to the work of Angus undertaken by UNECA. To achieve the SDG 16.9, we are working on the digital ID program, and we try to support African countries through our digital center of excellence on digital ID, digital trade, and digital economy to support African countries to have their digital ID program. As you know, digital ID is very important in terms of achieving this sustainable development goal. Also, because 5 million people in Africa live without any legal form of identity, and to leave no one behind, we need to identify these people to make them part of this digital era. Second, on digital transformation, as we know, digital technology, it is a means of implementation of the SDG when we go to the SDG 17. And we have 40% of our population connected on internet, means 60% are offline. And we need to connect these people to achieve this SDG. For that, it is crucial to expand the broadband access. And without broadband, we can't achieve this SDG, why we are focused on supporting African countries to expand their broadband infrastructure through several initiatives to put in place the right policy to attract investment, also to bring on board some investment company to support them through a PPP or another form of partnership to build this broadband network. We have several countries now are beneficiaries of it, like Guinea, Cameroon, Ethiopia, and others work with private companies to expand their broadband infrastructure. Another issue is the capacity building, very important. We need to build the capacity of African citizens, such as the youth. The youth will represent in 2050 70% of our population, and it will represent 42% of the youth world population. And we have several initiatives at UNECA to build the capacity of young generation on artificial intelligence, emerging technology, science technology, and innovation. And we have also another initiative called it African Girl Coding Camp to build the skills of a girl from 12 to 25 years in artificial intelligence, in web gaming, and this program, joint program, we have with ITU and UNESCO. And as of today, we have trained around 35,000 young girls across the continent. Also, another important program, it is WISIS. We organized the WISIS outcome for Africa to present the progress made by African countries in the implementation of the WISIS outcome. It is a yearly meeting, and the next meeting will be held in December in Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe, and we'll invite all UNGIS members to be part of this meeting to discuss also and to prepare also the WISIS plus 20 for African country. Of course, we already organized 4 weeks ago the African Internet Governance Forum in Abuja in Nigeria, and we have around 3,005 people attended this meeting. It was a very good meeting, and we discussed a lot of issues about the digital era in Africa. But coming to the work, we also have the Global Digital Compact. We already organized a meeting in South Africa to discuss on the Africa input on the Global Digital Compact, and now we have received a input from 32 member states, plus some private sector and academia. Now coming to the work of UNGIS, we believe that UNGIS has an important role to play at the UN level. Why we should have a common, maybe a joint paper or a joint position on WISIS plus 20 for the WISIS. Because we need to continue on our, in Africa position, we need to continue WISIS after 2025. And I think it will be the same in several other regions in the world. And we have to internally to prepare a joint paper to make a proposal on why we should continue WISIS beyond 2025. Also, we also have an opportunity to make a very good contribution on the Global Digital Compact. I think there are a lot of consultation going across the region, and we can use this opportunity. We have an African position we can share with the UNGIS member, and we'll see with as the contribution of other region how we can have one contribution on UNGIS to the Global Digital Compact. Because the UNGIS can reflect all these 35 UN agencies, and we are all across the world. And I think this will be a robust proposal for the Global Digital Compact. Also, we have to organize ourselves to see what role we are going to play on the Summit of the Future. It is something very important we can think about as the UNGIS. As you know, also, we have this 12 high-level impact initiative defined by the Secretary General. I think at the UNGIS level, we should discuss in which area we should focus. I think one area is led by UNDP. We have some area led by UNCTAD, UNDESA, UNCTAD. We have to see where technology is more impactful, and we'll see how UNGIS can play a key role. It is some information, some SUG I would like to share with you, and also we'll invite you all to attend. If we have any meeting in Africa, you are welcome to attend. We organize also in collaboration of UNGIS, as well as last time. I think we have a request to have the Tech Envoy Office representative at the UNGIS. I don't know if it's done or.
Yes. They were in the previous meeting. They have been invited.
Yeah. All right.
But I don't see them here.
Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Mokhtar. And I think digital work in Africa is going to get a big boost by your new executive secretary, Ambassador Calvin Gatete from Rwanda, who will be joining UNECA, I understand, very soon, and has been co-leading the Global Digital Compact process based in New York. So you're going to get a very savvy and informed player. So that's great news for the UN system. Maybe less great news for the Global Digital Compact process at the moment, but I'm sure they'll find a suitable replacement there. Thanks so much. Just for colleagues who have joined.
He's here, Quentin.
Oh, speak of the devil.
Yeah.
Quentin, welcome. We were just Mokhtar was just asking if the UN Tech Envoy's office was represented in UNGIS. So here we are. For colleagues who have just kind of come into the room, this is an open meeting of the UN Group on Information Society, and we've done some intros. So if, as you take the floor, if you could introduce yourselves, those of you who haven't done so. And what we're looking for are ideas from within the UN system, ideas on what you're working on now and how you think UNGIS can be a positive force in bringing forward ideas to WSIS Forum and others. And for those who are stakeholders outside of the UN system, just your thoughts on what the UN can do more in this space. Dennis, you were raising your hand before. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. I will try to be quick for the first question, what we are doing. UNDESA is WSIS Action Line Coordinator for 3 action lines. And for C7 e-government, we are working on UN e-government survey as we speak. We will be launching it next year. We are not only looking at the national portals, but we are also looking at the most populous city in each country. And in the last edition, out of 193 UN member states, in the most populous city, only 147 of them had an online presence. So there is still lots of work there. While we talk about like concepts such as smart city, we need to also be aware that digital divides between cities is also there. But about your second question, WSIS Plus 20 overall review, and also I think the mandate of UNGIS, and it's very important to see Tech Envoy here in this, because if you look at the mandate of Tech Envoy, it also overlaps with the mandate of UNGIS. And which is a recent office after 2019, while CEB goes back, WSIS and UNGIS and CEB goes back to 2006. So that's one internal, I think, thing for UN system to do, to consider how we can really integrate our work with the Tech Envoy, with the UNGIS. The UNGIS mission is to raise awareness of ICT issues within the CEB, UN Chief Executive Board. And UNGIS, I think, has done a great job with that, because if you look at CEB, we are talking about AI, we are talking about data, cybersecurity, innovation, future of work. So technology is just there. And so that's a good thing. I think at least UNGIS mission, CEB is aware of it, which is good. But now I think we need to better coordinate within the UN system. And of course, we would like to hear also from the member states here, but that's one point there. If it comes to WSIS Plus 20 overall review, okay, there is this annual WSIS forum, and ITU is doing the WSIS Plus 20. I mean, at least ITU's WSIS Plus 20 is the upcoming one in May, right? So I think it's very important that ITU, UNESCO, and UNCTAD and UNDP and all other agencies who are doing WSIS Plus 20 coordinates. We are reviewing WSIS action lines every year. So UNCTAD is producing this progress in WSIS action lines every year, and I think the deadline is October. So in a way, WSIS action lines are reviewed every year, and you have the historical data, what happened since 2016, UNCTAD. And you will do your own WSIS review, I think, meeting in the coming months, right, in next year. So what I want to say is it's very important. ITU's WSIS review and UNCTAD's WSIS Action Line review, we need to work together, because it's pretty much the same thing. And the same way UNESCO organized this conference in 2015, Now, UNESCO is organizing 2025 February this conference on capacity building on public administration, which is very important for the WSIS Plus 20, UNGA's WSIS Plus 20 overall review, which will be in 2025. I can also speak to that very briefly. UNGA will adopt a resolution, modalities resolution in August 2024. I'm just making up the dates based on past experience. And then, of course, we will have two co-facilitators the same way we had for the GDC. And by the way, the co-facilitator for GDC, I think it's just been announced, the new one. I think it's replaced by Zambia, yeah. So we will have the co-facilitators for the WSIS Plus 20 overall review, and then it will be the last 6 months of WSIS Plus 20. If we follow the history, it will be the busiest times, and all your inputs will be there. But most importantly, I think ECOSOC will look at the CSTD report in July. So it's important that if we wanna pass more messages to GA, ECOSOC CSTD's report is key. And then in the last 6 months, in the last 3-4 months, member states with involvement of all stakeholders will look at WSIS Plus 20, where they will decide the future of WSIS action lines, where they will decide the future of IGF and future of partnership on measuring ICT for development, or even UNGIS, you know. So they are all made reference from the WSIS Plus 10 outcome document. And at the same time, we are lucky because just 1 year earlier, we will have the GDC in hand. So more or less the same, I would say, sub-thematic areas that we will have in GDC will also be part of the WSIS Plus 20 outcome document. So that means maybe the negotiations will be more smoother. But now questions for me is, for example, WSIS action lines was created in 2005, before Facebook, before iPhone, right? So now we have GDC with different subsets. So which ones are more relevant moving forward? Do we still need all the WSIS action lines? I mean, I think these are important questions we should ask, or do we need more action lines? So I think when we are reviewing some of the questions that we should ask to the stakeholders, do we want to continue the status quo, or maybe we want to really bring everything together? And you heard from member states, there is lots of duplication. So maybe we want to address those duplication with the help of new actors and everyone on the table, and come up with something that's accepted and meaningful to member states, but also to all stakeholders. Yeah.
Thanks, Dennis. That's some great thoughts there. I think there was a request for the floor down here from part of the UK delegation.
Thank you very much. So yeah, Eva Zachenko, part of UK government. I'm breaking up the internal UN discussion, if you don't mind me, and opening it up a bit more. It's a really useful pickup point, and I really appreciate a lot of the comments, a lot of which I agree with. But I want to pick up on this, the language you've started to use on UN member states, and then we have stakeholders, and it sort of felt a little bit like an afterthought in the way we've talked about it. And this is exactly a point you asked at the beginning, what more do we need from the UN? And I've been listening quite carefully to what stakeholders have brought up in a number of sessions. I note that UNGIS kind of has a few vice chairs that are obviously, you know, as you were talking about the WSIS process, has a lot of history of why the structure is what it is. But I'm just thinking of all the ones that I didn't sort of hear, and maybe they are part in some form or another, but UNODC on the cybercrime side, ILO, you mentioned the future of work, OHCHR from the human rights side. I would probably struggle to name a UN body that doesn't have a digital mandate in some degree because of the nature of digital. So I think one recommendation from my side would be to make sure that all the UN bodies that have a stake in the digital agenda, and unfortunately that will probably mean all UN bodies, are engaged in this process in some form, and I'm hoping that you're already thinking about that. But the main point I wanted to make is on multi-stakeholder participation, which we haven't heard about during this IGF, so I'm mentioning it for the first time. I'm sure as you would not have heard the word multi-stakeholder. But thinking ahead to the GDC and the WSIS process, it was really helpful to have these two terms mentioned here. Member states are already worried about how much bandwidth this is going to take to do essentially two processes at the same time, and what that means for outcomes. Stakeholders will find it even harder. They have no way of understanding how to engage. It's taking a really long time to understand what the next steps look like, and they feel left out. There's been a lot of criticism, which I'm sure you will have heard on the GDC consultation, as much as there was an effort to include a lot of stakeholders. But that's something that the UN can helpfully do, setting out exactly what's happening, how one can engage. Even if that happens through member states, we are thinking individually about, in the UK government, about how we can continue to engage stakeholders in the GDC, for example. And relatedly, it would be really helpful to have a clear vision from the UN system on how they see the future of WSIS and the future of GDC linked together. It does feel like there's tension at the moment, and we're sort of having a lot of speculations, not just stakeholders, but also within governments, on what might be the outcomes. I've just heard now from previous speaker about the GDC helping us in the WSIS. You could see the opposite of the GDC making the WSIS even harder, depending on where we're landing with the outcomes. But I think that's another area where we really need to look at that. So I'll leave you with those thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful. Quentin, I won't turn to you right this second and put you on the spot right now, but I will be looking to you to respond on some of these questions that come up about GDC, please. Other requests for the floor? Siope, please.
So perhaps before the more interesting discussions, let me share the work that ASCAP is doing, and afterwards I'll react to some of the points that has been raised. So from ASCAP side at the regional level, many of the projects and activities that we're supporting contributes to many WSIS action line, in particular C11, international and regional cooperation. I wanted to share that this year, the ASCAP Commission adopted a resolution, 7910, which promote digital cooperation at the regional level, based on our Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative. So this resolution sort of operationalized the Secretariat to support member states on regional cooperation in this area. ASCAP will be co-hosting with Armenia the 7th session of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway and WSIS Regional Review in Yerevan, Armenia, 8-9 November. This will be an opportunity for member states to discuss the progress on the implementation of the APS action plan. And there will be a dedicated session for WSIS Regional Review, as we usually do every year. So basically, we invite member states to share their country projects of what they have done, usually WSIS prize winners. So we look forward to that. We work together with ITU on that front. Next year, ASCAP will be working together with Kazakhstan to host a ministerial conference on digital inclusion and transformation in October 2024 in Kazakhstan. So this is something that perhaps opportunities for collaboration with other agencies. For that event, we will be working on a publication, the Asia-Pacific Digital Transformation Report, that will be input to that event, and we welcome any appetite for collaboration on that publication. So those are the activities I wanted to share at the moment. So just to react to perhaps the future WSIS and IGF in general. The last 2 years, especially during COVID time, when there was limited interaction and meetings, at least from my office, I tend to receive a lot of emails from UNGIS, requests on inputs and provide. And I guess one of the things that I think that perhaps we could start to discuss going forward on how to improve efficiency on internally within UNGIS team. Especially if we can try to establish early on in the year sort of a work plan, what do we anticipate to do in the year? This would assist us to try and fit in to our individual projects and work. I think that although it may not be concrete, but at least there's some kind of early plan discussed so that I think that it will assist improving efficiency in the longer run. The other issue that I think I tend to agree with, we did this like 3 or 4 years ago, reviewing the effectiveness of WSIS, and one of the issues that I have an issue with is if we cannot measure it, then it's very difficult for us to move forward, all right? I do take note that this was before SDGs, so and this is something perhaps we should be mindful of a new WSIS framework. Perhaps it needs to be measured to be able to review the progress, right? So it's very difficult to talk about action lines, and when we can't, very difficult to measure. So I think this is something that we need to be mindful of going forward. So those are the 2 issues that I wanted to highlight. One is on efficiency of internal processes and how we can better plan for internal processes, and the other issue is the measuring WSIS going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Yope. Yes, down here, please. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself. And
thank you, Chairman. My name's Winston Roberts. I was at Geneva 2003, and I'm one of the people who helped negotiate the text of the Geneva Principles. So I was representing the New Zealand government at that time. So I distinctly remember some of the arguments. Some of them I remember less distinctly with the passage of time, of course. But I'm not here as a government rep today. I'm actually here representing or working with one of the global NGOs who are part of the multi-stakeholder fraternity. That is IFLA, the International Federation of Library Associations. We were present in Geneva. I was not them, I was New Zealand government, but they were present there. And they are here present in the IGF. They've been following the IGF ever since it was set up by the Tunis Outcomes document. And IFLA supports, or would support, and I would like to endorse what our colleague just here, sorry I missed your name, but what you said about a certain amount of ambiguity between the WSIS action lines and the Global Compact, etc. There has been so much work done by various UN agencies in the years since, in the 20 years since, and so many technical developments that we really do need a clear path through all of these developments towards some sort of unified scheme or unified concept of information, and information linked to democracy and information linked to equal rights and equal opportunities for everybody. And I'm saying that as a matter of conviction, but also because it is the policy of the International Federation of Library Associations. Libraries are a mainstream infrastructure in all societies, in all countries, and they are platforms for information. The C3 action line for access to information is one of the most critical And information is not just something you go to a public library to get from a book. It is everything. It is the lifeblood of society. Without information, you cannot do anything. You cannot exist. And whether this is printed information or streamed or online information, it is the lifeblood of society. And it must be available equitably and equally to all sectors of society, whether regardless of gender, regardless of race, regardless of religious conviction, regardless of economic status. And I would like to see more clarity encouraged, urged through the United Nations system for that concept of equitable access to information. And IFLA, of course, as the major NGO in that sphere, will be always willing to talk to you about that. IFLA is involved. They're here today at the IGF. They go to Geneva to talk to IGF headquarters from time to time. So feel free to contact us, IFLA, and talk about these things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thanks for the historical perspective as well. Please.
Thank you, sir. I just agree completely with this equitable access to information to everyone. And it would be wonderful if we have stratified sort of marketing strategy by age or something, by generation. Because my students, graduate students, they are young, in their 20s, or sometimes all the way to 40s, but a lot of students in their 20s, they don't go out to UN site to figure out what's going on. And I have to give them links, and yet that's not where they live anymore. And I just looked up Instagram and to see if you guys are there, but you're not. So that would be wonderful if we have sort of marketing strategy targeted for specific audience. And also, one thing that I noticed by teaching young people from China and some other developing countries, they think, okay, you guys, developed countries, had your chance to poison the world, right? It's our turn. And that's the mentality that a lot of people have. And if we can somehow change that mentality, I don't know how, but one of the ways is to equitable, access to information. If they are young people from developing countries, if they are exposed day by day, this is important. You got to do all these things. Then they may change their behavior. So that's something that I would love to see more of a marketing, just like any other corporations are doing, because corporations, they are downloading their values. But I don't think we are doing that enough.
Thank you so much. Other requests for the floor? Paul, nice to see you. Coming behind you.
Great. Thanks, Robert, and good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm Paul Donahoe from the Universal Postal Union, the UPU. We are one of the action line facilitators for action line C7 e-business, along with UNCTAD and ITC. And you probably heard from Shamika this morning with the activities that we're doing in action line C7 e-business. And I just wanted to, first of all, endorse the comments that have been made previously by Dennis from DESA as well about the action line contribution to WSIS is being very important, because connectivity is not the only issue in the information society and in WSIS, and action lines play a key role in bringing the value of this information society to life and to address some of the issues that have been talked about already in the session today. First of all, let me just go back to the first question that you raised, Robert, about some of the activities that we've been doing in C7E business, and particularly at the UPU. Then we have a particular focus because of public postal infrastructure as an important access point for the information society. And so our digital transformation program at the UPU is working with member states on assessing the digital transformation capability of this public infrastructure. And we are providing support to mobilise resources to help improve that public postal infrastructure. And as Shamika mentioned this morning, it's very important for the bridge between the digital and the physical world of our digital economy. Because we are still physical people, and a lot of the business that is conducted on the internet results in some physical output as well. And so that's where the postal network, just like the library network, plays an important connection point between society and the digital economy. And so our agency, the UPU, is working very hard to work with member states to ensure that that's happening, and our digital transformation program is actively working at the member state level. And that's all towards the goal of SDG 16, which is improving institutions to help support the communities. And this is an important point about inclusive element of the digital economy. This is still something that we have heard this week in IGF, we've heard in previous WSIS, that the digital divide continues to grow. And the community access is so important, and not, again, just about the technology, but also about the usability of the technology in the communities. And this is where we all, as UN agencies, actually have a common goal about ensuring the inclusion of the entire society in this digital economy. And that's where, as the representative from the UK eloquently said, all UN agencies now have a digital agenda. And so I think that's an important thing that I'll pick up on with answer to your second question, Robert, about the future for UNGIS. Some other things that we're doing at the UPU as well. We are the only UN agency that actually operates a space on the internet. We have a top-level domain, which makes the UPU very active in the ICANN community as well, in the technical community. And so our .post top-level domain is something that is a project of the UPU to help strengthen the capability of this public institution in the technical part of the digital economy. And there's a lot of work that we're doing there with ICANN as well, with our role in the GAC as an observer, and our technical role in the registry community as a registry operator. So we hold a very unique capability at the UPU to bridge between the ICANN, the WSIS, and IGF spaces in this discussion. And we do that in close collaboration with UNCTAD, with ITC, and with ITU as well. And this is something that I think that comes to your second question, Robert, about UNGIS and what is the future of UNGIS and the future within the context of the WSIS Plus 20 review. And I think I want to reinforce the point that was made earlier that UNGIS is actually an official body recognised within the WSIS action, within the WSIS declaration. And I think that there is an opportunity for us to be stronger in our coordination of the UN agencies in this process, and particularly to address some of the concerns that member states are having about the coordination within the UN system on these processes that are happening at the moment. And as Dennis mentioned, there are reports going through CSTD to the General Assembly. We have a voice, but I think that we need to use that voice more actively and use that as an opportunity to bridge the discussions between different spheres of the UN within Geneva, within New York, and within other locations of the UN as well, where these discussions are taking place. we miss that coordination, and I think that's something that UNGIS can actively take a role in. And I think that there is a responsibility of all agencies, as was pointed out by the UK, all agencies within UNGIS as well, to make sure that their voice is heard and to be participating in the UNGIS discussions. So as well as the great suggestions about putting making planning available so that there's visibility and that gives the opportunity for engagement within the UN system. But I think there's also a responsibility on all of us to make sure that we contribute to UNGIS so that it does have a strong voice which does represent the coordination. And the second point about UNGIS is the coordination of action as well. Because yes, all UN agencies do have digital capability and do have a digital agenda now. And I think that we should look at how we can coordinate that capability for the best use of public funds. And I think we are still operating in some ways in silos sometimes within the UN system in this space. And as we are always under pressure for the accountability of effective use of public funds, I think we have a responsibility in UNGIS to also discuss this. And I see it being discussed in other in other scopes of work that we are doing within the UN system, and I think that we're missing that opportunity at UNGIS right now, and I would be happy to have a further discussion and contribution to how we can strengthen that activity going forward. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks so much, Paul. Pratik, you want to come in? And Quinton, I'm going to come back to you, okay?
I think I'll quickly share some of and respond also to some of the points raised by Dennis. So just in terms of UNESCO's work and action lines, a brief update because we have some new people than the previous room. UNESCO is working lead facilitating, 5 action lines on C3, access to information and knowledge, C7, e-learning and e-science, C8 on cultural diversity, identity, linguistic diversity and local content, C9 on media, and C10 on the ethical dimensions of information societies. I'll briefly update you some of the actions under some of the latest developments per se. UNESCO has been working on strengthening internet governance through evidence-based assessments of the internet ecosystem at the national level through the RomeX framework, which was, as many of you know, part of the Connecting the Dots outcomes, which happened in 2015, the rights-based open access and multi-stakeholder approach to internet, and these assessments are ongoing or completed in about 45 countries. Strengthening the work on access to information in 2022. In 2021, actually, at the UNESCO General Conference, the information as a public good, which was the concept of information as a public good, which was part of the Windhoek Plus 30 declaration, was endorsed by the member states. The work on media and information literacy is urgent, important, given the current challenges that we face around disinformation, misinformation, hate speech, and including online harms and violence against women actually manifesting into the physical world. And these are issues that UNESCO is actively seized of and is producing knowledge, but is also actively supporting through on-ground projects at the country level. In terms of some standard setting work, which remains a key part of UNESCO's mandate, specifically on open solutions, there's work on the open science recommendation, which covers open data, open access, and also open source, and the open educational resources recommendation, which has an active dynamic coalition also at the IGF. So there is a link between different fora with WSIS, with IGF, and the standards that have been set up. Coming to the ethics of artificial intelligence, this is informing global discussions, actually, even the GDC and also the proposed high-level advisory board from the Secretary General. The UNESCO recommendation is forming the basis, as it is the only globally accepted standard on artificial intelligence. I would just now coming to some of the points made by Dennis. We will, in UNESCO's timeline, we will be reporting on the WSIS visits to the General Conference in November on the visits, achievements, and so on from UNESCO. And as part of that work, some of the proposals are to look at VISIS 2.0, and this was reflected in the discussions this morning of what is the new ambition responding to the developments over the past 20 years. And the idea would be to articulate some of these developments. UNESCO is also looking at how to strengthen or sharpen rather some of the initiatives under the existing VISIS action lines to make them more relevant, also to align them with the GDC process in whatever shape or form possible. Also to how to strengthen the foresight function of VISIS as a multi-stakeholder community that is meeting every year to guide digital development globally. And UNESCO will, of course, continue to ensure coordination with the VISIS co-leads, ITU, UNDP, UNCTAD, on the relevant action lines, and including the Global Digital Compact. I would just, in closing, mention that after the GDC and the Summit of the Future, the 2025 conference that UNESCO is proposing would be as a follow-up to those, and also in shaping the VISIS process and getting more input. And the theme is around digital governance and digital transformation, but with a specific focus also on empowering public administrations. And this would take place in February 2025 at UNESCO headquarters. So just in brief, to share some of the thinking, and as all of us are recognizing that this further needs to be refined, and this kind of dialogue is extremely helpful to learn from what you said, the conference that you are hosting in Kazakhstan on digital transformation, or some of the work that UNDP, ITU are going to follow up also. It's part of building the next thinking forward on this. Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Pratik. So, as we sort of draw toward the end of our time here, I want to turn to Quinton from the Tech Envoy's office to respond to some of the questions that have been raised about entry points or process elements of the Global Digital Compact. And maybe but just before that, just sort of last call for any other inputs that we want to do before we start responding.
Thank you, Robert. I just want to say something about CSDD because it was mentioned a few times. Our UNCTAD is in the UNGIS responsible for our e-business together with ITU and ITC. At the same time, UNCTAD is also providing secretarial service and substantial support to the CSDD, the UN Commission on Science Technology for Development, which is responsible for actually a review of the WISIS follow-up since 2006, mandated by General Assembly through ECOSOC. And so Dennis is correct that in preparing the annual review, we seek inputs from UNGIS members. Of course, in addition to UNGIS members, we also seek inputs from other stakeholders like NGOs, civil society, and technical communities. And so definitely we aim to be coordinated with the UNGIS members in preparing the annual review. And also in the WISIS Plus 20 review, we are also joining forces with the UNGIS members. Dennis mentioned the deadline of October, and that is the deadline for providing inputs to the annual review of the SG, the UN SG, for review that will be done in April next year. But we have extended actually the deadline. So anyway, I mean, we welcome inputs, even coming at the last minute before we submit our paper to New York for policy clearance. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Quentin, 1 second.
Thank you for making this interactive. I'm very encouraged by when UNESCO says that what we have talked about in the previous session on the question of what is the larger vision, that you are picking this up. That is, I think, very, very important and essential. My question to you would be, and also to you would be, and also to ITU and the other partners is, does that not need a little bit of a different process than what we have now? or how would you see that the process now of asking, let's say, pointed, possibly fragmented input, can actually lead to that? Because my sense of it is, and that was the experience of 2003 and 2005, there was a lot of preparatory work going on. And I remember Adama Samaseko, how he was coaching that, and then Yanis Kaklins, how he was coaching it. And there was a lot of interactive consultation and a boiling down. I say this specifically regarding what is so important for the World Summit Award, which is the whole question of local content and local impact and things like this. That was something which we worked on. It was not something given, to have this. And if we look at now from UNESCO's side, the entire decade of indigenous languages plays exactly into this kind of role. That is something where this really plays an important aspect. So my question is, what would be, on your side, thinking in terms of what we need to add, or let's say possibly, consider for this as a visionary process? I talked to Vint Cerf about this as well, and he said that the leadership panel will have some things to say, but the leadership panel is much more limited than what we are talking here in terms of the business process. So thank you very much, Ron, for that.
Thanks for the question. Let's let that simmer for a second before, Pratik, I go to you or Gitanjali. And obviously this also has to do, we've had some process questions, Quentin, about the GDC and things like that as well. So maybe you could speak a little bit to some of those that have come up.
Sure, thanks, Rob. Hi, everyone. My name is Quentin from the Tech Envoys office. And this is my first IGF. I feel like I've joined a party far too late after, 18 years after the thing was born. But actually, it's also the first time I'm getting deep into the WSIS issue. And I think it's a testament to the value of fora like IGF, where we can actually bring together stakeholders and exchange on these issues. Maybe I'll structure my comments around how the Secretary General has picked this up, taking it forward, some of the timelines involved and some of the content related between the GDC process and the WSIS action lines. So from 2019, as this kind of digital topic started coming, trending a lot more, the SG decided he wanted to have a much more concerted, high-level political engagement, keeping the multi-stakeholder character. And through the roadmap on digital transformation, set in train this kind of series of events, which is now coming towards the Summit of the Future and the Global Digital Compact. In terms of timelines, yes, the new co-facilitators, or one has been reappointed, and there's a new co-facilitator for the GDC from Zambia, Mr. Chola Milambo, who would be shepherding the GDC process. I should say, before I say anything more, that all of this is, subject to member state decision. We are the secretariat for the process. We are not actually deciding anything on it. So we can speculate like you, but we expect that negotiations would probably start in January and continue through, the Q1 and possibly Q2, and that there has been a GA decision to, if GDC is intergovernmentally agreed, to annex it to the Pact of the Future in September. So that would be a leader-level commitment to, a Pact of the Future with a GDC annex to it. So what is inside of that GDC would carry that kind of high-level political weight that the SG had envisioned at the beginning. So what might be inside of this pact, and how might that relate to the CTSD process in July, the WSIS process, review process, and the decision the following year in 2025? Well, again, I can speculate, but I've heard a couple of comments in sessions here around the ambition around this topic, and from the Secretary General's perspective, at least going by his policy brief, he has really tried to lift up the ambition on this topic. And you can see that in his policy brief, which covers 8 different areas, plus the cross-cutting themes of gender and sustainability, which, when we look at them in comparison to the WSIS action lines, may contain quite a lot of overlap. but they are framed in a slightly, can I say, more contemporary kind of nomenclature. So, for example, there's a specific area just on data protection and empowerment, and calling for international principles on data governance, which perhaps 20 years ago weren't as front of mind, or as, people may not have realized the economic value of data and the consequences of that value being monetized in the ways that they ended up being monetized. So there are certain new principles, objectives, and actions. And some of those principles, objectives, and actions, of course, the UN system was consulted, I understand, in the compilation of the policy brief. So it actually embeds quite a lot of UN system energy and direction in those proposals. So to the extent that those proposals end up in this annex to the Pact of the Future called the GDC, they would carry, intergovernmental blessing to move forward and provide a way for the system to kind of defragment its efforts with a high ambition level on contemporary themes. Final point on fora, because there was, I think, a lot of confusion around how there was one proposal in the policy brief around review and follow-up to such commitments, actions, objectives. And, Denise mentioned the mandate renewal for IGF and WSIS in 2025, coming a year after the GDC. What does that mean for the IGF and WSIS? So, I don't have a crystal ball like anyone else, but from the Secretary General's perspective, and the Tech Envoy said this in the session on the IGF a couple of days ago, the Secretary General sees the IGF as crucial and has been an incredible governance arrangement, allowing an internet to grow from a place where it had only 20 million users back in the 90s to now billions of users, kept the technical architecture going with the technical community, able to exchange with each other. In spite of everything else that's going on in the world, that has continued humming very effectively, and that needs to be protected and continued. So the vision for a review and follow-up mechanism on the GDC is not to displace an IGF. In fact, it's actually to prevent issues that could interfere with the core value of the IGF, keeping the internet running well, from polluting the well, if we could put it that way. So a review and follow-up mechanism to defragment the UN system's actions around that. On WSIS plus 25, that's where, to be honest, I'm actually also a little bit unclear exactly how the WSIS action lines are reviewed and followed up on. But it could be a way of updating the WSIS to kind of correspond with some of these more contemporary themes and have the high-level political buy-in where helpful. So understand the point on bandwidth, on how much confusion and effort there is to follow all of these processes. I guess next January, next spring, will be the time when the member states decide to, start negotiating, and where we've had a lot of the questions around how multi-stakeholder inputs will go in. That will be the kind of time where this really starts getting clearer. And hopefully through this process that will actually help the UN system come together behind an updated, ambitious vision for digital cooperation in the future. Thanks.
Thanks, Quentin. And acknowledging that you're the steward of this process, not the driver, because it's the member states. So thanks for tackling those questions. We just have a couple minutes left. Gitanjali, I'm going to turn to you first, and then I'm going to try to sum up some of the issues we've heard.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you all for being here today. As we heard, this is a multi-stakeholder process. This is very well established, and we must have a distinction between two things here. One thing is the framework, and we have a beautiful framework of the WSIS action lines where different UN agencies, and congratulations to you, sir, and the visionaries at that time who actually put together this framework, Adama Samasaku, Yanis Karklings, and the others, because the framework is brilliant. It covers all the important topics, the action lines, the partnership on measurements, the UN digital cooperation, and everything in it, multi-stakeholderism being at the heart of it. The second topic is the content. So obviously at that time, social networks did not exist, but it talks about cybersecurity, talks about ICT infrastructure, it talks about, so these are two different things. One is the framework, and which is like really a solid framework. Second one is the content, which has evolved over the years. And we did do an update of the action lines in 2014. When we were looking at the WSIS +10 process. That was a brilliant, some of you were involved in it. We updated them, and we, of course, UNESCO did something in 2013, the Connecting the Dots, ITU and all other agencies, member states, civil society participated in this big multi-stakeholder preparatory process where we updated the action lines and identified the gaps. So this has been done. One of the things that SCAP and ECHA touched upon was the targets. Targets are really crucial. We had targets at that time of connecting the schools, connecting libraries, connecting post offices, Paul, if you remember. But the targets have not been updated. So this is something we should really look at. Ma'am, you spoke about involving the youth. We are trying. However, this is an open process. So your voice is really important. Please give us these kind of ideas. We will have a youth day on the 31st of May at the end of the WSIS forum. We involve the academia in that. University of Geneva is doing a hackathon with us. We'll have hands-on training for the youth on online security and all of that. So if you have some ideas, we would love to work with you on those as well. We are on Instagram, WSIS Process. Not UNGIS, but WSIS Process is on Instagram. And of course, Rob, so now I hand over because we don't have time. Yeah.
We're a little bit after time, so let me just kind of see what we've got on our list of to-dos and takeaways. But I want to thank all of you for the excellent discussion and the ideas put forward. What I've heard, Gitanjali, is there is appetite for, at a call for a joint position of UNGIS in some of this process. And I think that's a very good idea, to consolidate our view and our vision as UN players to inform member states as they go forward. Related to that, there was a call that perhaps UNGIS can be helpful to cascade or elaborate that process for stakeholders to participate in these processes like Global Digital Compact and WSIS, et cetera. And so I think we need to reflect on what we might do around that. There was a call to include all UN agencies. We already have 32. I think there's two issues. One is getting the participation of all the ones who've already signed up, and then the other is extending that beyond. And there's only about 40-odd UN entities. I mean, only. There are 40-odd UN entities, but we can look to see who we don't have included and make sure that they are. There was a suggestion of an internal work plan for UNGIS. I think that's a good one as well. And the marketing strategy, which you already spoke to. And I think that's a broader issue of how do we actually ensure that we're meeting youth and other parts of populations where they are. And then a suggestion that maybe UNGIS can help bridge some of these different spheres of the UN. So that's, I think, also in the joint positioning. There were a couple questions raised about WSIS put on the table, like the action lines. What's the future of those action lines? And again, that may be part of the UNGIS position here. And then measurement. How do we, what are we going to do about measurement? Are we going to tackle that? What's the UN position around that? Then just finally, I would say, I haven't really spoken about UNDP's work, and I'm not going to do that. But there are several, I think, very positive developments in the system, but just kind of in general, that I think speak to the convergence and need for convergence between agencies, but also between stakeholders. One of them, Pratik, you mentioned the joint SDG digital window. So this is, the joint SDG fund is a fund set up to support multiple UN agencies to work together at the country level. by releasing and allocating resources through a competitive process. And the European Union has put $30 million into a digital window. The digital window, by nature, focuses on integrated responses. So it has to be done with more than one agency, and it has to focus on cross-cutting issues. And this is the whole kind of evolution of digital in some ways. And maybe this was seen by some of the visionaries 20 years ago, but maybe the rest of the world is now kind of catching up and realizing if you are going to work on sectoral approaches, we were talking about this before with my FAO colleague, you can work only so far on agriculture or health or education or social protection before you start to converge on these kind of common layers around whether it's digital capacity building, the new discussion on digital public infrastructure, or the overall trend around sustainability and the concern about sustainability. So there are more and more of these kind of common issues that are emerging in the digital space. And that, I think, speaks to the importance of the UNGIS platform and the need to do these things that we've talked about today. So with that, and being a few minutes over time, I apologize. I want to thank you again for your participation, and we'll look forward to the next touch point. If I can be shameless and promote something, there's an event happening at 3:30 that I'm chairing that one as well, and it's on AI is coming, are countries ready or not? And that is next door in the workshop 8 room, so please feel free to join us if you're available and interested. We're going to be talking about countries' AI readiness. So with that, thank you very much.
Good meeting.
Yeah, there's some good ideas there. Sorry I didn't go back to you, but I think it was kind of, yeah.
Actually, also there are like new audiences coming in every meeting, so we have to repeat everything. Yeah. We are talking about. But Rob, we have a good summary. Let's work on it. Let's work on it together to make sure that at least the joint proposal is there.
I think we definitely need a joint position.
Yes, exactly. The language needs to be tweaked.
Okay.
So Red.
All right, I better run next door. Thanks, Pratik.
Day after. Send me an email. Okay. Yeah. Did you apply? No, it's not open yet. Please apply. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would like to explore the public. I'm going to send you an email. Okay. And once we have also more collaboration on the ICT. Yeah. If you want to see how the ICT can guide us as well in this process. Sure. Yeah. So that was the one from
Order. Like, yeah, she will be one, he will be second, and then she will ask questions, and it may change, but I suppose it will go one by one.
No problem.
But she will be speaking first, and
second, and the third will be.
I suppose he, like then by.
Okay, so everybody, you'll be the speaker today.
Yes,
Right.
they will answer at least one question.
Ah, okay.
I will ask them to sit.
Among them, the Zoom person in Zoom is
This one.
do you have any slides? Yeah, he was
And we discuss also.
And the talking 3:15
Yes.
and it finished 4:45.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I promise.
Hello. Hey. Hello. Hello. Nice to meet you. Hello. Nice to meet you. Very good. Thanks for joining us. No idea.
The moderator will be sitting
Just tell me where.
there. Thank you for your constructive attitude.
I mean, let's see how what trainings are the suggestions.
6.
L2.
And you don't have a, you have a ticket. Oh, okay, me too.
The same thinking. I have to go back to my hotel to get my suitcase.
Ah, okay, okay.
You have your suitcase here.
I took it. That's why I was late from the youth IGF.
Like we need you just for keynote.
No, but Petra's getting the same train, so you're going to have to make sure that she gets out of here.
Okay.
No, but then I took the metro directly.
Yeah, she's going directly. I have to go and get my suitcase. I have to get my suitcase.
Where is your hotel?
It's on the metro line.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to get off, get the suitcase, walk down.
Yeah, I have like 30 minutes pay. I need something for drinking. So I was running and sweating.
Hi.
Hello, welcome. How are you doing? Very good.
Can you take this display stuff?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
So I haven't seen you at all.
Me neither. Where have you been?
Well, exactly. Did you come here at all?
I did.
No. I wake up exactly the moment you should have I get 2 hours to
I know you're not the ticket, so you're one of these advisors, but thank you.
I'm going now. I'm going home.
To my colleagues at this level.
I'm running after this. Me and Petra's getting the same train, but I have to go back to my hotel.
You're going back the same way, Lufthansa, long flights. Thank you so much. I'll see you around. You will sleep throughout the flight.
I have to and then to just again. When you
Saturday.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Okay, I didn't try it.
That's okay. I just want to say that 2 of our online participants are there.
Yes, and we will see them from there.
Yeah, I suppose yes, but.
And you are sitting here or where?
Here.
Okay, then you turn that to us or?
No, it's not a problem. It might be the case that you you will need to say just to this.
Yeah.
Not see them.
Okay.
To ask them to ask the questions, and I suppose we can skip that very long introduction. We can just say
Yeah, sure.
who they are,
Yeah.
their sensible
Orange juice is fine, that's it.
How should we distribute? Should we also
that's right. Don't worry, but the one is also.
But did you buy the ticket on the?
Bought the ticket
So
online.
it's due for down. Because that's where I went to the gates and then there were big machines and I couldn't find the tickets. The bill I had, I forgot from another bag, so I didn't have any cash. Then I wanted to find the ticket office.
My tutor has put your credit card machine in the box. They said no, you have to go to the desk. Then I queued again for another 15 minutes at the desk. So then I was really glad I had done it. Anyways, thank you so much for doing this. You've been running around.
No, it's like, I think it's that I have like a different
Anyway, I think we should start.
It's shown on the screen on top. Yes.
So now it looks better that there are people around. Okay, now you can start anytime.
Okay, if you're ready.
Dear ladies, dear gentlemen or friends, welcome to this session on Virtual Worlds We Want. I am Mia-Petra Kumpula-Natri. I am a member of the European Parliament. I am from Finland. I want to personally and also on behalf of my colleagues, the European Parliament members, to thank the hosting ministry, Japan, for organizing excellent surroundings for the IGF this year in Kyoto. Also, I want to thank Piers O'Donoghue, who's sitting next to me from the European Commission, for initiating and organizing this session. It will be very interesting to talk with the panelists that we have here, and also audience online and audience here, participants. You have opportunity for the last 20-25 minutes to participate to questioning these experts that we have got together here. We are some on place and 2 experts joining us online, and also audience online is welcome to join. There is a moderator helping us with the reaching your questions if you have any. So looking the future, looking at what is today, we are already talking about the metaverse, virtual worlds, however you want to name it. It has been a long time something to think of, but now it is getting real possibility along the technological developments. There are imagination of the good healthcare, education, design, whatever virtual worlds could bring on the logistics, engineering, manufacturing. What goes first? Or is it in the end that it's the games and virtual culture that flourishes? Is it then shops, online shopping having the shape? Is it helping us to teach, learn, visit, experience? Actually, what we know that it will have an impact on how its citizens will interact with the digital environment, but also within. And when citizens and people meet with each other, it leads to me various also that how we interact. So is it emphasizing the lessons we have learned with internet, 2-dimensional internet, that not everything is easy and good, even if it is vital for everyone to be able to join. So I think we can aim for the open and stable and free virtual worlds, to be inclusive and global. If it's not interoperable, is it that some people go to the other verse and some people stay in this universe? So how to make it reliable and secure, and what is needed from the technological environment? Is there enough networks to be able to carry this computer power in the hands of you, or is it a global effort to do things together? So me as a politician, I have more questions. I hope that the panel will guide us forward and set the face and then frameworks for what is needed, that we can go together for the something better, enlightening more the good sides and possibilities, and avoiding some risks that might come. One risk being that we are splittering our existence and not enjoying the common internet on the virtual world then based on this one. I see my notes also as a politician mentioning taxes. How to tax anything is everything is online or in virtual worlds. Then the governments come with ideas of financing too. And then criminalities. Are there some laws in order to police forces and justice systems to find the guilty and judge? So with these opening remarks, I give the floor for the first speaker, who's Piers O'Donoghue, Director of the Future Networks in the European Commission. Piers, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kapula-Natri, Mia Petra, and thank you for your support of this event. And I need to turn this on. Thank you. I'll start again. Thank you very much, Mia Petra, for your support. And thank you for everyone who's here to participate and online, because discussing here today the virtual worlds we want, it's particularly timely. In fact, we are at a critical juncture. Most of the technologies that underpin virtual worlds, which we know perhaps individually and separately, virtual reality, extended reality, AI of course, but also the underpinning technologies, cloud, Internet of Things, Internet technologies, even high performance computing, as well as the infrastructure and devices. They have all reached a high level of development, with perhaps the exception of AI, but we see how fast that is happening. But for the metaverse, for virtual worlds, we're still at the dawn of this transition. and hence we have the chance to set the guardrails, to set a framework for what is happening. It's also particularly important to discuss the subject here at the IGF, as the governance of virtual worlds is a crucial element to be defined now, since the whole internet governance community is engaged in the debate of the future of the internet governance architecture, with everything that's been going on here about the Global Digital Compact and WSIS. And one of the obvious challenges where we need to support the IGF is in relation to its role in and response to new technologies, such, of course, as artificial intelligence, but also virtual worlds. From the point of view of the European Union, we set out our vision and strategy for the future web just in July, when the Commission adopted a new strategy on an initiative on Web 4.0 and virtual worlds. And that was to give us a head start in the next technological transition. And that allowed us to make some policy proposals rather than any definitive solutions, following a round of consultations with our stakeholders, from industry to academia and civil society. And it is crucial in the context of the IGF to note that that is a process which we wish to continue in the course of setting these guardrails for the metaverse. Importantly, we also held citizens' panels to hear directly from people what opportunities and challenges they see in this significant shift, and also how they should be supported, how governments and others should support them and steer the transition to virtual worlds in the right direction. The strategy has a long-term perspective, and as I said, it is also in the context of Web 4.0, which might risk for some, certainly not in this community, but for others, be a bit techy. But the virtual worlds will be an important manifestation of Web 4.0 from the point of view of the normal user as well as business. And beyond the tech jargon, this is really working on a wider, deeper technological transition, which will allow a seamless connection between people and the machines that they are using. It will be more immersive, but that will deeply impact the way we work, interact, and socialize. Our strategy in the Commission is anchored in the idea that developments towards Web 4.0 and virtual worlds must reflect EU values and principles. They must also, of course, respect existing EU legislation to ensure that individuals, people, are safe, confident, and empowered, where people's rights as users, consumers, workers, or creators are respected. And this is why there's also continuity. In the policies that we have followed recently have all been geared to ensuring a human-centric internet, and that is also the case for virtual worlds. We're really aiming at creating and supporting and a nurturing environment for the European industry, where businesses can develop world-leading applications, scale up and grow, but with certainty about what are the guardrails, what are the principles that they must respect in making that work, making the investments in the technology. Another element, and again, this is not new, the question is how do we apply it in this case, is ensuring that virtual worlds, the technology and services, the environment, are open and interoperable, to ensure that there won't be, the virtual worlds will not be dominated by a small number of big players, and that people and businesses are able to control the transfer of their data, virtual assets and identities, as the avatars and identities become an even more important part of this process. Our strategy also looks at what are the EU strengths. We obviously have a culture-rich continent with a lot of extraordinary cultural heritage, which is being or has to be digitized. We have industrial players in core enabling technologies. We have major companies, but also innovative SMEs, all of who can play a role, and where we have made significant investments in fostering data spaces, digital twins, etc., which will actually be an element that feeds into the operation of the virtual worlds in a trustworthy and secure manner. We can also count on a solid future-proof legislative framework in place to ensure that the users are protected and that SMEs can benefit from this world as well. But there is an outreach element to this, and where we hope to learn from and work with global partners who are, of course, facing the exact same challenges, because we have a lot to learn, and like so many other elements of the internet, we want to ensure that it actually increases interoperability and openness and does not become a tool for marginalization or fragmentation. We want to empower people and reinforce the skills required to develop innovative applications, services and content. We want to support a Web 4.0 industrial ecosystem to scale up excellence in research and development, to foster innovation and to prevent fragmentation within our single market. We want to support societal progress and the provision of virtual public services. It's not all about gaming, after all. We are going to have 2 new public flagships in the area of smart cities and in health, respectively. And they are areas, of course, that directly impact on the quality of life of citizens. And then the last pillar, leaning on all of the other 3, and what I've already mentioned, is about the governance at global level, but also, of course, EU level, on how we shape global standards for open and interoperable virtual worlds and Web 4.0, and to promote, of course, those standards in line with EU's vision and values. We're already seeing signs, as Mia Petra was also speaking to me about earlier on, about attempts to preempt that standardization process for purposes which we would be deeply suspicious of, and also which would not provide the guarantees with regard to the protection of the individual, the protection of identities, and the protection of data along the lines of the values that we try to be consistent about in all of our actions with regard to digital technologies. So standardization is key, and the governance of the metaverse is and will be key. So today we're going to discuss what are the virtual worlds we want? What should they look like? But also, if we can agree on a common set of principles and values underpinning the virtual worlds, it's perhaps even more important then to discuss how. How do we deliver that? The elements we need to deliver on a certain vision of virtual worlds. And if that can come from the IGF, it automatically has validity. It has strength and should be a common tool that we can use with partners who are not necessarily present here as a common view of what the metaverse should be shaped like. And as I said earlier, from the EU side, we want to ensure that they're designed to be open and not interoperable, and also to enable true user empowerment and diverse participation. So we have to have a look again at the capacity, the ability, the feasibility of access and use by others who are not properly connected, do not have the means to allow the latest whiz-bang set of goggles that have just been announced, but where basic accessibility and connectivity issues are still a major challenge towards the uptake of such technologies. That requires innovation, creativity, but also, of course, collaboration. And addressing the governance at global level will be required to achieve openness and interoperability, and it will be key to future developments and uses. Otherwise, elements of society and elements of government will simply shut down on the whole process, to the detriment, we feel, of society and the economy. International engagement is needed on things like content, on practice, also, of course, ensuring that there is not disinformation, also that there is not censorship, having a positive impact on that tension with freedom of speech while protecting the individual. And of course, surveillance versus privacy, where we have to ensure the protection of the individual. So, of course, I think in this community, there will be very little doubt that we are all committed to engaging in this multi-stakeholder internet governance in the design of an open and interoperable virtual world. Again, the question is, how do we convince others to do the same? To develop human rights-based virtual worlds, we have to rely on the recognized instruments. We have in Europe the European Declaration on Digital Rights and Principles, as well as a Declaration for the Future of the Internet. And we know that these are mirrored by actions and views and principles held in other areas, because that Declaration for the Future of the Internet, as we discussed here on Sunday, already has almost 70 signatories, including in the Global South. Of course, governance for openness and interoperability can only be accomplished by this community. I repeat that point, and we will not stop saying it. But it is also important that as we rely on the IETF, on ICANN, and on other important bodies, we must ensure that the IGF is at that same level, being allowed to play its role, and that national and regional initiatives, including regional internet governance fora for multi-stakeholder internet, are allowed to have their input to that important technical and policy process. So we are launching, for our part in Europe, an expert group which will bring our member states together with others to share a common approach and the best practices on the virtual worlds. As I said, in line with the consultation process that we are running, we want to set with the community and with member states the guidelines for this important technological process. We will support the creation of a technical multi-stakeholder governance process to address essential aspects of virtual worlds that are perhaps not sufficiently elaborated so far in the global institutions, the governance institutions so far. So we must look at how we deal with this issue in the IGF, and we have to address it positively and critically. What is it that the IGF needs to do? What support, for example, do governments need to give to the IGF to engage in the intersessional work to ensure that it is the locus for this discussion? I hope that today's discussion will contribute significantly to our dialogue on the role of the multi-stakeholder governance model for virtual worlds, and that will help us in our work, but help others also, and bring us together in a common understanding from the outset about how do we achieve true user empowerment, diverse participation, and accessibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We only got 1 hour, 15 minutes to solve the questions or elaborate at least the scenery that the Commission was giving us from European Commission. So next I go for the experts that we have gathered here together. I will put the plenary to talk about 3 big titles: regulation and governance, then accessibility and inclusivity, and then the third, interoperability and standards. But I let the experts to have their own vision, not entitledly only for this title, 3-4 minutes each. And we will start with Kathy Lee. Kathy Lee is with us online. She's the head of AI, data and metaverse at the World Economic Forum with the vast knowledge and experiment on the businesses on VPP Media investment arm, including digital media buying and real professional who has been working in London, New York, and Beijing. Kathy, are you with us? I would like to have your comment. What would be needed to support such a vision? We heard here open, interoperable, safe, good governance. Is it legislative? What institutions? Please, word is yours.
Thank you, moderator. And good to see everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the online audience as well. It's an honor to be here. So my name is Kathy Lee. I head the AI, data, and metaverse work, and the co-head of the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution at the forum, working on the forum. So first of all, I do wanted to mention that indeed at the forum, we have been covering the topic of the metaverse, virtual worlds, and Web 4.0 for probably the longest time since I think before October 2021. And that was important because that was before even Meta changed their brand name. So you can imagine that we've been working on this issue for the longest period. But the ambition at that time was really to anticipate the global discussions on the metaverse and virtual worlds. That's how we launched the Defining and Building the Metaverse initiative, to basically realize the benefits, mitigate the risks of virtual worlds and Web 4.0. And the initiative really intends to surface technology and policy harmonization needs, explores and guides the economic impact and use case development, and co-design the kind of necessary frameworks for responsible deployment. What we did was we leveraged the kind of peer-to-peer cross-sectoral collaboration and managed to convene a community of more than 300 experts from across the public and private sectors to generate socially useful, inclusive, equitable, and responsible virtual worlds. The work cuts across two tracks: value creation and governance. And value creation, we're talking about not just about creating value for the industry, but most importantly for the society overall as well. The initiative advances recommendations on topics such as the digital identity, ethics, IP rights, and digital assets. The value creation track really maps out the new value chains and business model across industries, identifying potential use cases, future use cases, while analyzing the impacts and the risks of virtual worlds to society and culture. The governance track recommends policy frameworks for the global and responsible technology deployment, while championing equity, inclusion, diversity, and accessibility. So far, the initiative has produced work on demystifying the consumer metaverse, social implications of the metaverse, interoperability in the metaverse, and privacy and safety in the metaverse. Next, the initiative will focus on developing guidance on metaverse industry transformation, identity, and security. Ultimately, the initiative will provide guidance, governance framework for the virtual worlds and Web 4.0. And here it's very important to first of all talk about the definition of the metaverse. We at the forum never thought this would be limited to a 2D or 3D, AR, VR, XR kind of virtual environment. It's important to think of the metaverse as the future, as the next iteration of the internet. And what kind of economic and social opportunities we wanted to generate from the next iteration of the internet. And equally, what kind of guardrails we wanted to put in place. And if we walk back from that vision, what do we need to do today to make sure that we have the kind of future that everyone can benefit from? So I do want to address very briefly on your first question in terms of how do we make sure that there's international engagement from the multi-stakeholder community, because again, that's been what we have been doing for the past 2 years, and it's not an easy process. Because in a borderless metaverse, the only way to mitigate the risks of regulatory arbitrage and secure individuals' data and rights is to develop global governance solutions. But we still are seeing a significant lack of harmonization across jurisdictions. For example, a study conducted in 2021 by the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation discovered that 62 countries currently have prohibitions or limitations in place regarding the flow of data across their borders. Furthermore, the data which these restrictions are being implemented is increasing. This underscores the importance of international collaboration that spans borders to both streamline and safeguard the movement of data, which is a critical consideration as the borderless metaverse continues to develop. Those who collaborate across borders must continue to take into account the ethical, jurisdictional, and coordination challenges related to two key factors. One is the new types of data and their associated definitions. And two, emerging forms of social interactions linked to embodiment and presence. Moreover, given the net new natures of several metaverse technologies and experiences, it's likely that the new governance solutions, both legal and non-legal, will need to be developed and trialed across jurisdictions to be able to effectively govern virtual worlds. And to facilitate this process, we need multi-stakeholder bodies developing principles and frameworks on metaverse governance, standard-setting organizations working to ensure technologies are open and interoperable, and government engagement in the rule setting and enforcement process, and the strong industry buy-in, which will be key as well. I'll stop there and very happy to continue the discussion later on, but that would be some of my initial observations. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will deep dive into some questions more. Next, I will have the pleasure to ask Elena Plexida, who's the Vice President for the Government of IGO Engagement in the Internet Corporation of Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN. Prior joining ICANN, she works for the European Commission too, but has been then championing our common internet in ICANN names and numbers. Does it apply in the metaverse? Having the premise that it's a global phenomena, it needs global governance as also challenged here. What we can learn from the systems? Could we draw parallels from the governance model that ICANN is now running?
Thank you, Mia Petra. Hello, everyone. Indeed, ICANN coordinates the internet unique identifiers, the names, the numbers, the protocols, and especially the names, the domain name system. It's a coordination without which you wouldn't have the global internet as we know it today. And we do not do that alone. It's a family of technical organizations. ICANN brings together a global community that includes all stakeholders across the spectrum: government, civil society, academia, engineers, users, and they collectively make the policies that govern the domain name system. That's the ICANN multi-stakeholder model, if you will. And all our sibling technical organizations, like the ITF that Piers mentioned before, have their own multi-stakeholder governance model. It's, if you will, multi-stakeholderism at its core. We are not just talking about participation or international engagement. We are talking about decision-making that in the case of the ICANN multi-stakeholder model, it can change things like the very root of the internet. This governance model has enabled and has protected the global internet so far, the technical layer that keeps the internet together. That's what I mean by the internet. To your question about whether we can draw parallels, the first remark I'd like to make is that this multi-stakeholder model has worked very well for the internet for the last 25 minutes, 25 years. It would be fantastic, huh? It should work as well for the next 25 years. So it absolutely must be preserved to govern the technical underpinnings of the internet so they can continue to support anything that comes on top of them in the future, be it virtual worlds, be it Web 4.5, be 5, be whatever inflated version of the web anyway. Now, if we were talking about virtual worlds in a closed environment, gaming, this would be an application issue and we wouldn't be discussing much. However, the virtual worlds are meant to integrate with the real world or with each other, with day-to-day interaction with the real world. And that's what the European Commission communication is aiming to discuss, this augmented reality. So then the question becomes, how do you keep in sync the virtual and the real world? And how do you keep in sync the real world with many virtual worlds? When you go into the metaverse in a virtual browser or virtual computer and type www.icann.org, where do you go? I think Piers mentioned that before as a question. Or how about property? How does a property belong to? Who does it belong to? What are the different obligations that are tied to that property in the many different worlds, as an example? So then you are indeed into a governance issue. Now, the real world, take for example real estate, is heavily regulated by sovereign governments. Stakeholders participate by providing views. They're being consulted. The governance system that supports the internet technically, as I explained before, does not work that way. Stakeholders, including governments along with the other stakeholders, they decide. So the question becomes, as the virtual world and the real world start to integrate, what happens at the juncture in terms of governance? Clearly, I don't have the answer, except to say that we do need everyone around the table. Globally, you do need multi-stakeholderism, but I can certainly say that you cannot have a stable and secure internet without the same in the virtual worlds. So although the virtual worlds might be long way out, we do have to start thinking about it, and thanks to the European Commission for putting the questions out there.
Thank you so much. Then about the how to make this world accessibility and take inclusivity on board, responsible innovation and so. So next couple of speakers will touch that. I will first have His Excellency, a global technocrat with a driver's experience in business. Also been a professor on entrepreneurship of the University of Nairobi Business School, worked for the Ministry of Information and Communication, and now as Kenya's ambassador to Belgium and EU. So welcome, Bitange Ndemo. Floor is yours.
Thank you for the question. The issue about accessibility and the word multi-stakeholder need to be reconciled. Sometimes I say we need to define these concepts ahead of time so that everybody understands. If you look at the road infrastructure, the government does it and we all use it. We compete within that space. And if it were that every rich person makes the road, we would have a lot of problems, even in terms of competition. Accessibility and inclusivity would begin with who builds the infrastructure, because some or those who go ahead building this infrastructure create problems of access in such a way that competition can lower the cost of entry. So if we are serious about this, we must rein in on some of those who participate in the multi-stakeholder arrangement to create access to these technologies and be able to do what some countries have done, which build infrastructure and everybody rides on it like we do on the road infrastructure. By understanding that everything is changing, we are, if I talk about education, we begin fast. Every learning is predicated on some theory or philosophy. We spent on Plato's philosophies of learning. Most of us learned through rote learning, memorization, and then people like Pavlov in dog experimentation changed into behaviorism, and we moved out of there. Piaget came with constructivism, which has done a lot of good across the world, which countries changed the way of learning. This is now shifting. It shifted into what we call connectivism, where internet came and people are learning in certain ways. The trouble is that because of lack of access, not everybody enjoyed that space. We are shifting now into metaverse, where I am hoping that academicians would say we are in augmentation or augmentative stage or theory that would explain our learning. If you see the growth of virtual reality across the world, even in Africa, which usually comes from behind, you are seeing solutions which would amaze you. But these solutions must be accessible and inclusive across the board. To get them to be accessed and address everybody's problems, a number of things has to be done from what has been said by previous speakers, and also embracing new ways of creating new spaces of competition by destroying the structures that we have had before. It is the most, what is happening now is the most defining moment of our time with these technologies. Unless something is done now, we are going to mess up a lot of people's lives who may not access that, who may not be as competitive as I told you. Some of us begin through memorization to this stage, others would be in the augmentation. One example I will give you, in my biology class, my teacher used to draw an apple on the board and a plus in the middle, and would tell us this is the left ventricle and the right ventricle of the heart. And you're trying to imagine what the hell is a heart look like. Now, if you look virtual immersive learning, you see the heart, you see where it is, you see how the blood flows, and you can actually walk out of there and explain to someone. If we deny young people that opportunity to learn in ways that they understand content beyond what we have seen before, we are doing ourselves a disservice. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, and my family comes from the far north Lapland, and they really thought when the internet came and now that distance might lose meaning and they have more opportunities to, as you described very beautifully. Next one we will have from the Project Liberty Institute, which is describing its aims as enhance ethical governance of the future businesses and technology. The Paul Fenningel. Please, how do we foster responsible innovations? Foster innovation, but make it responsible at the same time, in the world of words.
Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say that in all the interventions of the two of you and my fellow discussants, I sense a lot of aspiration when we talk about virtual worlds. And this is why I think the title, The Virtual World We Want, is very wisely chosen. My name is Paul Fellinger. I'm the Director of Policy, Governance, Innovation, and Impact of Project Liberty. As you said, we're an organization for responsible innovation and ethical governance of new, emerging, and sometimes disruptive technologies, such as everything involved in Web3, Web4. We, as an organization, do basically three things. We enable evidence-based governance innovation through our research partnerships. Our founding partners are Stanford University, in Silicon Valley, Sciences Po in Paris, in France, and Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. And we catalyze multi-stakeholder cooperation to develop governance frameworks for responsible innovation and ethical technology. And very particular, we also are the steward of an open source public interest protocol for the internet, which is called DSMP, the Decentralized Social Networking Protocol, which is a protocol to enable user data control, interoperability between services, and economic value participation. And thank you for the question on how to do responsible innovation practice, because this is what we focus on. We're currently leading, together with the Aspen Digital Institute, a global multi-stakeholder initiative for ethical principles for responsible technology. It's a global consultative process. We had regional consultations already in Latin America and Costa Rica in the past months. We were in Africa, in Nairobi, just before the summer. We had consultations in Europe, in Paris. We had here consultations in Japan on the sidelines of the Internet Governance Forum. In 3 weeks, we will hold our North American consultations in Silicon Valley. And we have already consulted with over 200 key actors across international organizations, policymakers, businesses, investors, entrepreneurs, civil society, and academics to precisely ask the question of what is responsible innovation with virtual worlds, new technologies. And I want to share 4 takeaways without preempting the process and the final results, which will released for public comments in December, towards the end of the year. First takeaway is that we need to look at the entire innovation cycle for responsible innovation. A lot of efforts in the past iterations of the web have been focused on regulation. But the innovation cycle also is how we design and develop technology, how technology is funded, how we do investment, which is something that was already mentioned, how it's commercially deployed, and then how it's regulated. And I want to just say congratulations to the approach of the European Union, because this initiative looks really very early in the innovation cycle. We basically discuss an upcoming innovation that is more of a concept today than a market reality for lack of computing power and other factors at this moment. So there's also this opportunity to learn from the iterations of Web 1 and Web 2, as Pierre said in the beginning, and have a better approach for Web 3, Web 4. We are here in Japan. Japan is talking about Society 5.0, whatever number of an iteration you wanna give it. The second takeaway that we have heard so far from this initiative is that ethical governance is sort of a journey. Yes, there are overarching high-level principles and frameworks. And yes, existing rules apply also in the metaverse and virtual worlds. But with the confluence, with this mix of multiple technologies, artificial intelligence, XR, blockchain, quantum computing power in the future, neurotechnology, when we integrate not only the visual but also computer-brain interfaces in the interactions, this is certainly having unintended consequences that we don't even know today. So a risk-based approach works very well when you know what you're dealing with, but here this is uncertainty. So what we've been hearing a lot is that we need a process-oriented approach, and this requires a mindset shift, a cultural shift that says, well, uncertainty is part of the game, so how do we make it work? And here, again, I think a lot of thinking has already been going in a very good direction towards more agile governance approaches that build on sandboxes that allow for experimentation and testing, and for iteration and for multi-stakeholder partnerships. But it's very important, and this is also something that was said over and over again, that multi-stakeholder partnerships and multi-stakeholder involvement for responsible innovation need to have teeth. There needs to be some form of enforcement at the end of feedback loops. A third takeaway, and this was highlighted, we had the town hall of Project Liberty yesterday, and something that was highlighted by quite a few people during this session was the economic dimension of making responsible innovation work. In the case of Europe, we want that Europe's virtual worlds are competitive. So how can you be at the same time responsible and competitive at a global level? Because, and this was mentioned already before, jurisdictions are different, there are different standards around the world. So there need to be economic incentives. It needs to make good business sense to behave responsibly. And this is a discussion we need to have. And last but definitely not least, and this is one of the most important points I would even say when we discuss virtual worlds, the notion that regulation is very important, but as we look around the entire innovation cycle, we also need to look at the technological dimension and to see how ethics can be embedded by design and technology or through the technological design. Code is law and law is code. So what kind of public interest digital infrastructure do we need? How do we build interoperable infrastructures? And here the question is between centralization and decentralization. And I think it's very important to have a discussion with the different stakeholders around the table on, do we need a holistic approach? Because we have learned from Web 1, Web 2 that there was a lot of patching, a lot of piecemeal solutions through regulation. But if we look through the entire stack and we start thinking about the protocol level on which virtual worlds will be based or built in the future, we need to discuss if at this infrastructure protocol level we can embed by design certain principles such as user data control, such as interoperability, and such as economic value participation, which is something which is very close to us at Project Liberty, because we are the steward of one protocol that does exactly that. And there are other approaches as well, and other initiatives working on similar approaches. And just to finish, and I think this is common sense, and we all agree, we need a human-centric approach, and I just want to share something very specific in that regard. We at Project Liberty, we're part of the ITU's focus group on the metaverse, where there's a discussion on standards and interoperability. And we are realizing that a lot of the discussions focus on users as consumers. And I think it's very important to slightly shift this mindset as well and talk about how to empower users beyond just being consumers of virtual worlds. There are commercial applications, there are industrial applications, there are commercial applications, but virtual worlds will also shift the fabric of connectivity as societies at large. So it's important to keep this in mind from the onset. And I look forward to the discussions. Thank you very much.
Actually, you paved the way for the three next speakers. Our last round is from the tech business right away. Is there ethical principles on the desk of the engineers doing the R&D on the commercialization phase? How to make it really happen? Are the networks there? We will have the speakers from IOWN, Nokia and Meta. So first, Dr. Masahisa Kawashima, who's leading the NTT's R&D of innovative optical and wireless network, technology director there. So what are the big technological issues we need international standards for? Please.
Thank you. So there are a lot of standardization items. For example, we have to update our technology suite for information representation to support 3D digital object for metaverse. And also, we need to update infrastructure standardization standards to support high capacity and low latency networks for VR and virtual VR and MR applications. But I think these work items are relatively straightforward. And the most complex and challenging issue is how to enforce data privacy and AI governance policies. For example, when I walk into a shop in the virtual space, before entering the shop, I want to make it sure that my data is protected. So, for example, of course, today we have a server certificate mechanism. So it is easy to have a shop submit a certificate to attest the compliance with the policies. But I cannot be sure if what is attested really reflects how the server is operated, actually. So to enforce the policy technically is very difficult. Another example is when I use data from other data providers, I want to be sure that the data is authentic. Of course, we can have a certificate mechanism, but how can we prove, actually, how can I be actually sure that the data is not fake? So such issues actually has not yet been solved in today's internet. Internet is a good transport network, but internet itself cannot guarantee that transported data is not fake when the server side is not a fake site. So without such, we need to make the future internet not just for transporting data, but the future internet should be the infrastructures for trusted service and data exchange. And we don't have such a technology suite. But without such technological suite, launching virtual world may harm many people. That is my view on that question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And next one, Tatsuya Yanagishi-Bashi from Chief Technology Officer for Japan on Nokia Solutions and Network. I do remember when I've traveled from Finland to the United States and it was cut off my mobile. It's peaceful, no virtual reality, no only singing birds. And I was thinking, oh, was it my mobile phone? So what is it, the world of standards and networks from Nokia perspective?
Sure. So firstly, thank you very much for inviting. And it's a great pleasure to have this opportunity to actually share our view on the metaverse. So, so before actually I briefly touch upon kind of the technologies which is, I think, enabling the metaverse to be real, I would also like to briefly touch upon again, the importance of a standard and standardization efforts, because I think those two things are still, fundamentally important for, building interoperable
virtual environment, virtual world, metaverse, right? And from our perspective, we have seen very good the difference in the wireless communication standard. That is actually called 3GPP. So it has developed a wireless communication standard for more than decades, and it has been so successfully done so far. And Nokia believes that similar approach also required for the metaverse standard as well. But here you can also imagine, I think we have a big problem today. There are so many metaverse-related standards in the market today. And there is no 3GPP like the single standard organizations actually driving the innovations. And there are so many, as I said, metaverse-related standard organizations. They don't like each other. They ignore each other. Sometimes they fight each other. So I don't think this is a kind of ideal situations. And we definitely need to have a better governance model here. And from Nokia's point of view, so there are some organizations actually called the Metaverse Standard Forum. So this is a different organizations from the ITU, so you just mentioned. So that's another kind of the opportunities we think where we can actually drive interoperable metaverse standard. And of course, Nokia is part of these organizations. I think this might be probably the better environment where we can actually discuss the metaverse governance. So that's the first comment. And then, next question would be, kind of the technologies to accelerate the metaverse and the virtual world. Is from Nokia perspective, the XR device is definitely promising technologies. Today, as you can imagine, that our communication is like smartphones, right? This is the majority of user-end devices. But in 2030, for example, I think this is no longer the case. We believe that XR device has much more, it's going to be more dominant in user-end device, the market and segments. But today, you can also imagine that XR device available we can use today is still not human-friendly. You cannot really imagine with using such, I think, bigger, XR device for 24 hours, right? That's obviously impossible. XR, extended reality device, sorry. Yeah, XR. Yeah. So what network can probably do and help in this situation is, today XR device is having a bigger computing processing, but I think network can take care of some of processing at edge, for example, which makes XR device much lighter, having better, longer battery life, and even cheaper, right? So I think this is where network can actually really help, and this needs to be also discussed in, I think, metaverse-related standard organizations as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Even we are talking already virtual world, not AI anymore. I was reading the other day of the AI developing machinery to build more chips for AI because they are needing more. So I don't know how quickly they introduce themselves to introduce something that they can be built. But then now next speaker will be from Brussels, from Meta. Alexandra Gochis, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Hey, welcome and welcome to join us and give your perspective as the last speaker for the round. My children, I'm teasing all the time that have sometimes a book, but now there is no more Facebook, there is Meta. Tell us where you want to see us in future.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for inviting us to this debate. Good morning from Brussels, of course, good afternoon where you are, and sorry I can't be there in person with you. So, we've been talking a lot today about global governance standards, multi-stakeholder cooperation. You've asked us to weigh in on that. Of course, these are big concepts to unpack. So I thought what would be maybe helpful to do today is first share with you a little bit more about our vision for this, and then give you a couple of examples, specific examples of how we're working on that. So first of all, some of you have referred to the definitions. We obviously believe that virtual worlds or the metaverse is simply the next chapter or the next evolution of the internet. So, but we think about it as much more embodied and immersive internet with that defining feeling of presence. So obviously, like there's internet, the metaverse is not going to be a single product. It's going to be a constellation of technologies, platforms, and products. And obviously, it will be built by many different stakeholders. It won't be built by one company alone. There will be developers, creators, civil society involved. And this is obvious but important to stress, because we obviously will not be the ones setting the rules for how this works. It will really require a multi-stakeholder effort to bring this to life and truly develop the right norms for it. So from our side, we believe that the metaverse will only reach its full potential if it is built on a foundation of common technical standards. We talked about empowering consumers and citizens. We talked about empowering businesses. We believe that people need to be able to seamlessly navigate and travel between the multiple platform destinations and experiences that you will have in the metaverse, just like you can browse the internet today freely. So this obviously will help create beneficial economic effects. It will favor competition, citizens' choice. So we really, truly believe that this element of interoperability is important here. Of course, not every aspect of the metaverse experience needs to be or will be interoperable with the others, but without the agreement that that baseline interoperability matters to connect the metaverse together, it will very quickly become fragmented and broken into silos. So obviously the development of technical standards in specific areas is crucial to create that baseline level of interoperability. And essentially, it will make sure that we can mirror the kind of open internet.
To everyone, dear participants, please raise your hand if you would like to ask a question or make comment in Q&A part.
Need to be seamlessly interconnected, not gated off. And for this to happen successfully, the only way it can happen successfully is if we develop these standards in a collaborative fashion. So industry, governments, and experts must come together around these shared technical standards for the metaverse to be truly interoperable. And here I wanted to just share a few concrete examples with you. I'll share maybe three, given the limits of time that we have, just to give you an idea of how we are engaging in some of these multi-stakeholder initiatives. So the first one was already mentioned by the previous speaker, the Metaverse Standards Forum, which we joined in 2022. This is an industry-wide effort that brings together leading companies of all sizes together with standards organizations to talk about how to build that open, inclusive metaverse and essentially provide space.
Romy Mans has left the meeting. Romy Mans has joined the meeting.
Standards. Now, of course, there are others.
Hubert Romanik has left the meeting.
Economic Forum. We also are involved in the WEF's Defining and Building the Metaverse initiative, which essentially seeks to guide the development of a safe, open, and interoperable metaverse. And again, this is a great example of that multi-stakeholder approach to defining the governance frameworks for the metaverse. And we're therefore actively engaging in that effort. And then maybe lastly, the XR Association, which is another forum for cross-industry cooperation. They bring together companies working across the whole spectrum of the metaverse technology. So we're talking about headsets manufacturers, technology platforms, to companies that build components in internet infrastructure and enterprise solutions, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really the whole spectrum. And all of these, the three that I just mentioned, they're very good examples of multi-stakeholder initiatives that really can help feed into that debate on governance we're trying to have to help ensure that metaverse will be accessible to all participants. Now, against that backdrop where industry participates and comes together to collaborate on open standards, we really think that ideally policymakers would be supporting and embracing those multi-stakeholder efforts to develop baseline technical standards. And very importantly, and this was referred to, I think, by some of the previous speakers, we really try to encourage as well that European industry participates in these efforts so that they are conceived with European values built in from the start. So, all this to say that aligning any future initiatives with the work of such international multi-stakeholder efforts around technical standards, I believe will be vital, really vital to ensure that policies of the future really are in line with industry best practices and support responsible innovation globally. And some of the previous speakers have mentioned it. We are years ahead of this becoming a reality. And so we now have the opportunity to develop some of these things in advance. And maybe lastly, I know I'm probably out of time, but I just wanted to mention one more thing, which perhaps would be interesting to bear in mind.
Sabrina Heger has left the meeting.
There is a network called the European Metaverse Research Network, which is essentially a body of academics from several European member states. So I think there are universities involved from Germany, France, Poland, Spain, Italy, Sweden, the Netherlands, etc., who are studying the risks and opportunities of the metaverse. They are examining how metaverse technologies will intersect with issues like privacy, safety, inclusion, future of work. And they're looking at sort of the questions of governance as well. So all of this combined, these are, I think, good examples of some of these multi-stakeholder initiatives.
Panagiotis Bavalis has joined the meeting.
And obviously we from our side are very open to continue discussing this and engaging in any other efforts that are out there. But I thought it would be just helpful to give some very concrete examples of things that we are following and engaging in that we see happen to develop those common technical standards and government frameworks. I can say a few more things, but I will maybe stop here to allow some time for discussion. And I just wanted to sincerely thank you for inviting us to this debate, and also available for any follow-ups and discussions afterwards for whoever would like to have one. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think it's time really to go straight for the questions, as we have limited time. But we will keep that part as we promised for 20 minutes. So audience, if we do have questions online, please indicate me from the technical secretariat, and then anybody in the room who would like to ask questions. You can always introduce yourself. Yes, but a microphone is here behind, so you will be seen also. So like in the previous, you can form a line and then have the floor. But if it's here, then you can be seen on the... So please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I don't know if this is on. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rodica Ciocchina, and I come from the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe is also looking at the metaverse. Of course, we are a human rights organization, so from the point of view of the impact on human rights, rule of law, and democracy. We also organized a session on the metaverse 2 days ago on day one, specifically from, again, a human rights point of view. So one of the questions, we are also working now on a report that will be issued next year on this with IEEE. And one of the big questions that we have and we're looking at is, of course, governance and the existing instruments. Are the existing instruments sufficient to cover the metaverse, considering its complexities, its impact on the brain, on mental autonomy, and not only? Or something else will be needed, like the new AI treaty we're working on, or other acts. So this is the question. Do you think that what we have in place, or what other international organizations have in place, is sufficient, or more needs to be done, taking into consideration what was said before, that the metaverse is still evolving and it's not really possible to anticipate all its applications? Thank you.
Thank you. Who from the panel wants to take this one? Maybe I can guess that Liberty, do you want to answer on this one? And then maybe also Cindy online?
With pleasure. I actually had, listening to what you said, we are at a stage where we sort of think there's a huge wave coming. This will be great, hopefully, for our economies, for citizens, and enrich our lives, and not be to the detriment of it. Mental health and other issues were mentioned as well. So getting this right is a big question. You mentioned you run a big initiative as well, as many organizations who now look at this topic, and it still takes a year until you will have findings. So we are so early that we're still trying to figure out the basics of how what we have applies, what else needs to be invented. But I just want to highlight something else. At the same time, as we speak here right now, trying to figure this out, and this is what I mentioned with embracing uncertainty, there are engineers working on new things. They are not part of those discussions. They are not even aware of our efforts here in this room to try to get this right. There are entrepreneurs who launch startups. There are investors, venture capitalists who invest and who take bets on what technology will be mainstream or not. And I just want to highlight that it's incredibly important, as we have the luxury basically of having a huge technological development and having champions already who put this on the map, launch big processes. If we want to get this right, we need to get early in the innovation cycle, but not when we have figured things out, because the reality is we will not have figured things out. Even if we encode things, probably they will not age so well and they need to be updated at one point. So it's very important, even at a stage where we have not figured everything out, to involve those different communities. Doing so, and this is something we should address in a multi-stakeholder setting, requires speaking a different language, because those people have economic incentives or technological incentives. They operate at different speeds, faster, and we need to find a way to bridge those different silos, and this is really important, and there's a chance to get this specifically right.
Thank you. Kathy, are you online? Do you want to take this one?
Yeah. I would like to say I wanted to slightly contradict with the previous speaker, which is I wanted to point you to the work we've been doing. We've been doing this for more than 2 years, and all of those experts, from engineers to entrepreneurs, they are part of the existing community already. And right now, the consensus more or less is that, yes, the existing laws and regulations, some of them may cover, but many of them, there's a need for the net new regulations to come in. And maybe regulation isn't the right word, but more of a comprehensive governance framework from both the companies and organizations themselves. There needs to be the kind of right governance framework put in place, but also we need to take a look at what are the net new policies and regulations that might be needed. And again, the work we're doing is very comprehensive. Like I said, we already studied the consumer metaverse, industrial metaverse, social implications, identity, privacy, security, and interoperability, covering all the kinds of new data that will be generated, the new technical standards that will be needed across the whole technology stack, because this is a complicated, a future kind of construct of the internet. I would encourage everyone to really think deep in terms of what exactly we're talking about. Like one of the examples that the earlier participant speaker gave in terms of walking to a shop, that itself, that's a very difficult interoperability technical standards issue, because even with, let's assume we all have avatars from one place to another, just even the slightest kind of modification to the physical features of that avatar, that has a different copyright intellectual property issue that's attached to it. So obviously the current copyright laws and directives are not going to be sufficient. But at the same time, we also need to be careful about not to use any of the new proposed laws and regulations, for example, the upcoming EU AI Act, to interpret the previous and existing laws and regulations, because then we're never going to come to a conclusion in terms of what's actually needed and what needs to be put in place. We do need to go, we acknowledge that the technology is evolving, and it's going to continue to do that. But at the same time, there must be, the kind of relevant and efficient, effective kind of protective governance framework put in place to protect humans' rights offline and also online. But at the same time, looking at what are the potential net new regulations and policies that we need to embrace in the future.
Thank you. I will give also short comment from Elena, please, from ICANN.
Thank you. Just to add up very quickly to what the previous speakers were saying, we need standards in virtual worlds, but let's remember internet standards are elective, not normative. So this is where multi-stakeholder model helps to not bring the heavy-handed normative standards too early. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, on it breaks our imagination. What can avatar do for another avatar when it's all unlawful, or when you have adult avatars acting with the minor avatar? Is their laws complying? Is it only something like not nice, something that we find in the schoolrooms, but we don't want to embrace it in the virtual world? So lot for the mothers, lot for the children, a lot for the parents all and all to look at. But we have a next question from here, and then we have one online.
Hello, my name is Janne Hirvonen. I'm from the Finnish Ministry for Foreign Affairs. And many thanks for the speakers regarding this most inspiring discussion. As we are dealing with technology standardization, for instance, in various platforms, this has been really, really good discussion in that regard. But if we maybe look a bit closer at the enabling technologies that many of you already mentioned, could you maybe identify, let's say, few most crucial ones, maybe like 1 or 2, 3 bottleneck technologies which you see as a prerequisite for the metaverse to develop into that vision that we are already having at the moment? Thank you.
Thank you. Who from the panel wants to elaborate? Maybe NTT?
Yeah, I think the most one is, of course, I think the network, because for VR and XR, we need high capacity and low latency network. For example, when we provide interactive virtual rendering service, the network latency should be less than 10 to 20 milliseconds. This is very short. So we need such a network. And you may think that we have 5G, and in future we will have 6G. But to achieve high capacity and low latency communication, we need to use a very high frequency radio band. And radio links with such a very high frequency band is very unstable. So it cannot support industrial use cases. So that is the challenge, and that would be one of the hurdle for AR, VR realization.
I will ask Nokia to have some comment on the 6G, because it's very concrete.
Okay, exactly. Yeah, I also have a similar view with Kawashima-san. So in accordance to our recent research, we actually analyzed how traffic actually grows in the future. And of course, we have baseline increment of the mobile broadband traffic, right? But at the same time, we could also see an XR device generated traffic on top of mobile broadband. And then when it compares those, the amount of the traffic, which is including mobile broadband plus XR devices, and then we already concluded 5G is not really sufficient. So this is actually starting like 2028 or something. I think 6G like technology are really needed. So that's probably one thing we definitely need to evolve in the future.
And also I want to just make one comment quickly. So to achieve high bandwidth, low latency radio communication, probably we should consider the closer integration of radio and optical communication. That would allow us to deploy many more radio base stations and would solve the quality versus reliability issue. And that's why we are running ION Global Forum, and Nokia is also on the board of directors of ION Global Forum.
Yes, and Liberty.
I think this is an excellent question from the colleague from the Finnish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There should be a top 5 or top 10 list of all the technologies, infrastructure, enabling infrastructure things we should look at, a priority list. That would be something very useful. Just to contribute to this, I mentioned this already. We have a particular experience at Project Liberty of being the stewards of a protocol. So I think, again, I would put on that list somewhere the importance of the question, what do we need in terms of public interest infrastructure protocols? That means the enabling infrastructure on top of which businesses build their services, their virtual worlds, their applications. And it is possible to encode in protocols a certain number of ethical standards with regards to how much users can control their data that they share with intermediaries in virtual worlds. How easy or not it is, how centralized or decentralized we want those virtual worlds to be. Can users just switch virtual worlds and take with them their assets, their history of engagement, of an action, their social graph, their connections when they go from one to the other? And also, to what extent users can participate economically in the value creation that is done with the data they share, their neuro data, their interaction data, which is incredibly valuable. And today, there's no infrastructure that allows all of this, and there is a possibility to think about holistic approaches, and it's a very good moment in the innovation cycle to have those discussions and discuss what is necessary and what are the opportunities.
Thank you. I will have one question from online and then next one here on place in Kyoto. Noli Cristiano asked, considering that industries might want to close the technologies from interoperability and protecting their users to keep engaging in their platforms and not going to the other similar platforms, will interoperability in metaverse be really achieved? Will it be whole interoperable metaverse, or will there be a sort of more fragmented or of interoperable metaverse? Will the standardization with the industries achieve this ideal interoperability ideas of virtual worlds? Maybe we put Meta on the floor. How do you see? Is there room for SMEs to flourish, also smaller companies to join, or is it via Meta platforms, or is it alongside?
Yes, thank you for that question. It's something I tried to touch upon earlier in my remarks, but to that question, is it really possible? You know, from our side, we truly believe that there cannot be gated off experiences. So
Kathy Lee to
people
me,
need
thumbs
to
up.
seamlessly navigate the different experiences in the metaverse. So the idea is that just like you go and browse the internet today freely, you'll be able to do the same thing in the metaverse. Of course, it will take a lot of multi-stakeholder cooperation and understanding to build this. This is why, as I was explaining earlier, we really think that there should be an agreement on the foundation of common technical standards, which will allow for that to happen. So that agreement on the baseline interoperability that will connect the metaverse together is really crucial. And you obviously need the right people at the table to make that happen. But for us, that is something we believe in. To the question from the speaker, we don't think there should be gated off communities. It really needs to be a seamless experience for the citizen, for the small businesses, for developers, for those who will be using and benefiting from the metaverse. And this is why I was explaining, you know, some of the efforts that we're involved in to build those common technical standards. And obviously, you know, it will take a lot of effort. It will take a lot of expertise sharing. It will take involvement from the different stakeholders. But essentially, it's about lowering barriers to entry and facilitating access by, as you're saying, small firms, by developers, by citizens, to make sure that it's an inclusive space. So from our perspective, yes, absolutely, there should be that kind of an agreement on common technical standards to allow for the metaverse to be truly interoperable and inclusive. But of
The
course,
Legacy Urban Base has left the
we're still in
meeting.
the process of getting there. It will take time. So from our side, please feel free also to count on us and include us in any of these discussions. But at the very core of our belief, that's essentially the vision that we have. So from our side, yes, absolutely. But of course, the devil is in the detail as always.
Thank you.
Patrick, can I comment as well?
Oh, of course, please.
Yeah.
Madam
So
Lee.
first of all, I do want to point out that interoperability is not just a technical issue. It's not just a burden of the hardware developers. Interoperability at the end of the day won't be enforced only by standards, technical standards. It will be by and large by market factors, by economic incentives. I think one of the speakers pointed out earlier, when it comes to standards bodies, there are always multiple standards competing with each other. And eventually the ones who win might be the one that works with market economics better than others. And then also in terms of interoperability, like I said, it's not just technical interoperability, which already encompass, different infrastructure requirements, data privacy and security, identity and onboarding, asset ownership, payments, all of this technical interoperability needs to be worked out. Again, both through, kind of a standard setting process, but also market, watch out for the market signals. And then also we're talking about usage interoperability. That is about, how do we actually design, and this might more be on the shoulders of hardware and software and infrastructure developers. And because here we're talking about how do we make sure that the design and the collaboration is global, for the hardware and software developers to keep that in mind from the very beginning, because different regions, from Europe to Africa to Asia may, first of all, have such, differences in terms of access to compute, access to networks. So all of those need to be taken into consideration. Designing across also demographics, like you said, Petra, how children use, the next iteration of the internet will be quite different from adults. So how do we make sure we can actually, verify identity and hold all of the players involved accountable? That will be one of the key issues when it comes to ensuring usage and interoperability. And then finally, also the jurisdictional interoperability. Again, like the data free flow issue that I was addressing earlier, that Japanese government has been championing for years, and the forum is also involved. That is also important when it comes to interoperability. It's about data compliance, transacting and creating accountability, and most importantly, identity framework. What construct as our digital identity? How do we make sure that that's properly protected and guarded? Is it only linked to certain companies and technology owners, or can we actually achieve the kind of decentralized identity framework? So just to sum up, the interoperability is not just only technical. We do need to look at it from multiple perspectives, which again, our work has touched on. And so I encourage you all to look up the work that we've done already.
I have next speaker here, but I dare to comment from one aspect that I'm been working on the European legislation is the mentioning data. You refer to existing or the market power, who plays best with the market powers, but then there is accumulation of the data in the hands of few. And then that gives a quite different perspective for developing AI, developing virtual worlds. And it was mentioned here at least once that how do we, or a couple of times actually, that how can we handle our own data, our own identity. And then it also comes from the companies that how can they have their data, access their own data and use their own data. So that is actually the single puzzle where we built the metaverse is actually handling the data. And we have talked more the ways to handle, the techniques to handle, but then where the data comes from and who has it. But next speaker, question, please, in a hall here. Unfortunately, it's behind me. Please.
It's okay. It's inspiring. My name is Peter Bruck. I'm the chairman of the World Summit Awards, and we are focusing on the impact level of digital innovation. And one of the things which I'm really interested in is regulation as a driver for innovation. Maria Peter, you were jokingly before saying something about taxing. And I think Paul Fellinger was a little bit more differentiating on this, and he said the economic dimensions to make responsible innovation work. So my question would be, give me 3 good examples of how it pays for businesses in the technology sphere to behave ethically. Because when you were saying, Paul, before, ethics by design, and you have to basically think about these things in advance. And I think our friend from the World Economic Forum was very much differentiating the various different kind of complexities, of interoperability. But if you look at this from the side of ethics, then you just really have to start already much, much earlier. And my question then is, what are the economic means and the tools in order to make it work? Thank you.
We're running out of time. We may not have all the panel around, but if someone from the panel wants to answer, I see you were. Okay, let's have it for Paul. Please, you give answer on this one. I will go around, give you 1 minute, and I will, if you want to conclude something, but if you don't have anything special still to add, please tell me your favorite virtual world app you want to have yourself.
This was an absolutely excellent question, and those are exactly the topics we should discuss. 2 very quick answers because we run out of time. One thing to share from Project Liberty's town hall yesterday, because somebody asked exactly the same question. There was a discussion, and also in consultations we were having before. For this to work, we need a sort of race to the top situation in an ecosystem where users, consumers, business partners, and clients can easily switch from one service to the other. The more centralized an ecosystem is, the less there are incentives to behave more ethically. If you look at the car industry, some people might, Toyotas are also, or Japanese cars are also very safe cars, but Volvo is often mentioned as a very safe car, and people want to pay a premium to drive a very safe car. There have been fights on seat belts 30, 40 years ago, and resistance from the car industry to put airbags. Today you want to have the safest car, and yes, a side airbag, of course, please by default and standard. So this is a concrete example, but it requires competition in the market. It requires more decentralization than some actors say we have today in the digital economy. A second factor is you ask for very concrete examples. So cars, I think there's not technology today, but I give you another example. It makes no economic sense today anymore to build very polluting businesses. It's just too expensive. Nobody would do this. Clients would not buy the products, and it just, economically speaking, makes no sense today to do this anymore. So the question is, how can we create similar market conditions for a digital economy that is both highly performing but also puts the right incentives in place through economic means?
Paul, do you have something that you want to experience in the virtual world? Heart was mentioned here, the education and seeing the heart from inside. And
education is amazing. I think I'm particularly excited for the notion also of public service provision through virtual services. I think this could streamline a lot of things and make the life better for a lot of people. And I'm very excited. I'm not a doctor myself, but as the son of doctors, I'm very excited about what it can do to train medical professionals in the future through metaverse applications, and I think we will make amazing progress and also doing surgeries across borders virtually. And
Don't take it all. Don't take it all. There's colleagues.
there are a lot of
Yeah.
there are a lot of exciting things.
Yanagibashi, Nokia, do you have any in mind where you're going to see virtual world application in 2028 on 6G?
Well, yeah, actually, there are, I think, kind of the many virtual applications we predict. For instance, good example is, I think, kind of the innovations of telepresence. So today, when I think you joined online conference, you could only see, the people, just the videos, right? And we cannot really feel like we are in the same meeting rooms.
Yeah.
But I think in the real future, we could feel as if we are in the same meeting rooms and sharing the experience. And this can be, accomplished by, capturing where we are, right, more precisely in high resolutions, and then making some representations in the virtual environment. And we could also see where light is really coming, and so forth, as if we are in the same environment, right? So this is something in the future of telepresence or virtual conference. So I think this is one.
Now we have Kathy and Alexandra two-dimensional. Would you then join us added reality without bearing heavy glasses on next time, or something else you wanna pick up, Kathy, please?
I actually wanted to echo just a comment you made earlier, Petra, which is absolutely key, data ownership. And I agree with you, that is not something that you want only determined by market power, nor that can only be achieved solely through regulations and policy. Because let's not forget, we as users, we usually opt for convenience. So that is a part where you do need business to actually innovate and come up with real good use cases. Otherwise, if the setup, the business concept is too complicated, no one will use it, then again, we won't be able to achieve the goal of truly, decentralizing data ownership back to human beings ourselves. So I do think that is the most key question now, also with generative AI. Everything always come back to data ownership. I do think that needs to be worked on both from the policy front, but also from business, from market perspective as well. So yeah, I want that to be my concluding words. And in terms of virtual worlds, I study all of them, but I actually don't spend much time in it.
Thank you for that, and I enjoy your comment on the data as well. I still try not to use data ownership but accessorship for the data. Then Alexandra, very short comment. We are lagging behind the time schedule. I see people going past me already.
Yeah, and I'm happy to give people time back. But to your question about the applications, I think obviously there are many applications. For me, the most exciting ones that I'm seeing currently, and this is already happening, is in healthcare training, especially around surgery training, which is very exciting. We have some discussions with surgeons who are already using the technology, and it's incredible what it can do. And secondly, immersive education. Like I would love for my son to be able to learn physics and history in a much more immersive way than I did from a textbook. So that for me would be the two very exciting applications. But of course, there are many other applications already being explored, for instance, in manufacturing and many others. But I know we're out of time, so I'll let people get to their coffees.
Thank you so much. Then we have two panelists here. Thank you for Dr. Karawashima, who left already. Actually, Bitange Demo, he had to go, but he already mentioned having the hard three-dimensional looking inside, seeing it pumping, and so. Elena, what would you see as the next application you want to change the universe?
No, ICANN is a global organization, and we have colleagues around the world. So I would say something very basic, but I'd love to see that. Immersive meetings, being able to communicate with them much easier. Like, there are people in Australia or New Zealand or what have you. But thank you for this session. If I can finish with that, and ICANN's motto, if you will, is one world, one internet. Everyone said that before. Interoperability is key. So I would expand that a little bit and say, let's make sure we have one world, one internet, one interoperable metaverse, or several, as long as they're interoperable. Thanks.
Yes, and finally, Dr. Masahisa Kawashima, where would you enter to the virtual world?
Of course, training and education would be very promising, but if I could meet my past, my late grandparents and my parents, that would be very nice.
Imagine building from the images. Thank you so much, all the panelists and active participants and also audience online. Thank you so much. There will be some elements for virtual worlds we want based on the work from IGF here and then also done in so many organizations that it's hard to keep on track already, but it's meaning that we are working on the better future. Thank you from my behalf.
Thanks, Aram.
I don't know. Okay. Yeah. All right. Oh, thank you very much. Hello. Thank you. And sorry.
No,
I
it's
just
okay.
lost sense of time.
No problem.
It's perfect.
Thank you very much.
Clean this room. Good luck.
Thank you so much. मेरे को ऑर्डर बता दो क्या है इसका यही था ना जो इसमें है साबिन दीमा इसका नेविश का इसमें लास्ट में कर देंगे वो तो यहाँ से आई टेक इट डाउन टू लास्ट दैट्स ऑल ना ओला बीसी वाज लास्ट लाइक अर्लियर जस्ट मेक इट या just check it's all is set. Yeah. Okay.
it's the only iPad. No, I use a PC as well. It's just that for this kind of event, when there is a counter, it's easy to carry the iPad. It's really nice. Yeah, it's a little bit lighter, and you don't have to bring the charger.
You're good to go? Okay. It's going live there. Hi, can I start? Hi, greetings from Kyoto, and good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and for some, late night. As I start this very important panel discussion on conversational AI in low resource settings and low income settings, let me first give you a perspective on this and how we build up this session. So while we were conceptualizing this very important topic of conversational AI, I did reach out to a lot of my friends who have long time been in digital health. And I must put this through this forum that a few of them weren't aware of this topic, and which was a big surprise for me. So I think it makes this session all the more important and relevant, because conversational AI is basic digital health. I mean, this is something that we need for the fact that AI is all pervasive, is getting into every aspect of healthcare delivery. And more than that, what I call is the 80-80-80 rule. 80% of the people don't have access to healthcare or qualified doctors. 80% of the areas that we have do not have anything that they can call as healthcare. And 80% of the problems people have are treatable by probably OTC medications or non-specialist doctors. And that's where I think our role comes into very importantly. And if we have to talk about affordable and accessible healthcare, conversational AI is important. Well, I was serving the Union Health Minister as advisor. I think my boss was very clear, let's not force doctors to go to rural areas, because they have studied in urban settings for better life, better conditions. And rural areas don't provide that infrastructure. So even if they go there, what they will do? I mean, coming from that reality, from a country which is of a large population of 1.4 billion, and knowing the effect of what most of these LMICs pass through, I must also relate one experience I had with one of the country heads of IGF who came to our booth and just asked me a question. We've been hearing a lot about generative AI. Will it solve our healthcare problems? And my immediate instant response was, generative AI is based on data. We do not have that. What will it analyze? So if you're having a very high expectation of saying that generative AI will immediately solve problems, I'm sorry to say that there has to be a baseline of data. There has to be a baseline of clean data for generative AI to work on. So while there is hope and hype, there is a long journey ahead for all of us. So with that having said, I also must give you a very interesting example of conversational AI, which is actually chatbots, AI-based chatbots. So in my book, I do mention about this example that there is a very, highly respected exam that doctors aspire to pass through. It's called MRCGP in the UK, member of the Royal College of Physicians. The conversational AI chatbots, they scored 81% compared to human physicians who scored 72%. So I think the evidence is around that there is a future of conversational AI. In fact, there is a present, if we deploy it very well, what conversational AI can do. But what we need to create is awareness, because so-called LinkedIn leaders of digital health didn't actually know about it when I reached out to them. They're all friends. But today, those whom you have on the screen are the actual leaders who understand. Those who are sitting next to me, Dinu and Shauna. So what we are going to do today is to ask people their experience, their expertise, and their expectations from conversational AI, And with me, I have Dinu Cataldo Delasio, who serves as the Chief Information Officer of the UN Joint Staff Pension Fund and leads the UN Digital Transformation Group. Besides, he has many accolades, but I will just point the one that he got was the UN Secretary General's Award for his work in applying blockchain technology for digital certification of entitlement process of the UNI JJSPF beneficiaries and retirees. Mr. Samir Pujari, who is among many hats he wears, leads the AI at WHO and is the chair of AI for Health at WHO IT Focus Group. But besides that, he has done a number of things, including Be Healthy, Be Mobile, which is first mobile app from WHO, for chronic diseases. We have Sabin Dima. I think we all in the world of AI and blockchain, I would personally have the highest hope from him, given the fact that he's the first person in the world to merge AI and blockchain together, the founder and CEO of Humans.ai. And he's an entrepreneur who started his first social media at the age of 16. And if you hear him, I bet you that it will change your perspective on what AI and blockchain can do. We have Atisha Treja. He's a doctor, he's a gastroenterologist, he's currently the CIO and the Chief Digital Health Officer of UC Davis Health. And he's done pioneering work for digital health. And at least the reason I got him here, he had done phenomenal work during COVID with chatbots, the conversational AI. We have Mavish Vaishnav, the Group CEO of Digital Health Associates, who sits on various government committees for digital health. I've been a part of the UN initiative of the Innovation Working Group Asia, where she drafted the roadmap for telemedicine way back in 2013. We have Dr. Olubisi Ungabase, who is a pediatric doctor and quality improvement team lead and mentor. And I've seen her work at the World Health Organization. She's phenomenal and fantastic work that she has done. So what I'm going to do is pass this to my expert panel for their opening remarks on what have they to say about the conversational AI for low income and low resource settings. So I'm going to start with Mr. Dinu Cataldo. Dinu, over to you for your views on this topic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, for inviting me to participate in this very relevant, very important discussion and topic. So as you kindly introduced me, my background is in practical implementation of technologies such as blockchain, such as biometrics, specifically facial recognition, for digital identity. Having designed and implemented a solution for the United Nations Pension Fund to support the proof of existence of 84,000 retirees and beneficiaries of the UN residing in 192 countries. So my initial thought in addressing the challenges that conversational AI and chatbot can have and can present in settings with low resources is indeed, and of course I admit my bias here, is first and foremost the identification of the user. As we are looking at potential use cases, we cannot avoid to appreciate the importance that, especially in the healthcare sector, when and if there is a relationship between a patient and a system, using this term in a broad sense, that it's intended to provide services, that it's intended to provide supported information, it's critical that the system has the capability to identify who is the end user. Because as we can imagine, the response will need to be tailored and aligned with the specific needs and expectation of the end user. So here comes the concept of having multiple technologies that working together can create a system and a solution that ultimately is able to address the needs of the end user. So the proposition here is, as we discussed in other panels, is here we have the AI, which is a probabilistic technology, jointly working and functioning with a blockchain, which is a deterministic technology. And the two of them, in conjunction, they can complement each other
and provide that level of support to provide and to offer, to confirm certainty about identity, certainty and reliability about the data that ultimately the machine learning model are using to elaborate the responses in the conversation. So I think we can start framing the conversation, the discussion, at least from my point of view, by looking at how the joint functioning of this technology can ultimately create a value and a secure solution for the end user. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinu. And I think this is Dinu's call to everyone, that those of us who believe in leveraging AI for health, or for that matter, any critical sector, please ensure that the probabilistic technologies have a denominator of deterministic technology. So AI in isolation is probably going to create more distrust unless you start merging it with blockchain. I think this is where this panel is clearly having top global experts who have done groundbreaking work in terms of trying to get both these technologies working together. And in health, we always say, that anything you do, the first thing that the user looks at is with distrust. And when you start saying that, no, this technology has a basis of ensuring an identity and reliability, and that cannot happen without blockchain. And this brings me to my next panelist, who is, I think for many years that I have known him, is today the man on the mission, the man who leads AI for WHO and the WHO ITU collaboration. Beyond that, he knows beyond AI, given his work in mobile health and other standards, negotiating with maybe 194 countries for getting people on board for this emerging technology. Samir, I want to ask you, what has been your experience? What is your vision? What's the work you are doing in this area? And what can this conversational AI deliver for the LMICs? Over to you.
Thank you, Rajendra, and thanks for setting up this forum. I think it's a very interesting discussion, especially at two angles. One is the conversational AI, because the discussions have floated very much towards just generative AI. And I think there are two different components to it that needs to be discussed. And second is the low middle income settings. I think that's the key here that we'll discuss. Let me step back and say, before I go into my experience part, that often in this technology forums, we focus a lot on technology. I would urge everyone to take off that hat and think of people. I think it's very, very important that any discussions we are doing are focused on the people that they are getting the benefit out of. And these are not one set of people. These are the future generations that we're looking at. These are the current populations that we're looking at. These are care providers that we're looking at. Everyone has a role and impact in this area of work with AI and conversational technology. So I think technology has to be understood as an enabler. That's the first point. Now, second point going in, is it really making an impact? What is the challenge and how we're looking at it? Rajendra, you mentioned at the beginning of the session that there are gaps in healthcare services. Even in 2023 today, we are still seeing a massive gap in rural Africa, where women cannot be screened. It's very expensive to screen for cervical cancer. We are seeing in Egypt massive gaps in screening of diabetes population. And these are problems which are not existent because of gap in access to healthcare, but there is a gap in the healthcare providers, unfortunately. So technology provides that specific enabling factor, especially the conversational AIs. We are even not there at the stage of population health components, sexual reproductive health areas. We are still missing those massive outreach components with the healthcare gaps. Forget the part of health education and those things, they're way forward. And I think that's where the role of conversational AI is critical. It has been shown through science that in the low middle income country settings, with the technology getting cheaper, there is a potential that these technologies can make a difference across different disease areas in a very effective manner. And our Director General mentioned that very specifically in the July launch of the Global Initiative of AI for Health. However, we have to be very, very careful of 4 areas. First is equity. And I think that's where the main component comes into play, is when you're trying to deploy technology in low middle income country settings, the business value for this is much less. And hence it is us as this forum or the civil society groups or the international development groups who need to be cognizant that we are working in ensuring equity. The technology companies are not going to be pushing for that. I think that's one part that everyone has to focus on as we look forward. The second part is collaboration. It's extremely important that we work together across sectors for health, education, and different areas and domains of work. Third is focus on sustainable business models. It's very exciting to trigger a new product, a new project, and go to the field. And 90% of the times I've seen it die because it doesn't have a sustainable business model. So that's a very important component. And the fourth point is looking at how it benefits the user at the end of the table. That's the most important. How can we take this AI to the people? That's the discussion that has to be happening all throughout. And I think if we can focus on this around the people-centered approach, the people focus, we can make an optimal impact with conversational AI in the changing of the healthcare domain across the SDGs indicators, not just the healthcare indicator, but across SDGs. I think that's the key. I think I would like to see this forum and the members of this in their own role focus on. We have what you asked me, Narendra, what we're doing. WHO together with ITU and the World Intellectual Property Organization, heads of the three agencies, announced a global initiative on AI to bring together all this work to kill the verticalization or to reduce the verticalization so that we can work on WHO side, providing the guidance, standards, policies, on the facility side, bringing all the groups together, and then actually helping countries implement that member states level through the right governance approaches that we have. So I think at this stage, I'll summarize by saying that there's a huge potential in the healthcare market that our member states are seeing, and they're asking WHO to work towards that direction. However, as the UN body, we need to ensure that the member states do not get hit by the private sector business models, but we can benefit everyone, even the private sector, in terms of maximum value of AI in healthcare. Thank you. Back to you.
Thanks, Samir, and really heartening to hear what most of the people refrain from saying is that we should not get trapped by private sector business models. At the same time, we have some phenomenal people in private sector, and I think to your point of people benefiting, we have next Mr. Sabin Dima, who is the founder and CEO of Humans.ai. I really like his approach and the way he's building the AI verse, is that he says you will be able to do anything you can think about with AI. I mean, it is totally disruptive approach that Sabin has. Sabin, it's nice to have you. I know you are traveling. Would like to hear your views given the work, and I would like you to maybe speak for a minute about the work that you have done in this field and how you are disrupting, and what do you see as the role of conversational AI in healthcare. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I agree with Mr. Samir that we need to have a human-driven approach. So I'm Sabin Dima. I'm the CEO and founder of Humans.ai. We are for more than 40 years in the AI field. In this new AI era, we are a company that already have some world premieres. We created the first AI counselor of a government. We created an AI that is able to have a conversation in real time with 19 million of Romanians. And all of those opinions, we are using them to train an AI. And on the other side, the decision makers can have a conversation with one entity, with one AI, like they're talking with 19 million of Romanians. We strongly believe that artificial intelligence is the greatest tool ever created. And in order to democratize it, we created an AI framework that make it so easy to create a narrow AI. I don't think that AI is able to replace humans, but it's able to replace some skills. And we can help with that, but we're taking in consideration two major aspects. One is the data. And for that, we created the first blockchain of artificial intelligence in order to have the data traceability, to create what is called explainable AI, and to make sure that if I'm giving an opinion to this governmental AI, the AI will be trained with my opinion as well. And there is no bad actor that can delete that opinion. And the other one, it's ethics. We had a lot of research papers on ethics in AI. The latest was presented at the Imperial College in London. Regarding the AI in healthcare, for sure, AI is going to democratize access to health, but I see a bi-directional approach. Usually we are using conversational AI to get answers. We are interacting with the AI. We are asking questions to the AI. But everybody wants to solve people problems, but I think we are not aware about those problems. So we should engage in a conversation with people in a human-like interaction like we're having right now to understand what are the people problems, and probably the most important, what is the sense of urgency. And for that, we're not asking governments to invest in infrastructure. We're not asking for governments to invest in hospitals and so on. We need just an internet connection. And in some cases, there are some AI models so efficient that can be encapsulated in a low entry tablet, and we can ship it in remote places. So I think that we should build this bidirectional conversation to ask people to be aware of what are their problems. And on the other side, to encapsulate different doctor skills, being able to respond and to create this open innovation platform, that it's a living organism, that any startups can participate and can bring different skills under the same core.
Thank you, Sabin. Coming to Mevish, you have been in this field writing policies and roadmap for telemedicine, and now this new field of conversational AI. And given the fact that you are involved in academia, which is expected to show the roadmap for the future to those who are into this field, what's your view about conversational AI?
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Hello, everyone. I'm Mevish Vaishnav, the Group Chief Operating Officer at Digital Health Associates and Academy of Digital Health Sciences. I thank the DC Digital Health for this extremely important session. While we talk about generative AI and large language models like LLMs, I would say that the basic and the disruptive point for LLMs and for generative AI would be the conversational AI. Just imagine a scene where billion people are speaking and billions of people talking to patients, populations, speaking about health issues, and clinicians addressing them. It would make a phenomenal opportunity to analyze these conversations and create the GHAI, that is the Generative Health Artificial Intelligence, which would be different from artificial intelligence for general purposes because health is very technical, it is clinical. So I see a great opportunity of conversational AI being the starting point for the generative health AI, which will over time kind of eliminate the need for using doctors for basic health problems, because most of the people in the rural settings or in the semi areas or even urban areas have the need for basic information. And this can be handled by conversational AI, which is driven by either generative health AI, but both are dependent on each other. Without this data, we actually cannot do anything. So I see a phenomenal opportunity. And I think we should build upon this. Thank you.
Thanks, Mavish. Moving from what you said is the generative health AI and the fact that when people start interacting over voice, over communication rather than texting or writing, which limits their ability, as I'll not call illiterate, but digitally illiterate populations who have not actually learned to, write still. I mean, that's major part of the population. In fact, yesterday at a panel, we were talking that 2.6 billion people are still not connected to the internet. And with what Sabin was saying, of shipping the tablets to low resource setting, I mean, just imagine if people start talking, the quantum of data that comes out is going to be exponentially more than what we have today, because today you have to type, you have to text, that gets captured for analysis. The moment you start analyzing voice-based data is going to be exponential than what we have. So I think the accuracy will increase, and that may become much more worthwhile. But I think at this point, I would like to bring Ashish Chatreja, the actual person who has done a lot of work in this during COVID and even earlier. Ashish, what has been your work in this field, and how do you see this field shaping up and the role of conversational AI? Over to you.
Dr. Gupta, it's a pleasure to be here, and thanks for having me. Greetings from California. It's 1 a.m. here, and really excited about this. We just launched the largest network in the United States on generative AI in healthcare called Valid AI. And the reason being, just very brief background about me, I did my medical school from India and then came to US to do public health and then informatics. So as a physician, I've been practicing for the first 10 years of my life. And now as an informaticist technologist, supporting technologies for University of California Health, and now working globally in many things. I still am adjunct professor in medical school in India. So I'm considered as an app doctor because I started building apps around 15 years ago. And these were mostly deterministic models. So we took the rules from the guidelines, and the biggest gap we see is, and very eloquently expressed by the previous speakers, there is efficacy which we see from the medicine, what is possible today. Like 99% of patients' blood pressure can be controlled with the current medicine. But the real gap, which Dr. Gupta mentioned, is 80-80-80. Many patients don't even get access to the doctor. They can't even drive to a doctor. The doctor has a waiting list. And even if the doctor prescribes a medicine, they do not have time to explain how to take it and how to do other things like salt reduction and others. So there's a biggest difference in the care which actually patients get in their home and than what is possible. And that is because the most of the human medical care globally, whether it's United States or Africa or India, is because we have locked medicine and care into the same time and the same space as a physician. So everything has become physician-centered. You have to come into the same clinic or a hospital to get care. What generative AI and AI can do finally is unlock care with the time and space. So you can provide care anywhere you can. And you do not need a physician. You can extend beyond one-to-one physician-centered care to what we call as exponential one-to-many care. If I have to tell the same thing about blood pressure control, I can make myself into a conversational AI bot. Now with generative AI within a matter of weeks, and I can deliver not only to people, which I see in University of California, I can deliver across California, across US, but really I can now deliver across globally, right? So any solution now we can make, if that is validated the right way, can immediately become a global solution. So we are finally at the cusp of unlocking the biggest supply demand issue in healthcare by democratizing it completely. And if you really combine the rule-based stuff, the guidelines to provide rule-based care through text-based, you can then combine that with generative AI probabilistic. You're unleashing the science of rule-based care with the conversation which patients need. Because rule-based care is our scientific way of physicians doing it, but conversation is the way how patients get it. And that has always been a barrier how to bridge it. But now with combination of these two technologies, we call it a hybrid AI, you can combine the physician-centered care traditionally with patient-centered care, which everyone needs today globally. So really excited about this. We have all the US states now looking at, and really we need to go with a problem-centered approach first and really looking at equity. The equity is not just inequity is not only in patients, inequity is in countries, in states, and in healthcare organizations. If we do it the right way through collaboration, which is really I'm looking for here, we can finally make it the most inclusive, the most democratic way of providing care globally and go from digital divide to digital bridge. And I think that onus is on us, not on technology. We humans are the transformation agent to bridge the gap. And really, it's a big calling for us to really leverage technology, but put our own DNA and purpose to bridge that gap.
Thanks, Ashish. And this is very important of the fact that you launched Valid.ai, I think at Health in Vegas, I guess it was as we are here, I think it's going on parallelly. I move to the next expert panelist, Dr. Ola Bessi. She is a pediatric doctor, and she has done phenomenal work using WhatsApp and others, in underserved populations. I mean, coming as a clinician like you, Ashish, she has done phenomenal work. So Dr. Ola Bessi would like to hear about your work and what's your suggestions. And I think you have a presentation, so I'll ask the technical team here to allow you to just share your slides briefly.
Hello. Hello.
We can hear you, Dr. Olabisi. Please go ahead.
Okay. Greetings to everybody. I want to thank you very much, Professor Gupta, for inviting me to this forum. So I'm a pediatrician. I work in a general hospital, a maternal and child center, and we see children, mothers bring them to the hospital and they go. So we have no contact with them thereafter. So we thought of how do we continue and ensure patient engagement? How do we ensure that we still maintain, a form of interaction when our patients leave us, so that we can prevent relapses and what have you. So that was what brought us to, thinking of, what to do when our patients leave us. So, and that's how we came about digital technology and what to do when they leave us, how to involve them in their own care. So we thought of using WhatsApp as we thought of using WhatsApp as the means by which we will communicate with our patients. Please give me a minute. We thought of using WhatsApp. It's freezing. Okay. We thought of using WhatsApp in communicating with our patients and having that relationship with our patients, even when they leave us. So I'll be taking my presentation in this outline, a brief introduction, definition, objectives, and what actually we do, our advantages and all. So WhatsApp is a form of digital technology where we use tools to maintain that relationship, that engagement with our patients. So for us, mobile phones is what we have, and mobile phones is what the patients also have. So that's the tool of digital technology we're using. So patient engagement is how we are involving patients in their own care, and digital means we are using an electronic means to ensure that. So when we started, our objective was, okay, how can we pass information across to our patients? How can we pass notices of what's going on in the hospital to them? How can we educate them beyond the little time? You can imagine in developing countries, there's so many patients. So you don't have that much time engaging with them when they come. So what other means can we use to pass education to the patients? And the forum also served as a support system because the mothers themselves engage amongst themselves on that WhatsApp platform, and they support one another. They ask questions, they share ideas, and those times we just stay as a fly on the wall. We don't say anything. But when they now ask us questions, we can now come in and answer their questions. So there are many advantages to this form of engagement, digital engagement using WhatsApp. For us, it's of course optimizes efficiency, unnecessary visits to the hospital. I mean, we can answer some questions. They don't need to come to the hospital. So it improves quality of life, it improves patient safety, it improves health outcomes because we're still engaging with them. We still have that contact and relationship with them. So there are many advantages. So as of few days ago, you can see here, there are about 395 participants. And this is just one of the WhatsApp platforms. Every clinic has a WhatsApp platform, a dedicated WhatsApp platform. So from the picture, we talk about weight gain and their weight increasing. The mother sent pictures to us about different things about their children. This is one saying the hair on my baby's head, has gone off. What is happening? There's umbilical granuloma, what's happening to my baby's cord. So they send pictures. So they type questions, they can send pictures. Sometimes they even send voice notes. Doctor, listen to my baby's breathing. I'm not comfortable. Just take it. They record the baby's breathing and they send it to us. So we are also able to listen to the breathing. We're able to read their text messages. We're able to see the pictures they send. So these are various forums. Then this here is showing the information. Sometimes it's World Breastfeeding Week, it's World Pediatric Day, it's World Hand Hygiene Day. We're using that forum to educate the mothers on the platform. So these are just examples of, interactions that I picked up from the WhatsApp platform. They ask about immunizations. Well, they ask, my baby has cough. Doctor, what do I do? And I see that we are able to interact with them. Okay, come to the hospital, do this first aid. Let me see you tomorrow. So we're able to book appointments. We're able to see them. So we're able to interact with them. So that aids the experience that they have. So this is pictures we also send to them. This fontanelle is normal. This is how you engage better when you are positioned better when you are breastfeeding. And this picture on the bottom right is a picture of the rash. So they send us, doctor, look at what's on my baby's skin. What is that? Do I come to the hospital? What do I use? Of course, we don't really prescribe on the platform, but we can educate, we can inform, we can say, okay, I need to see you in the hospital. Please come at 10 o'clock. Please come at 9 o'clock. So it's a forum. And these are pictures of their babies that they send on the platform. When their babies are 6 months, they say, this is my baby. I've completed exclusive breastfeeding. They're excited because we've talked about exclusive breastfeeding. So they send the baby's pictures. Like I said to you before, they support one another. So when a baby is 1 year, a baby is 6 months, they send the picture. All the mothers are congratulating them. Oh, you've done well. You've breastfed exclusively and all that. We all know here that we're talking about digital health. We're talking about, and breastfeeding is one of the childhood survival strategies. So it's a big thing for us. So in conclusion, I've talked about how at Maternal Child MCC at Etiosa in Lagos, we've used what's the WhatsApp platform as one of the digital tools to engage with our patients, even when they have left the hospital. The consultation shouldn't stop in the doctor's office. Like the last speaker said, it should still continue beyond the doctor so that we can prevent relapses, we can continue to educate and all that. So the key words, in conclusion, the key words are digital patient engagement, digital technology, mobile health, using the smartphones that the doctors have, the dietitians have, the nurses have. And this platform is not doctors, everybody is there. The nurses are there, the dietitians are there, the social worker. So if the question that concerns the nurse, she answers. If it concerns the pediatrician, I answer. Everybody's on that platform, and it's really a useful platform for us. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Olabisi, and I think this convinces us that if you can use WhatsApp to bring such a change, and you get photographs from your mothers, who say that this is what the kid looks like after 6 months. I think one of the things that you pointed, that we don't prescribe over WhatsApp, but I think what my friend Dinu, who is sitting on my right, has working on technology with blockchain, and what Sabine is doing, I think the moment we are able to put the identity within the system, I think the day is not far when I think a prescription on a WhatsApp may be legal as well. I think that's the day we should look for. But I think seeing your presentation, your work that you have done, I think low resource settings are the high opportunity settings for conversational AI. I mean, that's what I would say. And this brings me to my next panelist, Shauna Hoffman. Shauna had led global roles at IBM, Watson, and before that with Dell. She was revered in this field, and she's doing path-breaking work in terms of what she does at guardrail technology. Shauna, over to you for what conversational AI can do and what you would say in terms of ring fencing the negatives around conversational AI. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta, for having me here today. And Dino, I love sharing the stage with you. There are so many great insights that you have, and I've been in artificial intelligence for almost 20 years now, and I have seen it at its best, and I've also seen it at its worst. And when Watson won Jeopardy back in 2011, I knew that conversational AI had actually taken the front seat. And so I joined IBM at that time. I led a Watson practice for Watson Legal. And when COVID-19 hit, I was chosen as one of the few to lead our COVID-19 solutions to the marketplace. And we had 3. And one of the things I had realized after leading an AI practice, that AI wasn't enough. And we needed to be responsible, and that responsibility was tracked and traced through blockchain. And so that was the combination of both. Our 3 products that we brought out to the market within the first 3 weeks of the shutdown were one really important. Remember when we couldn't find masks and we couldn't find gloves, and it was really a challenge to get the PPE across the globe? We had an AI chatbot combined solution with blockchain to track and trace all of the materials. We found over 10 billion within the first 24 hours. And so it was connecting people all over the globe. I will say that one of the most amazing things for healthcare is that those individuals who can't often travel to a location to get it to a hospital or get to a doctor, often they have mobile phones. And so conversational AI is extremely important for us to get around the globe so that individuals have an opportunity to get forms of healthcare. And maybe it's unusual, it's not traditional, but it answers those problems, as our previous guest speaker just said. And I love what you're doing to really bring that, especially to mothers. I've got 3 kids of my own, and man, did I have a lot of questions when they were little, because every little cough makes you a little scared as to what's happened with them. So other solutions that we've worked on, of course, the supply chain, and making sure that not only, oddly enough to say, not that doctors are a supply, but during COVID-19, they were really lacking in so many of the areas. And so we were able to move doctors around through, again, our chatbot. The doctors were able to chat to say, hey, we're available. We're happy to go anywhere in the globe. And we could connect them with the hospitals that were the most in need. Again, a blockchain solution with AI. Conversational AI has such a potential to bridge the healthcare gap. And I would definitely say there are 5 that we have worked on throughout the years. And I have to say this before I even mention the 5. AI has been around since 1956. And the newest, most excitement that I've ever seen is really just this past year. And it is when a system that used to cost my clients over $20 million to put in place, that was Watson, is now a conversational AI that is free to the globe. And so we're seeing a lot of hype, a lot of excitement around there. But do know there's a lot of use cases over the past 15 years that IBM Watson has been around that they've really solved a lot of these problems. And so there is a good company to go back to ask those questions. I don't work for them anymore, but there are a lot of us who have that are willing and very willing to share our experiences. If we were to look at the 5s, let me jump into those. Accessibility, that was mentioned by our previous speakers, reaching the remote and underserved populations that lack that access to traditional healthcare. Again, access to mobile phones, many of them have, although we did talk about earlier yesterday, and you did here too, the 2.6 billion people that don't have access to the internet. We need to fix that to be able to give them an opportunity to be part of this global health system. I love the consistency of AI, so 24/7 availability is my second one. It's extremely important to be able to have doctors, which we've done in the past. So Watson had we did a lot, even remote surgeries. That kind of gets into robotics. Again, AI is over 90 different components. Conversational AI is only one of them. You can do remote surgeries from one end of the world to the other. And so we had some really amazing things that we saw. But again, that 24/7 availability with conversational AI is extremely important, and it is consistent. I will say, so I'm the president of Guardrail Technologies. One of the reasons that we exist is to put guardrails around AI. AI, as Dino had mentioned, is a probabilistic model. It is not correct 100% of the time. Sometimes it's even really incorrect. We've been working in the medical space in AI. I've worked a lot with various different hospital systems in the US. I just spoke at one about 6 weeks ago, and we dove in with 30 of their top physicians to figure out what we needed to do to answer the problem of the AI being wrong and the AI hallucinating. And it could be very scary that it gives the wrong information and could actually cause death. So we need to be careful. We have guardrails. We fact check the generative AI. That's part of our program. But make sure that you are fact checking it, because it is going to be incorrect. The best systems out there, because it's probabilistic, none are going to be 100% correct because of the way the model is. And and there's nothing wrong with that, but we just need to make sure we're adding that extra layer that that confirms that that we are fact checking our information. Education. Great educational tool, making sure, as you had seen, that the mothers know how to breastfeed their babies, what the different rashes look like. I love this one. Language and cultural sensitivity is one of my top 5, because AI can be used to be customized to the local language, the local responses to things. It can be really cool. There's some AI out there. I just was talking to one of our previous guests, and he had mentioned that they have a movement program that that he was in the midst of going and finishing up, working on a patent application for. But as an individual moves, the AI can watch the movement and see what possible types of medical issues that the individual has. So there's some really good, language and cultural sensitivity, but then also from there being able to take that and say, okay, that's a cultural thing, but then this is just unusual, unique. They may have symptoms for other things. So again, very customizable to the individual. And then my last one, efficient triage, which we can, identify urgent medical issues, not, again, 24/7, not having to wait for a doctor's office to open. So thank you.
Thanks, Shauna. This makes it very interesting to first see those who have been into the clinical side have used it at scale. So there's no doubt about the effectiveness. In fact, it's about saving lives. What I said in the beginning, the 3 80s, the 80% have no access. 80% can't afford, but 80% have acute problems. That means they every time don't need to go to doctor. And these are 80 A's, all A's: access, affordability, and acute. So the 4th A would be artificial intelligence, of course. But given the fact that we are DC Digital Health and we believe in tangible outcomes for what we discuss here, and that we have taken a topic of conversational AI. So I'll go back to my expert panelists and ask them that if you had a clean slate and given the discussion that we had with our expert panelists, what would you recommend, Dinu, to you in terms of our pathway for the next 1 year for this field?
Thank you very much for that question, and also for that call to action. So I think the previous sharing and comment were extremely relevant. I really like the observation on human centricity, the distinction that was made about the gaps, how to bridge the digital divide, the concept of guardrails that Sharna just mentioned. And so here again, I like to talk from personal experience. I've been working for the United Nations for 22 years. And my background is actually in auditing. For a large part of my career, I was the chief IT auditor of the United Nations before becoming the CIO of the UN Pension Fund. So I have a professional deformation on assurance, on evidence. And I think that one of the implicit concepts that if I may, all the speakers of this panel have touched upon, but we have not yet made it explicit, is the concept of trust. In order to have attention to human centricity, in order to bridge the gap, in order to enable the human being to approach, to make use of, to be supported by these technologies, I think we need to also build a framework of trust so that they don't need to understand what is the distinction between a conversational versus generative AI. They don't need to understand the distinction between a blockchain or distributed ledger technology. They don't need to be bothered with those technological details that are often too complicated to explain and to verbalize. They need to just be able to trust the solution and the entities, whether they are private, whether they are public, that are offering the solution. So I believe that it's incumbent upon us working in this field to come together and start building bottom-up and, of course, also top-down, a framework of generally accepted criteria and principles that can be utilized to then support the reliability, the trustworthiness of this solution and this technology where and if they are indeed implemented in healthcare or, for that matter, also another area of our society. So I think that there is that need to start now looking at the fact that I think, as we all recognize, this powerful technology can be used for good or for bad. And not all solutions have the same level of reliability. So there is a need to start having some sort of criteria that will enable us to start comparing and contrasting, to make assessment and to then providing a level of assurance that I think that ultimately that the human-centric approach calls for the user to deserve that what they are going to use is trustworthy and is reliable. Thank you.
Thank you for raising this very important point of addressing this core issue of the human centricity plus reliability. I think it is a twin opportunity and a twin challenge too. Yeah. And this brings me to Samir. Samir, you lead all the AI initiatives of WHO, and WHO is the multilateral body where every government looks up to. I think now there is an excitement across the world for generative AI and AI for health. Everyone is waking up. So what is your advice and the roadmap for the next 1 year, or the action plan, if I were to call it?
Thank you, Jayendra. And you rightly said, all the member states are actually getting very excited about this work, both from a positive side and negative side. And I said negative excitement is a scare or the fear of what damages can do, and the positive excitement is the opportunity. So I think there is, and we're seeing an unprecedented push from member states. Normally, there will be a two-way discussion, but this time member states are actually coming to us and asking, and not just now, since December last year when actually ChatGPT started picking up the speed, and that's when it started off. So WHO actually, through its process, has put out a position in the June WHO bulletin where we have clearly articulated the value possibilities of generative and discussional AI. And in summary, I mean, the one sentence that summarizes that article for everyone here is WHO's position is to be cautiously optimistic and apply right safeguards. I think that's what we are saying here is we have to be cautious, we have to be optimistic. And as long as we have the right safeguards, and when I say safeguards, it is the ethics approaches. And now ethics is a very common word. I mean, it's a moral word almost to put out and discuss, but I think it's the application of ethical use, development and deployment of technology or AI specifically. More importantly, because AI has more power than before, is a critical part, and WHO has guidance which it's working with its countries to deploy. So it needs to be not a knee-jerk reaction, but a more sustained governance approach for AI, because AI is here to stay. It's already with us. It will make a difference in the way things are going forward in terms of healthcare, in terms of development in general, in terms of education, agriculture. So I think what's important is we need to take a detailed, systematic, creative approach in this regards. Also regulations. I mean, we don't want to have regulations again becomes the whip for our times for the developers. But what we want to make sure is the regulations are there to safeguard and provide guardrails for the right technology and the right products to be deployed across the domain. And I think this is also humbling this time to see that it's not just coming from the countries, but it's also coming from the developers, the industry, the private sector. I mean, the recent discussions at the US Senate through all the CEOs, where there's a call for regulating AI through the governments and the UN. I was in Copenhagen just last week, where there was discussion of the UN High-Level Commission of programs on AI regulations and governance. And there's a huge push from the Secretary General on sort of putting this work together. So I think that's the area of work where the world is going towards, and we will need to prioritize that. Again, keeping in mind that it has to be people-centered, not technology-centered. So the regulations, the ethics should not be technology-controlled or centered, but people-centered. How does it make an impact? And they have to be adaptable for different countries. As you mentioned, 194 countries. There are different stages. And again, for the first time, we're seeing a rather less gap in terms of preparedness between the high income and the low middle income country settings. It doesn't, I mean, there is some probably parity there, but there is still a similarity across the board. So I think it's important to nourish that, use the power of collaboration. And I think that's what we're leveraging through WHO, through ITU's work. And I think the forum there, a lot of the colleagues from ITU are there to leverage what is existing. As WHO, we're creating normative guidance, which is science-based, evidence-based, and deploying that science-based ethical regulatory approaches. And my call for this community here, which has a mix of a lot of expertise, very grassroots workers who are working on, to ensure that the guidance that has been deployed or the products that are being used are not technology-centered. It has to be science-centered. And when I say that, is the guidance which is there, the content which is coming into it, should not be written by the developers. And this happens. Developers pull out Google, take the content. They are more fancy towards the application part of it, not on the content. But I think as actual healthcare providers, our job is to make sure that the content is governed through the rightful mechanisms, the process is rightfully done, and technology is the enabler, which is a massive boon for the healthcare process. And if we can do that combination right, in the ethical and regulated fashion, pushing towards the right governance mechanism, I think we will have a successful 1 year of AI. And I hope we can come back next year in this forum and say, we just talked about it in 2023, but 2024, we are making impact. Back to you, Rajendra.
Thank you, Samir. I think in this IGF annual forum, the 18th forum that's going on, we had the entire high-level panel that was constituted by the UN Secretary General at this meeting discussing AI. I think one of the things that I saw in this forum is that most of the sessions this time are on AI and generative AI and around various guidelines. And you made this point of cautiously optimistic and also about regulations. But in a technology which is evolving, how can you regulate? I mean, do you think that it is AI that will itself regulate, or there'll be just guidelines which people should follow? And I think the work that Ashish, what Mevesh and others are doing, will that be a good starting point? Because guideline gives you a general direction and doesn't stall innovation, because regulation to a point can become like a hindrance to innovation. So I mean, do you think that we should stick to guidelines rather than regulation for now, for next 2-3 years?
It's a great question, Narendra, and I think there's no blanket answer to it. I think even the European Commission EU Act is looking at segregating the different ways that we regulate products. And so I think it depends a lot on the solution on what kind of solution we're talking about and what is the impact of that solution to define whether we can work with guidelines or regulations are needed to do that. And I think it's very centric. So let me give an example. For tobacco control or diabetes prevention and management, it is for prevention. There is a lot of content which is available. These are healthcare programs which have provided this guidance, which don't have the outreach. I think such simple guidelines, guidance driven programs for health education, personally, I think can be very quickly distributed if there's a small mechanism of testing the right content in there. There is a risk on the hindsight that if you don't control or regulate these content, these can damage by providing misinformation in that, which is a big concern. So there are some products which I think can be loosely regulated, guidelines driven, but there are some specific areas where cancer screening products, where there are more retinopathy, diabetic retinopathy screening programs, whether it needs to be regulated in a way. Now, I get this dialogue all the time in discussion whether regulations is over controlling innovation. And I think that's the thin line where we have to draw. How does the value? I think the member states or the countries want to use the value. They have seen the problems that they have and how technology can help that. So I think the intentions this time are around more focused on how can we maximize the value of technology, but at the same time having that regulation is important because without regulation, there's a massive risk of misappropriation and misuse. So I think the regulation, the level of regulation and the control of regulation needs to be properly adapted and agile and defined. But it is important to make sure that we are not transversing ourselves into an open sort of platform where anyone can do anything around healthcare, especially in healthcare. And I ask this question to people, would you say the same thing around when it comes to your financing? Would you allow non-regulated financial digital models to work across the board? And would you be open to doing that? Health is two domains further. So people are more worried about the money than the health, unfortunately. And that's where the answer comes in. I think it is important to be able to regulate rightfully so we can benefit the value of the technology opportunities, at the same time control or safeguard the damage it could cause in the long run.
But Samir, even after the Sarbanes-Oxley Act in the financial markets, we had the subprime crisis. We had banks collapse even a few years back, even this year, Silicon Valley Bank collapse. So I think even if you over-regulate, we have the outcomes. I mean, wherever there's money involved, there would be, I think you made this very interesting point in the very beginning, and I really appreciate you for that forthrightness, is to not get into the trap of the private sector. So, but I think the experience of over-regulation hasn't served the purpose. I mean, that has kind of been the government's way of putting it, saying we are pro-people, so we need to safeguard them, but neither they safeguard the people nor the organization. At the end of the day, the sector bleeds. But I take your point. Coming to the fact of point that you said about people centricity or people having trust in and ethics about it. So I would go to Sabine, who is actually building at world scale. Sabine, what I understand from my experience of leading consumer-facing organization is that trust is a matter of value. So if I get value out of humans.ai, I would love it. If I get value and benefit out of the products and services you roll out in AI, generative AI, anything, that will create trust. So what would you think about the conversational AI product or healthcare in general in terms of using AI to create that value for creating that trust? Because value is the precursor for trust, not the other way around.
I'm 100% sure that the technology is here, so it's not a problem of technology anymore. Even us on this roundtable, we have all the resources to start experimenting with the project. I believe a lot in learning by doing. I believe that if we will have together as a group one use case, we will help the regulators to better understand, and we can fill this gap between real world and the reglementation of the area. So I will choose the easiest win that we can get, probably in the aftercare. For example, we have a project with a big pharma company. We saw that in our region, it's a huge dropout rate. So people are not finishing their treatments. After 3 days, they are feeling better, and they stop taking their antibiotics. So what we are doing, we are cloning the doctor voices, because the doctor is the only authority in your life when you're speaking about medical treatments. So we are sending audio messages on WhatsApp with the voice of the doctor saying, "Hey, Sabine, I know that it's day 3 and you're feeling better, but it's important to finish the..." So what I'm saying is, if we together, we will implement only one solution and we will choose one region, we will learn a lot, and we will learn from the real world what were our initial ideas and what the real use case outputs really look like. So I'm willing to help with our technology and our team and our expertise to create together a real life use case in conversational AI for healthcare. And in 1 year from now, we will know more than we know now.
And Simon, would I take the liberty to say your message on your behalf? What you always say is, for AI, start now, do something, rather than just thinking about it.
Exactly. The technology is here. We have all the skills. I see a lot of passionate people about the subject. So we need to start doing.
That's the best message. And I really remember the line that you said last time, that when you heard yourself speak in Portuguese, you were able to actually check, what phenomenal opportunities exist before us, and the project that you're doing where you clone doctor's voice and, convince the patients to carry on with the treatment. So I think the fact is that conversational AI has multiple use cases. And so one of the things I understand, and we carefully picked up this panel, it was not because of friendship. It was because of the complementary things that come to the table by thinkers and doers and regulators, who are critical to success of conversational AI. So that's why we have blockchain, we have AI, we have WHO, we have UC Davis, we have Academy of Digital Health Sciences, we have Shauna. So this is what is the beauty of this panel, is that we should be able to get into something decisive which we can measure over the next 1 year. Mavish, coming to you, fact that you run a couple of initiatives in digital health, what would your action plan be for the next year?
I believe conversational AI can actually serve as a powerful tool in patient engagement, educating people about the facts behind a particular health-related issue. As you rightly said, Dr. Gupta, imagine the effort that would go in typing and texting, but conversing would actually leave an important and exponential impact. We all know the time that doctor spends with patient is very less, but if we have a conversational AI, patients would be happy that they have been heard. And at Academy of Digital Health Sciences, we are working on the report on generative health intelligence, and we will be releasing it soon, covering all these topics on the role generative health intelligence will play in shaping the future of healthcare intelligence. We will be happy to collaborate with you all. And I would also like to say that within the dynamic coalition of digital health, Dr. Gupta, you should take this stewardship in creating the global group, because UN is the largest multi-stakeholder and a multilateral body, and getting everyone under the roof to form a global generative health AI group and leaders where you have regulators, policymakers come together to give a direction to all stakeholders, doctors, hospitals, and the frontline health workers to understand how generative AI works, how to get trained on it, and how to deploy it. We already have a course on digital health at Digital Health Academy, and you can visit the website to know more about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mavish. Ashish, over to you after your grand initiative that you launched this week. What are the opportunities for stakeholders to work together? Because the worst thing that happens to health is we all keep doing our work in silos. We rarely connect, forget here, and listen, and come together to act. I mean, when I took over as chairman of the Dynamic Coalition on Digital Health at the UN's IGF, one of the things I have done over this last 1 year is to get all the people in the same, I would say, wavelength, pick up a project, and deliver it. So every year, for all the dynamic coalitions that at least I chair, we come with tangible outcomes every year. So given your leadership and your pioneering work, what do you suggest we should be doing in the next 1 year? We heard your previous experts from their position of authority and influence.
Happy to. I think one of the critical things is I think it's the onus is on us. There is a very famous map called Gartner Hype Cycle, where it shows about all the technology that comes. There is the hype peak that happens. Then there is a valley of disillusionment or valley of death. And then there's a second wave, which comes later on. And generative AI is now at the peak of that hype right now. But we all know there's a value. So where I would echo is the transformation peak, that is a second peak, that is slower, that happens after the valley of death, is the true peak. And that is one, as humans, we don't just look at technology, what it can do, but actually we start learning how to use the technology for the right use cases within our workflows in a trustworthy, scalable, scientific manner. So it's repeatable, replicable, right? And that's what science role is, right? It takes what one person may say, but actually validates that approach across multiple different variations. So you can be fairly confident. For example, if I give this blood pressure medicine, this is going to be the impact on it because it's been repeated, replicable success. So we need to go the same thing with AI. We need to have that lens, similar to what Samir mentioned, put that scientific evidence-based lens and then see if something Sabine is doing great, can we replicate that across country? And can we demystify that through a playbook? We call it an implementation science playbook. So through Valid AI, 30 health systems, health plans have got together. We have 3 global partners right now in Israel, India, as well as in Canada. But our goal working, I love the suggestion which Mavish mentioned, is creating this global thought leadership group on generative AI in healthcare. We'll love to contribute our collective knowledge from US through Valid and Coalition of Healthcare AI into it. So we can all learn from each other faster. We can also support each other best practices. And also maybe the ecosystem not only just had to be scientific, but also equal input from our key ecosystem partners, including startups, bigger technology, pharma. So we hear from them. So if we have to do a balanced approach, we don't err on the side of caution necessarily, but err on the side of optimism combined with caution and have feedback from all quadrants.
I totally agree with you, Ashish. I think it's a great approach to make sure that the excitement is also backed by competence. And for that, everyone needs to work together. And I think Samir, Sabin, Mavish, and Dinu has very carefully told that not only these are the challenges, but there are also technical solutions, which are there. And I think the line that Dinu put it, which sums up the challenge plus opportunity, probabilistic plus deterministic, as simple as that. And both the solutions exist at scale. I mean, he is sitting where he has deployed, how many countries it is, Dinu? What you have done for the pensioners?
192.
192 countries. We have Samir Pujari sitting here, 194 countries. We have Ashish Atreja, 15 systems. Mavish running a course globally. I think Dr. Ola Besi, I'm going to come to her next. Like, you have everything on this current, screen, where everyone who is an influencer at large and a doer both, which is a rare combination. And we know, I think the Gartner's hype cycle, see, sometimes those historical rules and equations also get challenged. We should challenge the Gartner hype cycle, and we should actually make it hope and heal cycle. There is a hope, let's use it for healing. I mean, as simple as that. So Dr. Ola Besi, you have heard all those people. You have used technologies and was very impressed to see these 6-month pictures of the babies. So given what you have heard, what do you need sitting there in Lagos, from people on the screen to take your work to the next level? What should we be doing? What you should be doing? Over to you.
Thank you very much for that question. With this WhatsApp platform that we have with the mothers, I can see a lot of gaps, because when the mothers send the pictures or type their questions, it's not real time. I might not see it at that point in time. But conversational AI, it's real time, and it's all through machine learning, the responses that are appropriate, that are relevant, comes to the patient immediately. Unlike me, it might be hours before I listen to that. So I can see the advantage of that, of what we are doing, but I can also see a lot of gaps. And it's not personalized, it's open to everybody, the 300 and so patients on that platform. It's not personalized. It's not real time. Sometimes it's not appropriate, because when they ask a question on cough, I use the opportunity to just talk generally so that everybody picks something, everybody gains something. Yeah. So I think that's the next step for me. We have to go away from this platform, which seems so basic to me, and see how we can introduce AI into it and take it to the next level. So listening to before our session, I was hearing metaverse, we have to collaborate and take from what everybody has, learn. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Technology has gone far. We're talking AI, we're talking conversational AI. We need to collaborate and take this platform to the next level, because patient outcome is important, quality of care is important, patient safety is important. And these are all issues that conversational AI will have an impact on. So this time next year, I don't want to be talking about WhatsApp. I want to go to the next level. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Olavisi, and I assure you that one of the things that we promise as a tangible outcome of this year's panel on conversational AI would be to make sure that you next time present how we helped you reach the next level. That's a very big challenge. But if you're not able to make a difference on the ground, we are a fancy organization and we are not that. We actually mean results, and we will do. So that's why it was a reason to have you, given the work that you're doing in actual LMICs, as we would call them. And if you are able to make a difference to your working as a clinician, we would have succeeded in delivering or walking our talk. Otherwise, it's just a mere discussion, which we will not intend to. Coming to Shauna, Shauna has led global project, and we are very impressed that I know a few years back, the only project at scale in AI was IBM Watson. So Shauna, you have an experience, you have reflections. Given the journey of IBM Watson, given what we are talking now, what would be your guidance for this group for what we are talking about tangible outcomes for next year?
Absolutely. I think that the kind of my reflections, honestly, are this is an extremely complex problem in general. And it doesn't have to do with just conversational AI. So as you stand back, look at all of the different aspects that makes the individual vulnerable. I think one of the concerns that I have is something that you had brought up, the 2.6 billion people who don't have access to the internet. We need to continue to move forward with conversational AI, but we also need to make sure that those 2.6 billion people get access to the internet and to that reliable connectivity to the information. Because if we create all these chatbots and do all this amazing work and they can't access it, then it's really not going to do us much good. To really, make that big of a difference that I know that you all want to make. I think that would probably be my main thing that would concern me, that I would probably add beyond what the other speakers have mentioned, because that complexity really does take it to a really tough level, and we need to look holistically at the individual and what their needs are, so that they can get access and what we can do uniquely. One of the things we did with IBM Watson is to set it up in various villages to where everyone would come to one location. So there are opportunities that individuals don't need just even the cell phone, but providing access where it's walkable to them, within a few miles or even many miles, but at least within like half a day, to be able to get access to this remote medical information.
Thank you, Shauna. Now we will move to the questions that I see on the chat. What is the potential for training and learning best health practices? So on the training side, at least what I can mention about is that we have courses on digital health at every level for doctors, I mean, there's a postgraduate certificate course. So you can look up digitalacademy.health. We have courses for health professionals. But what we are also coming up, which is very interesting, is courses on AI and robotics for class 8 students. With IIIT Delhi, we have tied up, is that we need to educate people at the bottom, right from class 8 onwards, where they start learning about it. And this is the elementary course. And then what also we are launching early next year is the frontline health workers course. If they are not educated, we are not going anywhere. So that's on the training side. On the best practices side, I would put this question to Samir Pujari, given that WHO is probably one of the best platforms, to look at, or even the Dynamic Coalition on Digital Health, to look at collaborating with Samir on the best practices on AI, for conversational AI. Samir, over to you. Can you unmute Samir Pujari, please? Yep.
Hi, sorry, there was a lapse in the network connection for some reason. But I just want to mention that on the training part, WHO has converted the guidance that they have created in the last year, and there's an open WHO course available on ethics and governance of AI. And this is not just a theoretical course. It has a very practical checklist-driven approach, and I put that in the chat, the link to the course, which has been taken by more than 70,000 people across 170 countries virtually. So I think that's one of the solutions, but I think one of the products which is there, we are coming up with a course specifically for developers, because it's important for this community to understand what it means to create an ethical approach, and this course will be going live by the end of the year. We are having similar courses coming up on the regulations side as well. And these are targeted to developers, to policymakers, and to implementers. So there are checklists and application sort of processes for each of them within this course materials. These are being used by academic institutions across the globe to train students on healthcare provisions and AI. So these are some of the ways that it is there. But again, I keep on reiterating these things. Let's not recreate the wheel. Let's join hands. There's content available, and we can deploy as many ways as we can through the process. Back to you.
Thanks, Samir. Ashish, over to you. This is an interesting question, is the role of conversational AI in dispelling superstitions and health fallacies.
That's a great one. I think there is a clause that if you're not intentional about something, then that's not going to happen. So which means we do know there is a lot of misperceptions in healthcare. We saw in COVID what happened. And if we just leave at is like in social media, WhatsApp or others, there's a lot of chance of things going viral, which are not accurate. And what we realized in COVID was clinicians, researchers actually did not have much voice, because it was most viral content was the one which was the least trusted content from clinicians. So I think part of this is coming back to this stuff, is the onus is on us to put science as a base, right? So when technology solutions are created, and because it's democratizing technology, anyone can within a week learn using these technologies to create a bot and to do it. That may not be validated, or and many times are not if it comes out so early. So we have to put kind of some framework. One can call it guardrail. If it is very life-threatening things, we have to put very rigorous guardrails. So FDA, Food and Drug Administration in US, has a 3-point system. If it is a life-threatening thing, that has to go through much more clinical evidence, multiple clinical trials. If it is moderate risk, then certain kind of a thing. If it is very low risk, then it can go without major clinical trial. So we need to have some kind of a framework like that. If it is an education content, can we even use generative AI to validate some of the content which may come out? If we create a generative AI, not on large language models on the internet, because then it will hallucinate, but can we create the large language model on Harrison's Medical of textbook, which I got trained on? Can we get on WHO practices, on VA practices, open domain content from US, UK, developing countries, WHO, wherever it is, on textbooks? then we actually may have an automated way or semi-automated way to check the accuracy of it, put some delimiters, maybe backing with human in the loop for critical things. So I think that framework is not here right now, but we need to go beyond, Dr. Gupta, as you mentioned, from traditional ways of regulating to actually maybe semi-automated bot ways of regulating. I was in a security summit and gave a keynote there, and where it ended was there are going to be more and more bots on the trying to hack information now. So right now, humans do these bots to kind of get into security and hacking. With generative AI, it's going to be bots that are going to be doing it. So we need to develop bots which are going to be protecting us in that. And so the similar thing we have to do. We may not be able to do this governance just by humans alone. We have to go one-to-many and automated governance backed by humans loop to allow that.
Thanks, Ashish. And I think the point that you raise is very important. I think is the Dynamic Coalition for Digital Health at the UN's IGF. One of the things I would add to what Mevish proposed was not only the generative health AI, but also generative health AI governance framework. I think I'm sure there are multiple, but we need to come out with something which is understandable, implementable over the next year or so. I have an interesting question that I would pose to Sabin is, how can conversational AI technology be made more accessible to people in low-income areas who may have limited access to smartphone or the internet? I know you did had a passing reference to this, Sabin, but you would like to add something on this?
Yeah, at least we need an internet connection if you want to have access to powerful models, but they are models very efficient that you can run it not on a tablet but only on a mobile phone. But I see something like the digital doctor of the village that encapsulate the knowledge from all of the doctors from all around the world, and basically you need one mobile phone for every village. So this is the minimum resource that everybody needs. I like another question: to what extent can conversational AI pose a threat to employment? I'm always saying, and I said it before, I think that AI is not going to take your job, but a human using AI will take your job for sure. Probably using AI, employers will work only 2 or 3 days per week, and we will achieve 10 times more results. In the same time, you know that it's a big problem in healthcare in general. The human error, and AI can supervise this. So imagine that you will do your job having maybe 100 AI assistant helping you perform better. So I don't see any threat for employment.
And Sabin, I will add to that in the other dynamic coalition on internet and jobs, we had a session yesterday on Project Create. Create is collaborate to realize the employment and entrepreneurship for all through technology ecosystem. In fact, we have created job maps for 9 sectors, and we have talked about the conventional models of doing a business and the Create model. So let's not fear technology. I think technology is best used for creating jobs than taking away jobs, and this Project Create is about that. So I would say look up this website called projectcreate.tech. We are releasing our framework tomorrow afternoon at IGF on Project Create. So while the threat is not for jobs, the threat is to lack of competence. I would put it this way. So I would say upskill yourself, be competent. If you're not competent, anyone can threaten you, not only AI. So I would say that please upskill, continuously upskill, cross-skill yourself, and that's important. So there is no threat to you if you are updated and upskilled. Well, if you are not, you certainly have. Sabin, you're trying to say something?
I agree.
Thank you. Let's look at the other questions that are there. Where can we access the recording of this conference? Is there on YouTube. IGF broadcast that on YouTube, so it's available for people to watch. There is a comment, I guess. I believe youth mediated initiative would help bridge the digital literacy gaps. Yes, of course. And we have, I think, yesterday we were surprised to have a digital health session by the youth tech envoy of the ITU, and she is keen to work with the DCA Digital Health to address this big issue of youth's involvement in digital health and DC. There's another question. Ashish's comment on I am hoping science, which is evidence-based, validated, repeatable, replicable outcomes and transparency, ethical approach can help build trust along with great patient experience. Yes, Ashish, totally agree with you. And that is what I think this group should be working on the governance and the outcome. So by the way, on the other side with the International Standards Association, we are working on the outcomes measures using technology. I think Dr. N.K. Singh from my team is going to make a presentation to the meeting in Arlington. I guess it's next month, on the how to measure clinical outcomes of technology-driven initiatives. And we're especially talking of digital therapeutics, which is being led by Health Parliament at it's called the Bureau of Indian Standards, which represents the ISI, the international standards body. So this was a great session. We are up our time, and I thank each one of you for taking our time in different time zones and enriching us on conversational AI, giving us a pathway for next year. I also thank our technical team at IGF for making this session seamless for us. Thank you all so much, and we will connect back in the interim, and hopefully next year we'll come back with the tangible outcomes we discussed. The goal would be Dr. Olabisi should benefit of all we talked. That would be the goal for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
well done. Thank you. Very well done.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much. What an amazing opportunity to be a part of this and all that you're doing.
Yeah, so we got to